Chapter 1. Through the revival of spirit energy, bound to the divine blacksmith system. We interrupt this broadcast with a new report from China's Divine Arms Academy. At 8:10 a.m. today, our country's brilliant divine arms blacksmith, Han Feng, successfully forged a divine-grade armor. As a result, the blacksmith, Han Feng, has broken a new record in China, becoming the youngest 7-star blacksmith in history. As for the specific attributes of this divine-grade armor, there is little information for now. However, the appearance of this divine armor is enough to prove that our country has led the world in the field of forging for a long time. Next, let's invite the Divine Arms Academy's associate professor to tell us more. An ear-piercing sound woke Wu Mo from his dazed state. He felt a swelling pain in his head as if he had not completely digested his new memories. Images flashed through his mind like a slide, and only then did he understand his current situation. Combining the memories in his mind, Wu Mo was surprised to find that he had actually transmigrated. Moreover, he had transmigrated to a world similar to Earth. The culture, history, and technology of this world were all very similar to those of Earth. But due to a disaster a few hundred years ago, this blue planet had embarked on a development path that was completely different from Earth's. Wu Mo learned about everything thanks to the additional memories in his mind. Ever since the disaster occurred, there had been obvious changes on the blue planet. Numerous supernatural events occurred, and spirit energy gradually grew, completely changing the world's entire development within a few hundred years. Later, the spirit energy eventually became abundant, and countless cultivators appeared.
However, this also attracted the covetous eyes of alien races beyond their skies. In just 10 years after the spirit energy appeared, the blue planet was invaded by 10,000 races.
In the new era, only cultivators could contend with the alien races. Unfortunately, because there were very few cultivators, when humans faced the invasion of 10,000 races, innumerable people were killed or injured. As a result, the various factions had no choice but to form an alliance, and in the end, they barely managed to resist the first invasion. After this battle, everyone realized the importance of cultivators. In order to resist the alien races, the different countries did their best to nurture their countrymen into cultivators. The entire structure of the world had changed. Even so, it was extremely difficult to become a cultivator. One needed to absorb a large amount of spirit energy that was scattered in the air. Be that as it may, it was impossible to do so with just one's physical body. One had to rely on weapons to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Ordinary people could only become cultivators with powerful special weapons. A weapon's strength was directly linked to the speed at which it absorbed spirit energy. As a result, countless cultivators would spend their entire lives obtaining stronger divine weapons. Meanwhile, divine weapons appeared precisely because of the disaster that had happened a few hundred years ago. The outbreak of the disaster had formed a huge sinkhole on the ground. So, officials organized personnel to explore it and discovered many powerful divine weapons in the sinkhole.
However, the number of divine weapons in the sinkhole was limited. In the end, only a few hundred cultivators were created during the 10 years of spirit energy recovery. Later, the invasion of the 10,000 races presented a life and death situation. Only then did the various factions begin to actively develop divine weapons that could absorb spirit energy. Those who could create special weapons were called blacksmiths.
With the existence of blacksmiths, many cultivators were finally developed on the blue planet. Despite that, after 100 years, the number of blacksmiths remained extremely low. Due to the extremely high threshold and talent required, the profession of blacksmiths became even more precious than cultivators.
Nonetheless, after the country's vigorous promotion of development, the fields related to forging became increasingly formal. Blacksmith training academies all over the country appeared like bamboo shoots after the spring rain. The blacksmith system was gradually divided into different grades from low to high. There were basically 1-star to 9-star blacksmiths. The higher the star rank, the stronger the blacksmith. Above that were Moonlight, Sun Wheel, and other more powerful titles. Up until now, 3-star or 4-star blacksmiths were quite rare. Usually, only a small portion of people in an academy could reach that level.
As for 7-star and above blacksmiths, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Those who possessed the Moonlight and Sunwheel titles did not even seem to exist in Wu Mo's memory. The original owner of his body had been a blacksmith who studied in the largest divine armament academy in China. The previous owner of this body was extremely talented. When he was young, he passed the test to become a blacksmith. After entering the Divine Armament Academy, his achievements were outstanding. At the age of 12, he became a 1-star blacksmith. Following that, he advanced and became a 4-star blacksmith, becoming a genius whom everyone in the academy looked up to. But the path of a genius was filled with thorns. Later on, to fulfill his childhood dream, This predecessor of his vowed to forge the strongest divine weapon, the peerless sword. He borrowed money from others and went into seclusion to forge it at home. Sadly, not only did he run out of money, but he also became clouded with his obsession and lost all his forging abilities. He was not even on a 1-star level at that point. In the end, he passed away suddenly at home from mental and physical exhaustion. He died with regrets. Feeling the swelling pain in his mind dissipate a lot, Wu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the messy single dormitory in front of him, he felt the despair of his predecessor. The strongest divine weapon? Spirit energy? Even though I transmigrated from Earth, I won't be able to do all of that. Standing up from the couch, Wu Mo muttered to himself and immediately entered the dorm's bathroom. As Wu Mo looked at himself in the mirror, everything felt very real to him. His predecessor in the mirror looked exactly like him. Even the mole on their necks and the scar on their collarbones were identical. Wu Mo's predecessor on the blue planet was identical to him in the parallel world. After discovering this information, Wu Mo frowned slightly. He washed his face and returned to the messy living room. The table in front of the couch was filled with miscellaneous items, including the design blueprints used by his predecessor.
In a month's time, they would graduate. Every student of the Divine Armament Academy had to submit a final year design blueprint to prove their forging ability. However, his predecessor had been forging the divine weapon of his dreams before his sudden death. He was completely unprepared for his final year design.
Not only did his predecessor not complete the assignment, but he also owed a huge debt of over 2 million. To Wu Mo, who had just transmigrated, this was the beginning of hell. Looking at the mess in front of him, Wu Mo's face was full of worry. Just as he looked at the ceiling with a blank face, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! State of despair detected in host spirit. The divine blacksmith system is initiating the binding process. Ding! The binding has been successful. You have received a beginner pack. Would you like to activate it now?
The sudden voice gave Wu Mo a fright, but soon, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Wu Mo, who grew up on Earth, was a 10-year-old bookworm, so he was familiar with the system.
Once he heard the system, Wu Mo immediately understood that his cheat code had arrived. Chapter 2. Beginner Pack, Heaven-Defying Ability. Open the pack, Wu Mo said emotionally. After all, he was already at rock bottom. Unless he had the system's help, it would be impossible for him to complete any final year design with his own skills. Ding! Beginner pack opened. Congratulations on obtaining Divine Grade Forging Space, Divine Grade Forging Workbench, and a chance to choose a blueprint for a Divine Grade weapon. The system's electronic synthesized voice echoed in Wu Mo's mind once again. However, the beginner pack that the system gave him left him bewildered. He understood each individual word that the system had uttered, but when they came together, he was extremely confused.
Forging space, what is that? Wu Mo asked in puzzlement.
The system immediately explained it to him. Divine Grade Forging Space is a special space created by the system. In this space, the flow of time is 1% the speed of the outside world. In other words, the time you spend in a Divine Grade Forging Space is only equivalent to 15 minutes in the real world. After hearing that detailed introduction, Wu Mo's face instantly revealed a look of joy. The special space created by the system could bring great convenience to Wu Mo. One should know that once many high-level divine weapons were forged, it would definitely cause a world-shaking commotion. Even if Wu Mo had the system's help, without the special space protecting his privacy, he would probably be captured and investigated before he could forge a divine weapon. After all, his current forging strength was not even comparable to a 1-star blacksmith. If he suddenly forged a high-level divine weapon, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. Hence, the special space could perfectly solve this matter. However, Wu Mo was most satisfied with its feature to slow down time by 100 times. Forging a divine weapon was a long trial and error process. Even a 7-star blacksmith could not guarantee that he would be able to successfully forge a divine weapon. However, the flow of time in the forging space was only 1% of that in the real world, which meant he had a lot of time to waste in the future. With a lot of time to engage in actual combat, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds.
As long as he used the divine forging space properly, even a legendary divine weapon could be forged. Wu Mo's eyes were filled with excitement. However, he did not forget that there were 2 other items in the beginner pack. Just the ability of a divine forging space was already so heaven-defying, so would the other workbench item not be even greater? As
Wu Mo thought of this, the system seemed to read his thoughts and immediately give him an introduction to the workbench. A divine grade forging workbench can be used unlimited times in the forging space. It can greatly increase the user's creativity and attention. It also has an unlimited backtrack function, whereby, after a divine weapon fails to be forged, you can automatically backtrack, and it will provide the steps and locations of the mistakes during the forging process. Hiss. Wu Mo sucked in a breath of cold air. He searched through all of his brand new memories, but he still could not find any divine weapons with the function that the system had just introduced. The function of the divine grade forging workbench was even more powerful than the legendary divine weapons. If the unlimited backtracking function alone were to be leaked out, most of the blacksmiths in the world would go crazy and use all means to snatch the forging workbench.
Up until now, all the blacksmith training academies in the world had trained their blacksmiths bit by bit through actual combat. Every failure in forging was a valuable experience.
If one wanted to quickly improve their forging abilities, they would need an endless supply of materials to practice with. The materials needed to forge a divine weapon could easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. Only prestigious families or even aristocratic families had the financial resources for it. Blacksmiths from ordinary families could only observe and explore it a little. Unless one had extraordinary talent, their strength would not be able to compare to those from prestigious families. However, the practical problems that troubled countless blacksmiths faced could be perfectly resolved by endless backtracking. Moreover, this endless backtracking could also detect the wrong operation and parts during the forging process. It would allow blacksmiths to understand their mistakes in an extremely short period of time and correct them in a timely manner. When Wu Mo heard about the function of the divine grade forging workbench, he immediately felt as if his blood was about to boil. Even though he had just transmigrated, he understood this workbench's strength based on his memory alone. The excitement in his heart could not be expressed with words. The special forging space coupled with the workbench that allowed infinite backtracks were enough for Wu Mo to raise his forging strength greatly in a short period of time. Completing his final year project within a month was something that Wu Mo did not even dare to think about half an hour ago. However, now that he had 2 divine grade equipment, it was no longer a difficult task for him. Instead, he found it extremely simple. Wu Mo sat on the couch and took 2 deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Then, he continued to focus his attention on the 3rd reward in the beginner pack. Just as Wu Mo had expected, after a thought appeared in his mind, a detailed introduction of the blueprint followed. The divine weapon forging blueprint is a one-time consumable. After selecting the weapon type, you will receive a random divine weapon forging blueprint. It's for a divine weapon. Even though Wu Mo knew that the system's products were extraordinary, he was still shocked when he learned that the blueprint could produce a divine weapon. On the blue planet, a rare divine weapon could easily be auctioned for more than a few 100,000 yuan. It was enough for an ordinary family to live without food or water for a few years. A divine weapon design blueprint would probably be priceless. It was a peerless treasure that even the Divine Arms Academy did not have. But I probably won't be able to use this right now, Wu Mo quickly reacted. Although divine weapon design blueprints were extremely valuable, the materials needed were also so expensive that a normal city could not afford them. Right now, not only was he penniless, but he was also 2 million yen in debt. Even if he had the skills, he would not be able to forge the weapon. Wu Mo was sitting on the couch, looking at the translucent panel in front of him and muttering to himself.
Do not worry, host. All the materials needed to forge a divine weapon can be exchanged with points in the system store. The points needed for the exchange can be obtained by influencing the outside world. The greater the influence of the divine weapon that the host forges on the outside world, the greater the points he obtains.
After hearing the system's explanation, Wu Mo was suddenly enlightened. Based on his current intelligence, as long as he made good use of the forging space and workbench, he could completely forge a divine weapon that far exceeded his current ability. When the time came, he could find a place to sell it and easily pay off the 2 million yen he owed. As for the final year project that troubled his predecessor, it was not difficult in his eyes. Thinking of this, Wu Mo immediately relaxed. With the system, everything would definitely develop in a good direction. In a short while, he would be able to return to being a 4-star blacksmith. He might even be able to help his predecessor fulfill his long-cherished wish. Chapter 3. Divine Weapon Blueprint, Mjolnir. Just as Wu Mo was about to enter the divine forging space to take a look, his phone abruptly rang with a short ringtone. Taking out his phone, Wu Mo noticed that there was an unread notification on the screen.
It was a message from the Divine Weapon Academy's Professor Zhou Yan. Students, have you all completed your divine weapon blueprint? I'll go to each class tomorrow morning to collect the blueprints. In a month's time, it will be graduation season. When the time comes, all students will be required to forge the divine weapon in front of the entire school's teachers. Please make use of your time and strive to complete your task on the day of the trial.
Professor Zhou Yan had sent a large paragraph of information in the Divine Weapon Academy's group message. Moreover, she had even tagged all members of the group. The others who were chatting and bragging in the group suddenly stopped. Don't worry, Professor. We'll definitely work hard. After more than 10 seconds, messages from the other Forge Masters appeared in the group. We prepared our designs long ago. We're just waiting for the day of graduation to show off our skills.
Although I've also finished making it, I still have to say that I hate straight A students. No matter how hard I work, I can't compare to the big boss. It's rotten.
At Student Shen, please don't spread negative energy. The many Forge Masters who were active in the Academy's group chat all expressed their opinions. Wu Mo quickly skimmed through the messages and could not help but click his tongue. Most of the Forge Masters in the group were full of confidence. Some even revealed the grade of the divine weapon that they were going to forge on graduation day in advance. They seemed to have a lot of faith in their work. Wu Mo thought that he was probably the only one among all the Forge Masters in the entire Divine Weapon Academy who had yet to make a move. From this, one could see how mad his predecessor had become at that time. He did not even care about his final year design and only wanted to forge a divine weapon. Nevertheless, Wu Mo was not flustered at this moment. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Although he had fully comprehended the memories left behind by his predecessor, Wu Mo still had not tried forging any equipment. Now that he had an opportunity, he had to give it his all. Putting his phone back into his pocket, Wu Mo began to think about what kind of weapon he would forge. He had lived on Earth before and had never come into contact with any weapons other than kitchen appliances. Now that he was in such a predicament, he did not know what to do. Forget it, I'll go into the forging space and take a look first. Having made up his mind, Wu Mo slowly closed his eyes and focused his mind. The next second, he noticed that all the sounds around him had disappeared without a trace. He quickly opened his eyes and saw nothingness before him. The entire forging space was like an unopened universe with no boundaries. His surroundings were pitch black, and he could not see a single thing. There was only a workbench not far away, which was suspended in midair and emitting a faint majestic light. Here, Wu Mo felt as if he had cut off his connection to the outside world and was engulfed by a stretch of darkness. It was his first time entering a divine-grade forging space, and he was a little nervous. However, he soon adapted to it and promptly walked up to the divine-grade forging workbench. The so-called workbench was an integrated equipment with many components. One could construct blueprints, or directly use materials to forge a divine weapon on it because it had all the functions. Right then, a golden divine weapon forging blueprint was floating on the workbench, waiting for Wu Mo to open it. Is it about to begin? Wu Mo's gaze became firm, and he was ready to start construction according to the first divine weapon forging blueprint that belonged to him. He used his hand to lightly tap on the golden blueprint, and the system's voice reverberated in his mind a second later. Please choose the type of weapon you would like to forge from the following options. Blade type, sword type, long handle type, range type, axe type, hammer type, plus. At the next moment, the golden blueprint suddenly unfolded, and different types of weapons appeared in front of him. The dazzling array of weapons almost blinded Wu Mo's eyes. Looking at the various types of weapons in front of him, Wu Mo hesitated for a moment. Then, his gaze gradually stopped on the hammer-type weapons. He thought that in order to become a powerful forger, he would definitely need a suitable forging tool. Weapons could only be used on the battlefield. Meanwhile, hammers could be used as forging equipment and also for battle purposes. They had the greatest range of use. After all, a divine weapon blueprint was extremely precious. If he went about it in a flashy way, it would be a waste. After making up his mind, the painting in front of him suddenly disappeared and turned into a yellowish, ancient-looking blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the blueprint for the divine weapon, Mjolnir.
This blueprint contains the full forging process and information regarding Mjolnir. Upon careful reading, you will be able to understand how to forge Mjolnir.
Wu Mo approached the workbench and looked at the ancient blueprint on the screen. The dense information on it made his scalp go numb. However, he was surprised to find that as he read, the forging-related knowledge would appear in his mind. It looked like the contents of the blueprint were directly transmitted into his mind. The magical process ended in less than a minute. Then, the blueprint, which lay on the workbench in front of him, instantly became weathered and disappeared without a trace. All the knowledge related to the forging of Thor's hammer, which had been recorded in the blueprint, was carved into Wu Mo's brain. Wu Mo pretty much understood the entire forging process at this point. He accurately discovered that the memories his predecessor left behind in relation to forging actually contained many mistakes. That was probably the reason why he had failed again and again to fulfill his long-cherished wish. The forging of special weapons could be categorized into 3 steps: designing blueprints, forging rudimentary shapes, and tempering as well as strengthening.
The initial design step was completed with materials such as paper, pens, ink, and so on. These special materials could only be purchased within the Forgemaster academies, and the better the materials used, the more crucial the information in the blueprint.
After that, the process of casting the rudimentary shape required the use of a furnace, a mold, and a hammer for forging. The furnace was a core item, and it was also a key piece of equipment that was prohibited from being exported by the country. Only the Forgemaster academies or large clans had it. The quality of each furnace was different, and it could also affect the strength of the rudimentary form that was eventually produced. Molds could be bought from all kinds of shops, and it was not rare for them to be used in the shaping of divine weapons. The hammers used for forging were also not controlled. However, there were very few high-quality hammers, and only large colleges or aristocratic families could get their hands on them. The final tempering and strengthening process was more complicated, and the quality of the tools used tended to be uneven. There were strengthening scrolls, gemstones that added attributes to weapons, and blood blades. Lastly, one needed to increase the sharpness of the tools, which was more crucial. Chapter 4. Growth through failure and backtracking. The design blueprint was the foundation, the rudimentary form was the shape, and the final weapon's final grade was determined through refining and strengthening. Every step was extremely important. A good blacksmith had to master all the knowledge above. If there was one step that he could not master, he could only work in a foundry and become one of its thousands of screws in the future. Therefore, to complete his final year design, he had to first understand the contents of the blueprint and then copy the blueprint of Mjolnir according to the information on it. To do that, he needed paper, a pen, and ink. However, in Wumo's single dormitory, there was only a pile of waste, not even a set of intact casting materials. Thinking of this, Wumo immediately focused his mind and escaped the forging space. In the next moment, his 5 senses returned to him. Wumo slowly opened his eyes and looked at the time on his phone. Before entering the forging space, he had deliberately looked at the time as well. Previously, it was 5:20 p.m., but now, the time on his phone was 5:21 p.m. To be precise, 10 seconds had only passed on his phone, which was exactly the same as the forging space's description of slowing down the flow of time by 100 times. Wu Mo's expression was full of excitement, but he did not forget what he was supposed to do. Standing up from the couch, Wu Mo opened his PayPal account with some anxiety and looked at the balance in it. There was 12,700 yen. The number that appeared on the screen made Wu Mo's heart turn cold with excitement. This bit of money might not be enough for him to buy the paper, pen, and ink for better casting. He was speechless in his heart, but when he thought of the need to hand in the design drawings tomorrow morning, Wu Mo could only resign to his fate. Putting on his coat, Wu Mo opened the door of the single dormitory and hurried downstairs. The sky outside was dark, and the sun had already set to the west. The sunlight had also become gentler. On the way, Wu Mo lowered his head and did not respond to the curious gazes around him. He walked straight to the materials store. The store was hundreds of square meters in size, and its middle-aged boss was sitting by the counter. He looked Wu Mo up and down before he curiously asked, "What would you like to buy, young man?" Wu Mo raised his head and went straight to the point. "How much is the average casting pen here?" He knew the approximate price of these materials. A good casting pen would cost tens of thousands of yuan, but he was still unwilling to give up. Wu Mo did not want to buy the worst one. After all, he was using it to draw the design for Mjolnir. If he used something that was too poor, it would be unworthy of the quality of Thor's hammer. The middle-aged boss frowned. Then, he took out a gilded pen from the shelf at the side. "This one costs 25,000 yen. Do you think it'll work?" Looking at the faint blue light that the casting pen emanated, Wu Mo's expectant expression froze on the spot. "Forget it. I'll just take a beginner set." After listening to him, the boss clicked his tongue. He started to become a little impatient as he lowered his head and searched for a moment. Then, he threw a set of paper, pen, and ink with simple packaging on the counter. "One set for 12,000 yen. Scan the code." After tapping on the glass with the QR code printed on it, the boss turned his gaze back to the currently popular TV series, The Legend of the Mortal Casting. Wu Mo was not affected by the boss's attitude. Once he paid the bill, he took the materials and left the shop. On the way back, he looked at the few hundred yuan left in his PayPal and sighed internally. The most trashy set of materials had exhausted all of his savings. No wonder forging was said to be the most expensive profession in the country. When he returned to his single dormitory, which was dozens of square meters in size, Wu Mo closed his eyes again and impatiently entered the forging space. The surrounding sounds disappeared, and he opened his eyes. At that moment, he realized that there was actually a set of paper, pen, and ink for casting on the workbench in front of him. Let's begin." Wu Mo took a deep breath and spread out the 1 square meter casting paper. He held the gray casting pen in his hand, which did not have any luster on its surface, and lightly dipped it in ink. Then, he began the first drawing session. Wu Mo followed the blueprint memory in his mind and lightly drew the first stroke on the white casting paper. Right then, visible energy enveloped his entire body. In an instant, Wu Mo felt his emotions calm down, and his thoughts started to move much faster. He quickly understood that this had to be due to the workbench's amplification effect. Wu Mo's confidence had greatly increased, so he did not hesitate any longer and started writing. As the ink blots merged, the rudimentary shape of the Thunder God's hammer quickly appeared on the casting paper. Wu Mo then drew a series of mysterious runes on the hammer's handle. The copying process had been perfectly carried out up to 50% at this point. However, just as Wu Mo was about to draw his next stroke, an indiscernible gray light abruptly materialized. In the next second, the entire casting paper erupted with fluctuating energy. Immediately after, countless cracks formed on the paper, turning it into a piece of waste. Looking at the scene before him, Wu Mo was completely rooted to the spot. His heart trembled, and his previously calm emotions disappeared without a trace. Looking at the mess of the casting paper and the cracked tip of the pen, Wu Mo could not figure out what had gone wrong. The drawing of the design has failed. Do you wish to activate the backtrack function? The system's voice rang out in his mind, and Wu Mo's long and narrow eyes lit up. He immediately selected the backtrack function. Ding! Backtrack successful. The host's previous failure was due to the wrong order of drawing, resulting in an imbalance of energy. Please continue working hard. A white light flashed in front of his eyes, and Wu Mo subconsciously covered his peepers. When darkness returned to his surroundings, he was delighted to find that the original damaged paper and pen had been restored to their original state. I refuse to believe that I won't be able to understand a single drawing.
Wu Mo picked up the forging pen again. This time, he was even more careful, and his speed was much slower than before. Every stroke contained 12% of his knowledge. It was not until half an hour later that he was able to draw Mjolnir's outline again. This time, his strokes were even clearer and more organized than the last time. There was even a faint glow on the surface, which showed peak quality. There shouldn't be any mistakes this time, right?
Wu Mo straightened out his train of thought and drew another stroke. The black ink slid across the paper. Nothing unusual happened, and things remained calm. Seeing that he had successfully overcome the previous difficulty, a sense of accomplishment rose in Wu Mo's heart. He had originally wanted to take advantage of this surge of energy to finish his work in one go. But before he could draw another 3 strokes, the same situation happened again. The entire paper was torn into pieces. The surge of energy even knocked over the ink beside him, spilling it all over the ground. Backtrack. Wu Mo did not hesitate at all and immediately chanted in his heart. White light flashed again, and the damaged paper and ink appeared in front of him once more. Chapter 5. Production Success, Pride and Prejudice in the Academy. Ding! Backtrack successful. The previous attempt failed because the host skipped 2 steps, resulting in an imbalance of energy. Please continue to work hard. Hearing the system's backtracking notification, Wu Mo looked at the paper with a conflicted expression. At that moment, he was beginning to doubt his ability in forging. He had clearly memorized the blueprint of the Thunder God's hammer in his mind. Why did he continue to make mistakes? There were only a few hundred strokes, so why were there always errors in the order or flaws? Wu Mo let out a long sigh. Although he knew that the process of drawing the design draft was complicated and the probability of failure was extremely high, he was still struck by the degree of difficulty upon execution. In just a short span of 40 minutes, he had already damaged 2 sets of casting materials. If it were not for the fact that the divine grade forging workbench allowed backtracking, he would not have made any progress. Distracting thoughts arose in his mind, but Wu Mo forced himself to pick up the coin and make his next attempt. When he progressed up to 70%, there was a slight deviation in the outline of the stroke, resulting in another failure. Backtrack. At 55% of progress, there was no distinction between the primary and secondary strokes, which led to an energy imbalance failure. Backtrack again. For the entire night, Wu Mo drew repeatedly between each failure and backtrack, forcing himself to remember the reason for each failure in his heart. He strived to not make mistakes again the next time. The determination in his heart was completely stimulated, and the numerous repetitions had helped Wu Mo's casting ability to improve at the speed of lightning. After dozens or even hundreds of drawings, Wu Mo's hand became as steady as a mountain, and he could move the pen without any deviation. Following his instincts, he sketched out the lines bit by bit. As for the progress of the production, it was difficult to reach 70% in the beginning, but he got to the point where the completion rate exceeded 90% a few times. However, the final step of sketching gave him the most knowledge points, and Wu Mo had also been making many mistakes in the final segment. Nevertheless, every time he made a mistake, Wu Mo would be able to avoid it perfectly the next time he drew. That helped his drawing speed to become increasingly fast, and he was also getting closer and closer to 100% completion. After hundreds of successes and failures, Wu Mo's heart became as calm as the surface of a lake. Even in the face of failure, he no longer wavered. Time passed little by little. In the chaotic forging space, Wu Mo carried out the same process several thousand times. It was not until a golden light appeared that his hand trembled gently as he gripped the casting pen. The casting paper that lay flat on the workbench was releasing a dazzling light. The ink runes on it seemed to be coming to life. The originally colorless Mjolnir was now giving off a metallic luster. The hammer's straight handle had also turned dark yellow as if there was energy flowing within it. Congratulations, host, for successfully copying the blueprint for Mjolnir. As the host has successfully completed a blueprint design for the first time, the host has been rewarded with one random grade weapon forging blueprint. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wu Mo's expression was slightly shocked, and he quickly shook off his feelings of being mystified. Looking at the design blueprint that was emitting a golden light in front of him, a sense of accomplishment suddenly filled his heart. He had actually copied the design blueprint for Thor's hammer. Countless hours of hard work had not been in vain. Looks like my talent in forging isn't weak after all. Wu Mo stretched out his trembling right hand and looked at his ink-stained fingers as he muttered to himself excitedly. With this blueprint, he had the confidence to earn the best score in the Divine Arms Academy's graduation assessment and regain the honor of being a 4-star blacksmith. Putting away the blueprint for Mjolnir, Wu Mo slowly closed his eyes and immediately exited the special space. There was no concept of time in the forging space. Wu Mo felt that he had stayed there for at least a couple dozen hours. He had even gone through the process of retracing time hundreds of times. Opening his eyes, Wu Mo realized that he was indeed holding the design blueprint, which was emitting a faint light. He opened his phone and looked at the time. He realized that only 20 minutes had passed in the real world. Just as I expected, Wu Mo sighed. Soon after, his eyelids felt a little heavy, and a wave of drowsiness overcame him, causing him to subconsciously yawn. It was as if he had stayed up all night, and his entire body felt weak. He had previously assumed that his mental strength would not be exhausted in the forging space. Now, it seemed that the situation was not as he had thought. Sketching the design blueprint was a very draining task. In addition, Wu Mo had repeated the process hundreds of times in one night.
Although the workbench could greatly reduce the user's weariness, Wu Mo had made too many attempts. Even if he returned to the real world, his spirit energy would still be consumed. Dragging his heavy body, Wu Mo returned to the bedroom. He carefully kept his design report in the drawer and set the alarm clock for the next morning on his phone. After he did all that, he could no longer hold on and fell asleep on the bed.
That night, Wu Mo slept soundly. The next day, the alarm clock on his phone rang for a full 2 minutes before he finally got out of bed reluctantly. He habitually pushed the window open, and sunlight shone in, accompanied by a gentle breeze that brushed past his delicate face. Wu Mo felt warm all over. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. The opposite dormitory building was in his line of sight, and he could see many people already preparing to go to class. It seems that even in a parallel world, there's no escape from the status quo. Wu Mo smacked his lips and said somewhat helplessly. Sighing, Wu Mo went to the bathroom to wash up. Subsequently, he placed the brand new design blueprint into his bag, put on his coat, and left the single dormitory. After walking for 5 to 6 minutes in the academy, Wu Mo arrived at his classroom without incident. The special Divine Arms Academy's teaching model was basically the same as on Earth. There were about 30 students in a class, and they were taught by a teacher. Walking into the tiered classroom, Wu Mo quickly found his seat. Sigh, the sun has risen from the west. The genius blacksmith actually came to class today. Wu Mo had just sat down when he heard a whisper behind him. In fact, when he walked into the classroom, the surrounding students revealed surprised expressions. It was as if seeing him in class was a strange thing. However, Wu Mo was unbothered. He was not a person who cared about the opinions of others. In addition, his predecessor had locked himself up at home to borrow money to forge a divine weapon. This behavior was indeed a little strange, so it was not surprising for others to have such an attitude toward him. Today is the day we hand in our final year manuscripts. That guy will definitely come. If he doesn't hand it in, won't he be expelled from school? That's true. But that guy's gone mad. Would he really care about his degree? If I become like that, I might as well just bang my head against the wall and die. My life would be a waste. To forge a divine weapon is simply a fool's dream. A few boys saw Wu Mo sitting down with his head lowered, and they immediately spoke with mocking expressions. In the past few years in the academy, Wu Mo had almost stolen the limelight from all of them, and their teacher had even called him a genius. Now that they were seeing him again, they were all extremely delighted. Chapter 6. Make a plan and return to your peak. The surrounding students were animated as they discussed Wu Mo. But when they saw that he was reading with a straight face and his head lowered, they got tired of talking about him. It was not until 10 minutes later, when the teacher in charge of their class walked in, that the voices of the various blacksmiths gradually disappeared. Sensing that the voices had weakened, Wu Mo immediately raised his head and looked at the door. He immediately noticed the teacher who had arrived. It was Professor Zhou Yan, who had urged the group to hand in their final year designs last night. Professor Zhou Yan rushed into the class with a document bag. Today, she wore a black shirt and jeans, showing off her slender and well-proportioned curves. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, and her hair was slightly curled. Together with her exquisite and charming facial features, she gave off a scholarly temperament. Wu Mo immediately closed his book. The information in the textbook is too general. Even if I memorize all of it, it won't improve my casting ability by much, he said with slight disappointment. Good morning, students. By the way, you should have your final year design drawings prepared, right? Now, please hand in your design drawings, and I'll review them for the Academy's leaders. If everything goes as expected, you'll need to forge the weapons you've designed for the graduation assessment next month. Therefore, in the next month, you will need to focus on practicing the skills that you lack. Professor Zhou Yan opened her document bag and said to everyone with a serious face. The classroom immediately quieted down. After a few seconds, someone stood up and walked toward the professor with the drawing of his design. Wu Mo remained in his seat, looking at the crowded aisle in the middle. He planned to wait until the end before he got up. The students in front of him handed in the design drawings that they had put their blood and sweat into one after another. Meanwhile, Professor Zhou Yan placed them into her document bag one by one. The young blacksmiths returned to their seats with full confidence. However, someone soon discovered that Wu Mo, who was sitting by the window, had not moved at all. Haha, I was right. This guy didn't prepare any design drafts. He's probably completely ruined. He owes several million for refining high-level divine weapons, and his strength has regressed to less than 1 star. I'm afraid he won't be able to produce any decent designs at all. Tisk tisk, it's a pity. He was clearly a talented blacksmith in our group back then. Fate is playing tricks on him. More and more people began to talk about Wu Mo. They seemed to find some sense of superiority over the miserable Wu Mo. They could not help but feel pleased with themselves. Soon, Professor Zhou Yan also noticed that something was wrong. She immediately turned her gaze to Wu Mo. She frowned slightly and could not help but think to herself, Wu Mo, haven't you snapped out of your obsession? Most of the people in class were focused on Wu Mo. They wanted to see how the former genius blacksmith would end up this time. In the face of his classmates' ridicule and the teacher's doubts, Wu Mo sniffed and stood up from his seat with a calm expression. He held the design blueprint that he had prepared beforehand and walked steadily toward the podium. Hey, this guy actually came prepared. Humph, he deliberately didn't hand it over just to make us notice him. He's just a clown. Wu Mo hasn't been to class lately. His strength has plummeted. Under such circumstances, what kind of design blueprint can he draw? In my opinion, it's definitely a regular grade weapon that only the most elementary cultivators would use. Trash. If Wu Mo wants to forge a regular grade weapon in front of the entire school once the graduation assessment begins next month, I'm afraid that he'll bring disgrace to our class. Someone like him should have been expelled from the Divine Arms Academy long ago. But Professor Zhou Yan cares too much for him. When they saw Wu Mo walk toward the podium, the students in the class were immediately shocked. For a moment, they started to discuss among themselves. At the same time, they were curious about what kind of blueprint this fellow, who usually did not attend classes, could produce. Professor Zhou Yan, who was standing on the podium, looked at Wu Mo with a conflicted expression. She felt rather regretful toward this student of hers. With his talent, he could have definitely strived for a 5-star blacksmith title before the graduation assessment. Unfortunately, the other party's thoughts had changed, and he had become silent. Being dominated by the obsession in his heart all day long, he became increasingly depressed. Professor Zhou, this is my final year design blueprint. Please have a look. Wu Mo walked up to the professor and raised his head with a smile as he handed her the rolled-up blueprint. Zhou Yan was slightly stunned. Her hand, which was suspended in midair, froze. She realized that Wu Mo's expression was nonchalant. His eyes were shining as if he had returned to the confident and calm intelligent blacksmith from before. Even the smile on his face was calm. It did not look anything like the stubborn and gloomy Wu Mo from before. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Professor, are you not feeling well? Wu Mo raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously. Oh, no, I just didn't have a good rest yesterday. Zhou Yan gave him a random excuse and immediately accepted the design draft. She slowly unfolded it and took a look. However, Zhou Yan was a professor in the field of forging after all. With just a glance, she could tell that many parts of the blueprint did not make sense. The shape of the hammer was completely different from a sharp weapon. Even if such a tool was forged, it would likely not be of much use. She shook her head, closed the design draft, and put it directly into her document bag. After looking at the design draft, Zhou Yan felt that her previous assumption had been completely groundless. If Wu Mo was really back to the way he was, he would definitely not design such a thing. In her heart, she stopped thinking about guiding him. The current Wu Mo was too paranoid, and no matter what she said, it would be useless. Wu Mo, you should be more down to earth. Don't keep thinking about innovation, and don't just aim high but forget about the original practicality of weapons. Now that your studies are coming to an end, you should first ensure that you can graduate successfully and find a stable job before you consider pursuing your dreams. Otherwise, you'll ruin yourself. Zhou Yan did not want to see Wu Mo being held back in the end, so she still gave him some advice. However, she did not say that last sentence. Ultimately, Wu Mo was already under pressure from the rest of the class, hence there was no need for her to put him down. Wu Mo stood straight on the spot. Once Professor Zhou Yan finished speaking, he nodded and seriously said, "I understand, Professor Zhou. Thank you for telling me so much." After Wu Mo finished speaking, he got ready to turn around and leave. He knew that Professor Zhou Yan was very good to him, but he did not intend to explain anything. At the end of the day, the drawing was his first draft of Mjolnir. It was a divine-grade instrument. Even if he said everything out loud, the others would probably think that he was crazy. Instead of wasting his breath, it was better to take action. When the time came for the graduation assessment, he would make everyone shut their mouths. Chapter 7. Materials worth millions. Even though he had fallen into such a state in the past few months, Professor Zhou Yan never gave up on him. Despite his skills not being as good as before, he remained stubborn and stopped attending class for a long time. Professor Zhou would often call him to ask about his current situation. Over the past few years in the academy, Professor Zhou Yan had always taken care of him. If it were not for her, Wu Mo would have been stripped of his 4-star blacksmith status long ago. He might even have been expelled from the academy. Wu Mo knew that Professor Zhou Ya must have been under a lot of pressure in the academy because of him. Don't worry, Professor Zhou. I'll definitely return to my peak within this month. Returning to his seat, Wu Mo thought to himself. Now that he had the help of the divine grade forging space, he would definitely be able to achieve a high level as long as he used it properly. Alright, next, you guys need to review the content of the strengthening segment. In 20 minutes, a professor will let you witness actual combat. Meanwhile, I'll send your documents for review. Once that's completed, each of your designs will be registered with copyright. After Zhou Yan left them with those words, she carried her document bag and walked out the door. The voices that had disappeared filled every corner of the classroom once again following the professor's departure. Wu Mo selectively filtered out the unbeneficial conversations, then lowered his head and began to make plans for the future. A month later, he would be required to produce Mjolnir on the spot. That meant he needed to master the 2 major steps of rough casting, as well as tempering and strengthening, in a short period of time. He also needed to gather all the necessary materials to make a divine artifact. Even though it was extremely difficult, Wu Mo's determination in forging the Thunder God's hammer. He was doing it not only because forging a divine weapon was his predecessor's last wish, but also because he understood in his heart that a hammer with a strong texture was the foundation to become a great blacksmith. If one wanted to do a good job, one needed to sharpen his weapon. Wu Mo understood that very well. To create a divine weapon, one could use the divine grade forging space and forging workbench to execute the rough casting and tempering steps. However, the materials were a difficult task for the current Wu Mo. If he could not gather all the materials, he would not be able to use the workbench to improve his forging skills. Therefore, he needed to focus on the materials this month. Thinking of this, Wu Mo focused his mind and tried to check through the system for the materials needed to forge Mjolnir. The system sensed his thoughts and immediately provided him with the results at the next second. The materials for forging Mjolnir are as follows: Blessed Mithril X10, Violet Thunder Origin Stone X1, Legendary Essence X1, Clear Cyan Mound Stone X1, Centennial Serpentine Wood X5. You require 170,000 points to redeem them. Hearing the system's notification, Wu Mo's face darkened, and he felt like crying. Out of the 5 materials listed by the system, only 2 had been mentioned before. The cost was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Wu Mo made a rough estimate. Even a kilogram of ordinary mithril usually cost more than 200,000 yen, and those with the blessed prefix could not even be found in his entire academy. As for the legendary essence, it was so rare that only large-scale chambers of commerce had it in stock. Moreover, it could be sold at crazy premium prices. It was an extremely popular material and sold for at least 3 million yen in auctions. After all, in order to forge a legendary weapon, legendary essence was indispensable to the weapon's soul. As for the origin stone and the centennial serpentine wood, Wu Mo had never heard of them, but he did not have to think to know that they would cost at least 1 million yen. Therefore, Wu Mo only made a rough estimate. If he wanted to obtain all the materials for Thor's hammer, it would definitely cost him over 6 million yen. At that moment, Wu Mo somewhat understood how his predecessor could owe 2 million yen just from forging weapons. A high-level divine weapon was simply a bottomless pit that burned money. Right now, he was also facing the predicament of not being able to afford the materials, so he needed even more funds. Moreover, he did not even have the opportunity to borrow money. He was already in debt, and he had been blacklisted by those institutions that lent money a long time ago. If it had not been for his identity as a blacksmith, those moneylenders would have already come looking for him. This is going to be difficult. Wu Mo looked at the table that had many marks carved on it and gradually fell into deep thought. If he wanted to forge a divine artifact, he had to get a huge sum of 7 million yen within a month. Sadly, he was so poor that he only had around 600 yen left. There was no way at all. Just as Wu Mo was about to get lost in his thoughts, a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If he wanted to earn money while he studied, a part-time job should be a good option. After all, back when Wu Mo was studying on Earth, he had earned most of his tuition fees from a summer job. Due to his hard-working character, he had never relied on anyone else ever since he became an adult. Furthermore, he was now a blacksmith. With his current status, earning money should not be too difficult. Wu Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that he could put this idea into action. After all, the courses in the Blacksmith Academy were not compulsory. There were also many students from average families who would look for opportunities to take part-time jobs. The most suitable part-time job for a blacksmith was one that entailed a trip to the major chambers of commerce to take orders for building equipment. However, the job required a higher level of individual skills. Generally, a blacksmith with skills below 2 stars would not be able to accept any job. Thinking of that, Wu Mo immediately stood up from his seat. He picked up his coat and walked out of the classroom. That was his personality. Once he had a good idea, he would quickly get into action. Since he was about to graduate, there was no point in cramming everything at the last minute. Instead of observing the professor's combat class, he might as well go out and find a job. He would be able to learn more. When the surrounding students saw Wu Mo leave the classroom without any hesitation, they were all astonished. This fellow doesn't even attend classes. This is simply too outrageous. He still dares to skip classes now. When the time comes for the graduation assessment, we'll teach him a lesson. The crowd expressed their disdain for Wu Mo's actions of skipping classes. How could a blacksmith who did not have any desire to learn combat forge a powerful weapon? Be that as it may, since the academy did not force students to attend classes, they could do nothing but verbally condemn him. On the other side, Wu Mo produced his Divine Arms Academy identification card and successfully exited the academy's gates. Looking at the stream of people coming and going, he directly walked toward the Chamber of Commerce located near the academy. The Divine Arms Academy was located at the center of the city. Its surroundings were well equipped with facilities, and there were even 2 large-scale chambers of commerce in the city. Small shops lined up on either side of the street, so even though it was only 8 a.m., it was still extremely lively. Wu Mo chose to go to one of the 2 large chambers of commerce, Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion not only sold weapons with spirit energy, but it also had all kinds of armor and props. It also held auctions on a regular basis, and it was famous. That was also the reason why Wu Mo chose it. Wu Mo glanced at the plaque hanging on the door. There were 3 large words written on it in calligraphy. They spelled, Treasure Pavilion. The place was bustling with people. The decorations inside consisted of carved beams and painted pillars, which displayed a magnificent scene. Wu Mo composed himself and immediately walked in. Chapter 8. Visit Treasure Pavilion and receive a design order worth 350,000 yen. Wu Mo drew a curtain aside and walked into Treasure Pavilion. Immediately, many gazes gathered around him. However, when the people noticed that Wu Mo was wearing a blacksmith's robe, their curious gazes immediately became respectful. Under the country's rarest job class, not only did blacksmiths have a strict evaluation system, but they also had their own exclusive clothing. At that moment, Wu Mo was wearing a dark blue blacksmith robe. The robe was made of soft silk that clung to the skin. Its overall design was gorgeous and elegant. There was also a golden embroidered pattern on his chest. It depicted a long sword that emanated a cold air as it was inserted into the ground. That was the Divine Arms Academy's logo. On top of the image, there were 4 stars that gave off a silver luster. They represented the identity of a 4-star blacksmith. Wu Mo had 6 sets of similar clothes in his dormitory. Furthermore, they were divided into winter and summer. That was enough to prove the importance the country placed on blacksmiths. It was also the only way for ordinary people to identify a blacksmith. When they discovered that the guest who had entered was a young 4-star blacksmith, the surrounding people subconsciously took a few steps back, afraid that they would bump into the other party. Their gazes toward Wu Mo also became respectful, gentle, and even adoring. However, the preferential treatment of a 4-star blacksmith in society was far more than that. When the staff of Treasure Pavilion saw Wu Mo, they immediately walked over with quick steps and respectfully said, "Sir, welcome to Treasure Pavilion. Is there anything I can help you with?" The person who spoke to Wu Mo was a woman in a cheongsam. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Her skin was fair and extremely supple. Her waist was slim, and her voice was like a silver bell. It was melodious and pleasant to the ear. Her name was Yu Qing, and she was one of the receptionists in Treasure Pavilion. Thanks to her beautiful appearance and elegant temperament, she was arranged to only receive high-status guests such as blacksmiths and cultivators. Wu Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately answered in a deep voice, "I would like to take on the orders. I wonder if there are any suitable ones in Treasure Pavilion." Upon hearing that, Yu Qing smiled. "Don't worry. There are all kinds of orders in Treasure Pavilion. There will definitely be some suitable ones for you. Let me show you around." The two of them walked forth in succession, and soon, Wu Mo arrived at the reception hall. He found a lot of information about the orders on a screen embedded in the wall. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Treasure Pavilion was indeed a large-scale chamber of commerce. There were all kinds of orders. "Sir, our Treasure Pavilion has a variety of orders. For example, the OEM1 orders are for us to prepare the blueprints. The blacksmiths are responsible for casting the blueprints into rough shapes. There are also strengthening orders. For those, the blacksmiths are responsible for refining and strengthening the weapons that have already been roughly shaped. These two orders do not require high qualifications. A 2-star blacksmith can complete them alone." Once Yu Qing was done speaking, she immediately looked at Wu Mo. She wanted to see how interested this blacksmith was in the two orders. After Wu Mo heard the introduction, he frowned slightly. He was not very satisfied. He had seen the payment of many orders earlier. The payment for the strengthening types and the contract processing types were not too high. Most of the rare orders were only worth thousands of dollars. He immediately asked, "Are there any others? The ones with higher payment?" Hearing Wu Mo's words, the smile on Yu Qing's face became even brighter. "I believe that with your strength, you definitely won't be interested in these two types of orders. Actually, there is another design type order in our Treasure Pavilion," she immediately explained. "The design type orders call for you, the blacksmith, to forge complete equipment according to the customer's requirements. However, all the materials needed for the drawing, casting, and strengthening processes will be provided by the customer. As long as the blacksmith can forge a finished product that meets the criteria within the required period of time, it will be fine." Once she spoke up to this point, the corner of Yu Qing's mouth curled into a seductive arc as she softly said, "Moreover, the design orders usually pay a lot. It's at least 100,000 yen or more. I wonder if you are interested in this." In Yu Qing's opinion, for Wu Mo to be able to obtain the job title of a 4-star blacksmith at such a young age, his ability had to be extraordinary. He might actually be able to complete the design order. In the order hall, Wu Mo raised his head and looked at the order that popped up on the big screen. His heart was a little restless. From Wu Mo's point of view, there was nothing more suitable for his current situation than a design order. As long as he completed one, he would be able to handle his urgent situation. Thinking of that, he immediately nodded his head and agreed. Seeing that Wu Mo had given an answer, Yu Qing happily brought Wu Mo to a room not far away. Generally speaking, a blacksmith who could undertake design would at least be 3 stars in strength. Naturally, Treasure Pavilion had built a special reception room because they did not want to neglect their hospitality. Wu Mo walked into the reception room, and the door was gently closed, immediately isolating all sounds from the outside. The decoration in the room was luxurious. There were many famous calligraphy paintings mounted on the walls, and the wool carpet under his feet felt soft. Gentle music permeated the room, and the air was filled with a natural floral fragrance. Yu Qing led Wu Mo to the couch. Then, she took out 7 or 8 design sheets and placed them in front of Wu Mo. "Sir, please have a look and see if there is anything suitable for you." Wu Mo glanced at the yard outside the window, which offered a pleasant view. Subsequently, he focused his attention on the order. Most of the equipment requests on the order were weapons or defensive equipment, and the requirements were rare or even higher. Wu Mo looked at it for a moment, and a special order immediately attracted his attention. Design and production order. Investor. Jia Wei, Guangli Trading Company, investor requirement. Create equipment that can reduce the weight of materials. Type of equipment is not limited. Pay. 350,000 yen. Treasure Pavilion evaluation. Relatively difficult. To accept it, you need to have the qualifications of a 4-star blacksmith. Looking at the contents of the order, Wu Mo was a little curious. However, what attracted him the most was the payment. As long as he could design something that met the requirements, he would be able to obtain 350,000 yen. That was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him. I think this isn't bad. I should be able to meet the requirements and accept it. After making up his mind, Wu Mo handed the order to the receptionist and spoke with a firm expression. Yu Qing stood up and took the order. She took a cursory glance at it, and her expression became a little awkward. Sir, I don't recommend that you take this listing. Yu Qing contemplated for a moment but eventually told him the situation. Why? Don't tell me I'm not qualified. Wu Mo tapped his hand on the table rhythmically as he asked with a frown. Oh, no, I don't have any intention of doubting your strength. It's just that this is the most expensive design order in the recent batch, so it has attracted many blacksmiths to take it. Several 4-star blacksmiths have accepted it, and they have already begun to work on it. If you accept it now, not only will you fall behind in your progress, but the reward for the order might also go to other blacksmiths first. Therefore, the risk of this design order is too high. It's better if. As a high-level receptionist, Yu Qing's words were tactful and clear, allowing Wu Mo to quickly understand the whole story. Even so, Wu Mo still intended to accept it, because he already had a brilliant idea in his mind. Chapter 9. Forging an interspatial ring. It's alright, I know what I'm doing. Okay, since you insist, I'll register it for you. Seeing Wu Mo's determined look, Yu Qing could only sigh in her heart. She hoped that the young blacksmith before her really had the ability to match his temperament. Thus, she stopped dissuading him and immediately helped him with registration. I'll have to trouble you to take care of this, sir. This is the phone number of the person in charge of our treasure pavilion. If you need any materials, you can call us directly. We'll send someone to deliver them to you. But sir, you need to be careful. There are only 24 hours left until the deadline for the design order. You need to bring the finished product to Treasure Pavilion before noon tomorrow. Wu Mo nodded. Understood. Then, he turned around and walked out the door. I'll send you off. Yu Qing went forward and pushed the door open. Then, she led Wu Mo all the way to Treasure Pavilion's entrance. Sir, please take care. Treasure Pavilion will always welcome you. Wu Mo waved his hand and quickly left the place. Yu Qing stood at the door and watched as the young blacksmith's figure got farther and farther away. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Even an amateur like her could tell how difficult it was to craft rare-grade equipment in one night. She could only pray in her heart that the young blacksmith would really succeed and that he did not come to Treasure Pavilion to get the materials for free. As Wu Mo walked on the road, he continued to think about the design order. In his opinion, the order was not difficult at all. The limited time of 24 hours could be extended by 100 times in the forging space. It was not difficult. After he bought some cooking ingredients from the roadside, Wu Mo jogged all the way back to the academy. Once back, he threw the vegetables and meat he had bought into the kitchen. Then, he immediately closed his eyes and entered the forging space. The feedback in the real world was disconnected with a single cut. When Wu Mo opened his eyes again, there was only chaos left in his surroundings. Although he had not obtained the materials yet, entering the forging space could greatly slow down the flow of time. It was equivalent to a few hundred more hours per day for Wu Mo. While he had no form of entertainment because he could only bring casting materials into the forging space, his mind was much more active when he stood beside the workbench. Therefore, Wu Mo formed the habit of entering the forging space whenever he was free. It was equivalent to prolonging his life. Looking at the 2-meter-long workbench, Wu Mo gently placed his palm on it. In the next moment, his concentration and thinking speed increased by a lot, as though he had entered another state of consciousness. The goal is to help the user reduce the pressure of carrying a large number of materials. In that case, expanding space is one of the best solutions. Wu Mo's expression was unfocused, and he had started to brainstorm in his mind. A backpack with the wind attribute, a pair of boots that can increase speed, these probably won't solve the root of the problem. As he mulled over it, Wu Mo suddenly remembered a web novel he had read a while ago. An interspatial ring. Isn't it a common prop in many novels? It will solve the demand perfectly. The independent space within the ring can contain any material. It has to be very suitable for those merchants who sell goods everywhere. Wu Mo muttered to himself in his heart, but there was a burst of light in his eyes. System. What materials are needed for a good quality interspatial ring? Wu Mo immediately asked in excitement after he figured out the answer. Screening complete. A rare-grade interspatial ring has an additional 50 cubic meters of space. The materials required are as follows: Cosmos Stone X1, Mithril X2, Medium-grade Origin Stone X1, Moonlight Dust X1. Upon hearing the system's analysis, Wu Mo promptly memorized it in his mind. Following a short deduction, he realized that there was nothing more suitable than an interspatial ring, so he immediately exited the forging space. At the same time, he dialed the number left by the receptionist. "Hello, I am a blacksmith who took an order from Treasure Pavilion. I need the following materials." "Yes, sir. According to the rules, Treasure Pavilion will prepare 3 sets of materials. If your attempt fails, the order will be void and both parties will not owe each other anything." Wu Mo sat on the couch and smiled. "No problem." After he hung up, Wu Mo could not help but sigh in his heart. Blacksmiths were too beloved. Even if their work failed, they did not need to pay a single cent. No wonder the others in the academy were so keen to take up part-time jobs. It was simply not a losing business. However, if one wanted to do this, one had to be at least 2 stars in strength. If one wanted to use high-grade materials to practice, one had to be at least 4 stars in strength. The threshold was definitely not low. In the entire Divine Arms Academy, there were only around 60 blacksmiths who managed to reach 4 stars before graduation. The mainstays were basically from 1 to 2 stars, and 3-star blacksmiths were considered top students. In addition, there were many blacksmiths with powerful family backgrounds who had no interest in working part-time at Treasure Pavilion. Hence, there were not many people in the academy who could enjoy Treasure Pavilion's VIP treatment. After about 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door of his single dormitory. Wu Mo got up and opened the door. A young man in uniform appeared outside with a box of materials in his arms. "Are you Mr. Wu, whose phone number is 13XX? I'm the delivery man from Treasure Pavilion. These are the materials that you've requested." Wu Mo nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." The young delivery man waved his hand repeatedly and spoke nervously. "It's an honor to deliver materials to you, Mr. Blacksmith. Please sign for them." Wu Mo took the pen and signed his name on the delivery list. Then, the delivery man quickly thanked him and left the dormitory building. Looking at the box full of materials, the corners of Wu Mo's mouth curled up into a triumphant smile. Treasure Pavilion had sent over 3 sets of the materials he needed. They set this rule because most blacksmiths would make a few mistakes in forging rare-grade equipment. However, Wu Mo had a forging space. With the ability to rewind, he only needed 1 set of materials. He could directly put the remaining 2 sets of materials to proper use. He could even forge 2 more rings to sell. Nevertheless, Wu Mo did not plan on revealing his trump card just for a few 100,000 yuan. He planned to collect the materials first and then make stronger equipment for himself. It was because there was an old saying in the Divine Arms Academy. Ordinary trash was waste, rare was expensive, and the best quality trash was epic. A weapon could only be considered powerful if it was of epic quality. Although these students had never seen a piece of high-quality equipment before, that did not stop them from accepting the statement as truth. Wu Mo made himself a decent breakfast to celebrate his great bargain. After he ate breakfast, he opened the delivery box and counted the materials. There were not only 3 sets of materials used for casting but also 3 sets of high-quality casting paper and pencil sets. The value of the materials themselves had already exceeded several 100,000 yuan. If the forging profession had not required a good reputation, Wu Mo would have tried to take on a few more orders and get the best deal from Treasure Pavilion. Once he was done with that, Wu Mo brought 1 set of forging materials along and calmed his mind as he entered the forging space. He was prepared to forge the interspatial ring in one go. Chapter 10, 100 Refinements to Steel. When Wu Mo opened his eyes again, and there was only a shining workbench in front of him, he placed the materials aside and spread the casting paper in front of him. The casting paper provided by Treasure Pavilion was obviously better than the one he had used before. The texture was much thicker, and there was also a hint of coolness coming from the casting pen. It all made Wu Mo a little uncomfortable. Let's begin. After unscrewing the ink's cover, Wu Mo immediately went to work. Quite a lot of knowledge was required for an interspatial ring. Although it was less difficult than Mjolnir, with the inlaying of gemstones and the construction of a spatial array, it was still an enigma to Wu Mo, who did not have a blueprint. Nevertheless, because he had a very solid foundation in forging, Wu Mo quickly finished the first stroke. Then, he entered a state of full concentration. Casting was the only thing in his eyes. However, that state did not last long. He soon came across his first failure. Ding! Backtrack successful. The previous failure was due to a problem with the host's outline. Please continue to work hard. A hint of confusion flashed across Wu Mo's eyes. However, he quickly recovered and continued to draw, gathering all the knowledge and abilities in his mind into the ink on the tip of his pen. He did not know how many failures he would experience on the road ahead, but what he could do was take every step possible so that he would not feel the slightest bit of regret each time he drew. Even if he failed, it would not matter. The continuous retracing allowed him to become more familiar with the interspatial ring structure, and he slowly appeared more confident. His every move was steady and calm, without the slightest hint of uncertainty.
He was not inexperienced in casting at all. He was like an old artisan who had gone through many hardships. There was no concept of time in the forging space. After he repeated the process for an unknown amount of time, the casting paper in front of him finally erupted with dazzling brilliance. The interspatial ring outlined on the paper also seemed to have some kind of enchantment, turning into a flowing light.
Did it work? Wu Mo smiled slightly. Joy spread in his heart, but he did not stop working because of it. Putting aside the pen and ink that could still be used, Wu Mo took the casting paper and went up to the furnace on the workbench's right. The calm expression on Wu Mo's face remained as he looked at the rising flames in the furnace. He did not hesitate to throw the materials into the furnace. Then, he gently pulled the bellows, allowing the high temperature to swallow the materials instantly. The mithril turned into a pool of liquid, and the energy in the origin stone was successfully extracted. Wu Mo controlled the two streams of energy so that they could slowly fuse. However, the moment the silver liquid came into contact with the origin stone's energy, a small explosion occurred inside the furnace. The materials within turned into a pile of black ash, which was automatically expelled from the furnace. Wu Mo did not waste a second and immediately backtracked. At the same time, he understood the error that the system pointed out and immediately began his next casting attempt. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. There was still half an hour left until the design order deadline. In Treasure Pavilion's backyard garden, a middle-aged man wearing a purple suit walked in with two white horses. The middle-aged man was the person in charge of Guangli Trading Company, Jia Wei. He was the one who had delivered the design order to Treasure Pavilion. The receptionist immediately brought two 4-star blacksmiths over. They had been waiting for a moment, and they were prepared to deliver his order according to the procedures. Aside from Jia Wei, the investor, and the two 4-star blacksmiths, there were also two old men who were responsible for being guarantors. Based on Treasure Pavilion's rules, once the two blacksmiths delivered the goods for inspection and the investor confirmed it, no matter what happened in the future, Treasure Pavilion could not be held accountable. In addition to stamping on the order, the two guarantors also needed to appraise the equipment to prevent both sides from raising any objections and taking advantage of loopholes. I'm going to West Moon City in 2 hours. I wonder if the various blacksmiths of Treasure Pavilion will be able to surprise me this time. Jia Wei glanced at the two carriages of goods behind him and spoke with a smile. The two old men with gray hair sat under the sun and waited silently. The receptionist promptly said, "Since time is almost up, how about we let these two blacksmiths bring out their products for Mr. Jia?" Hearing the receptionist's suggestion, the two 4-star blacksmiths immediately nodded in agreement. They were both geniuses of the Divine Arms Academy, and time was precious. It would be better if they could save some time and attend class. Jia Wei also nodded in agreement right away. He had not been able to sleep well for the past 2 days. He had been thinking about what kind of equipment he could buy, and his heart had constantly been uneasy. Now that he could see the equipment in advance, he was not going to refuse. In that case, I'll start first. The two blacksmiths looked at each other, and the blacksmith with slightly curly hair stepped forth and immediately took out the equipment he had forged. Then, he proudly introduced the equipment to the people around him. "I've developed a piece of rare-grade equipment, the Wind Spirit Belt. Please have a look at it." The two old men with gray hair carefully took the dark gray belt. The moment they touched it, they felt a gust of wind sweep across their bodies, and their entire being became light. "The Wind Spirit Belt I've forged is enchanted with an intermediate wind magic array. It can reduce the wearer's weight and greatly increase their walking speed. Boss, you just need to use it for a short moment to feel its effects. If an equipment of this level were to be put on auction, the price would be at least 500,000 yen. Furthermore, there are very few equipment with the same effect on the market. Even if it was kept, it would definitely not be bad." The blacksmith with curly hair was a Class 2 student of the Divine Arms Academy. His name was Han Cheng. He had been promoted to a 4-star blacksmith half a year ago and had quite a reputation in the academy. At this moment, the two old men who had vouched for him examined the belt and discovered that the energy emitted by the belt had indeed reached a rare standard. They immediately handed it over to Jia Wei.
The two old men looked at the blacksmith with admiration. For the other party to be able to forge such a piece of equipment with such constant energy before he was even 20, that was enough to show that the standard of his forging was definitely not low.
After Jia Wei obtained the belt, he put it on and used it. He immediately felt like he was being enveloped by the wind. His weight was supposed to be around 80 kilograms, but now, he felt as if his entire body was floating. He estimated that he did not even weigh 50 kilograms. The effects of this Wind Spirit Belt is truly not bad. I really didn't expect this item to come from your hands. You're a genius, young man. Jia Wei stroked his beard and said with a smile. Han Cheng enjoyed the admiring looks of the people around him, but he appeared humble on the surface. No, I still have a lot to learn in the field of forging. As long as the equipment is satisfactory to you, it will be fine. Jia Wei nodded. He really admired such a capable and down-to-earth young man. However, the deal was not over yet. He immediately turned his attention to the other blacksmith. Even though the wind spirit belt's effects were undeniably good, something still seemed to be missing. Chapter 11. Space Folding Magic Array. Jia Wei's gaze landed on the other blacksmith, his expression filled with anticipation. The other forger immediately stepped forward. He held a light green backpack in his hand, and the surface of the backpack emanated a faint glow. It was also a rare-grade equipment. Jia Wei's eyes lit up, and he anxiously asked, "What effects does this equipment have?" Han Cheng, the forgemaster standing next to him, noticed that the young man from the academy was still keeping Jia Wei in suspense. "Jing Yuan, don't waste his time. Hurry up and explain," he urged immediately. The other forgemaster was called Jing Yuan, and he was also one of the geniuses of the Divine Arms Academy. However, his mastery was different from Han Cheng's, and it was impossible to compare who was stronger. Jing Yuan stopped showing off when he noticed it. "The equipment I forged is called the light feather backpack. The back of it is embedded with the feathers of the green crane's wings," he said in an indifferent tone. "It can lighten the user's load and increase the speed of his movement by a medium amount. Moreover, I've also added a space folding magic array into the backpack, so my light feather backpack can hold more materials than you can see on the surface." Jing Yuan had a confident expression on his face. He took the backpack and walked directly to the horse carriage at the side. Then, he opened the backpack and filled it with the cloth materials on the horse carriage. He ended up loading half of the materials on the horse carriage into it. After seeing the effects of the light feather backpack, the two gray-haired elders who had vouched for him immediately showed a surprised expression. In the field of casting, spatial arrays were the most difficult to cast. They required extremely strong knowledge of casting, and even many five-star forgemasters were not able to fully grasp it. Yet, the forgemaster in front of them, who was not even 20 years old, was able to achieve such a feat. He had almost tripled the space inside the backpack. Han Cheng, who was standing at the side, had an ugly expression on his face. He had thought that he could easily win with his wind spirit belt, but when he saw Jing Yuan's backpack, he immediately realized that he was going to lose this time. Not only did Jing Yuan's backpack have all the functions of the belt, it also had a space-folding magic array. He was completely crushed. If not for the fact that he could not forfeit before the transaction ended, he would have found a hole to hide in right now. They were both 4-star blacksmiths, but the difference between the two was clear even to laymen. Worse still was the effect of Jing Yuan's demonstration, which had been too shocking. It had attracted many customers, who were visiting Treasure Pavilion to buy things. By then, there were already more than a dozen people standing around, causing Han Cheng's face to burn painfully. **Mnet, that backpack doesn't look too big, but it can actually hold so many things. Amazing. Forging is indeed a profession that turns the rotten into the magical. I wonder how much it will cost for such a good backpack. Mr. Jia is really generous." At that moment, many customers were drawn to Treasure Pavilion's courtyard, especially when they saw so many items being stuffed into the backpack. Everyone was shocked. Jia Wei, who had traveled extensively and gained a lot of experience, was extremely excited too. As a businessman, he knew better than anyone else how much convenience the light feather backpack could bring him. Jia Wei originally thought that the wind spirit belt was pretty good, but he was a little dissatisfied. He only found the effect to be normal. There was nothing amazing about the belt, and paying 350,000 yen for it was not worth it. When he saw the light feather backpack, though, the depression in his heart was immediately swept away. If he could actually buy the light feather backpack for 350,000 yen, it would be a great deal. Jing Yuan swept his gaze across the crowd. When he saw the shocked expressions on the faces of everyone around him, the corner of his mouth instantly formed a proud smile. Among the 4-star blacksmiths, he believed that his skills had already reached the peak. The fact that he could easily defeat Han Cheng with his product was the strongest evidence. I believe that everyone can clearly see the effects of the light feather backpack. However, regarding its quality, I would like to request the two older blacksmiths to appraise it. Jing Yuan's lips curled up, and he threw the light feather backpack to the two elders standing at the side. When they saw that, one of the appraisers immediately took 2 steps forward and caught it. Then, he began to carefully inspect it. A moment later, the two appraisers, who were over 60 years old, revealed astonished expressions. They had used their spirit energy to examine the product and found that the energy within the light feather backpack was extremely stable. Moreover, the space folding array was not disturbed in the slightest. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the appraisers would not have believed that such a skilled piece of work had actually been produced by such a young blacksmith. The energy within the light feather backpack is balanced and the array is stable. It is indeed a rare-grade equipment. Mr. Jia, please try it yourself. The appraiser handed the backpack to Jia Wei. The latter accepted it excitedly and immediately carried it on his back. At the next moment, he felt his entire body become lighter, and his spirit was lifted. The effects of the light feather backpack were far beyond his imagination. It could even reduce his body weight by 80%. Even though there was a large amount of supplies in the backpack, Jia Wei could not feel the weight. It was as if he was carrying a baby. Good, as expected of a genius from the Divine Arms Academy. I'm very satisfied with the effects of this equipment. Jia Wei was so excited that even his beard was shaking. He was highly satisfied and felt that it was very worthwhile to buy this equipment for 350,000 yen. Standing opposite him, Jing Yuan could not help but look down on the investor when he saw how excited he was. The man had only used 80% of the item's capabilities, yet it had made this group of people look at him in a new light. Thinking of that, he immediately took a step forward and proudly said, "Since that is your opinion, please make your choice, Mr. Jia. This light feather backpack of mine is the best solution. No other rare-grade equipment can achieve such an effect. So, Mr. Jia, you don't have to compare it with other plans. You can hand the forging fee over to me now." Jing Yuan's words led many of the surrounding spectators to exclaim in admiration. As expected of a genius blacksmith from the Divine Arms Academy, he's truly ambitious. It's normal for skilled people to be arrogant. I'm really envious. It would be great if I had a son who knew how to forge. The discussions of the surrounding people continued, causing Han Cheng, who was standing at the side, to turn red from embarrassment. He felt that his luck was simply too bad. To think that he would encounter a genius like Jing Yuan, whose strength had entered the realm of top 10 in the academy. If it had been another 4-star blacksmith, he would not have lost. Seeing this, the staff of Treasure Pavilion quickly walked over to Jia Wei to inquire about the investor's intentions. Chapter 12. Better Plan. Mr. Jia, the light feather backpack has passed the appraisal. What do you think about it? Jia Wei pondered for a moment before he raised his head and said, I heard that there's another forgemaster who has accepted this design order, right? The receptionist immediately opened the information book in her hand and explained, Yes, Mr. Jia. Yesterday, a 4-star blacksmith accepted your design order. His name is Wu Mo, and he's also a student of the Divine Arms Academy. As soon as the receptionist said that, many customers who were about to leave immediately turned around and walked back in. They usually did not see rare-grade equipment more than once a month. Once there was an opportunity, they naturally did not want to miss it. There are more blacksmiths. It seems that the reward for this mission is huge. It actually attracted several 4-star blacksmiths to fight over it. Nonsense. The cost of such a challenging custom-made order is at least 100,000 yen. The cost for those that require additional effects will only be higher. However, I think that a backpack that can hold half a carriage's worth of goods is already impressive enough. Even if another blacksmith comes, it will be very difficult to top that. The surrounding spectators were all energized. Although they were not incredibly familiar with the field of forging, most of them were eager to become blacksmiths. They would often discuss it for hours without getting tired. As for Jing Yuan and Han Cheng, when they heard that another blacksmith had accepted the mission, they appeared slightly shocked. One should know that when more blacksmiths accepted the same custom order, the probability of success would become lower. They could not think of anyone in the Divine Arms Academy who, after learning that 2 blacksmiths had accepted the mission, would actually dare to accept it too. That was how confident they were in their own abilities. But when they heard the name, Wu Mo, the shocked expression on their faces became strange. If it were another blacksmith, they might not be familiar with him. But Wu Mo's reputation in the academy was not inferior to the top 10 prodigies. Most of the students in the academy had more or less heard of Wu Mo's name. The other party had become a 4-star blacksmith just 2 years after entering the academy. Back then, he was even more dazzling than many descendants of aristocratic families. However, if that had merely been the case, Wu Mo's reputation would definitely not have reached the stage where everyone knew about him. Wu Mo became well known because he had only obtained an excellent score of 7 points in his combat test. He had become infamous in a single battle, turning into a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Many students had placed him at the center of their discussions. As for his flashy operation of borrowing money to go home and forge a divine weapon, that was something they would also discuss later. However, it made Wu Mo completely notorious in the Divine Arms Academy. Other classes knew of Wu Mo's name too. Unfortunately, his reputation was a negative one. Jing Yuan did not think that the final blacksmith would actually be Wu Mo. He did not want to waste his time on such a person, so he directly said, if the final blacksmith on the list is Wu Mo, I don't think everyone needs to wait any longer. Wu Mo's 4-star blacksmith title is simply a name without substance. With his current strength that isn't even at 1 star, I'm afraid that he can't forge rare-grade equipment. Jing Yuan's words shocked many people around him. Han Cheng, who had been feeling a little ashamed, stepped forward and added, "That's not all. The guy called Wu Mo hasn't attended class for several months. I'm afraid he won't be able to graduate. I think that guy is taking advantage of you because you don't know his character. He came to Treasure Pavilion just to get materials. I'm afraid you don't know that he's several million yuan in debt. A person like that isn't reliable. I don't think that guy will come this time." Han Cheng spared no effort to say all those things. The embarrassment on his face was replaced by a mocking smile. Although his skills were slightly weaker than Jing Yuan's, compared to that guy named Wu Mo, he was much better. Since he could not get the design order this time, he might as well do Jing Yuan a favor and allow him to complete the transaction faster. After he spoke, the surrounding onlookers became extremely disappointed. They had planned to see another rare-grade equipment, but when they heard that the blacksmith was such a scumbag, they left without looking back. Only 7 or 8 people gathered together, lamenting that people's hearts were not what they used to be. There were liars even among the blacksmiths. Jing Yuan glanced at Han Cheng in courtyard, feeling quite satisfied. "Mr. Jia, this matter is not up to me alone. Wu Mo's reputation has been tarnished for a long time. It'll just be a waste of time if you wait." The receptionist at the side was suddenly in a difficult position. She was about to ask Jia Wei for his opinion again when Jia Wei opened his mouth. "Hee, as businessmen, we value credibility the most. Although you've raised a very reasonable argument, because the other party has already accepted the assignment, we still have to fulfill the contract. Since time isn't up yet, let's wait a little longer. I don't need to be suspicious. I still understand the principle of utilizing people without suspicion." Jia Wei stroked his beard and said with a smile. He was indeed satisfied to be able to obtain the light feather backpack, but as a businessman, he definitely could not break the contract so easily. Hence, he still insisted on waiting for the last blacksmith. Hearing the other party's words, Jing Yuan's face immediately stiffened. "Old fool, the rules are dead, but people are alive. You clearly know that he won't be here, yet you insist on wasting your time. You're too stubborn." Jing Yuan grumbled in his heart, but on the surface, he did not make a move. After all, according to the rules, the transaction had not come to an end. The money was in the other party's hands, so it was not good for him to shed all pretense of cordiality. He could only stand there and wait. Han Cheng pursed his lips. He was also a little unhappy with the old man's words, but with his reputation in mind, he had no choice but to calm down and wait as well. The receptionist looked at the main entrance from time to time, but after a few minutes, the last blacksmith was still nowhere in sight. The deadline for the delivery of the design order was almost up. The few people who were watching the show outside could not stand it any longer, and they were ready to leave. "Sigh, let's go. I think it's just as the 2 master blacksmiths said. That person called Wu Mo won't be coming at all. I have no respect for such a person. Isn't he wasting everyone's time? He's truly a piece of trash among the blacksmiths. Don't leave. I still want to see how much that backpack's going to be sold for. If it's affordable, I want to place an order and give it a try too. T*mn. A design order like that would cost at least 100,000 yen. You can try it if you want. May I ask who you are?" The people around began to talk amongst themselves, and the 2 blacksmiths became increasingly impatient. "There are still 2 minutes left. Let's see if I'm right. That guy won't come." Han Cheng put the wind spirit belt into his backpack and sneered. Jing Yuan narrowed his eyes and yawned. Then, he spoke in an indifferent tone. "Looks like we can end this transaction and make plans now, right?" Chapter 13. The Late Wu Mo. Seeing this, Jia Wei sighed and immediately took out a few colorful banknotes. "Hold on, they aren't the only ones who accepted the design order." Just as Jia Wei was about to pay, someone suddenly opened the courtyard's main gate. A young man wearing a gray zipper walked in covered in dust. He was the one who had spoken. A few of Treasure Pavilion's customers were standing in the periphery to watch the show, and they were the first to see him. They looked at the travel-worn and plain-dressed young man with astonishment. They felt that he did not look like a blacksmith but more like a laborer at the dock. Upon hearing the voice, Jing Yuan and Han Cheng immediately turned their heads. When they realized that it was really Wu Mo, their expressions changed slightly. Based on their understanding of Wu Mo, he was not as strong as before. It was impossible for him to forge an equipment that met the requirements, so Wu Mo should not have had the audacity to come. However, Wu Mo was already in front of them, and he seemed very confident. That made Jing Yuan feel a little dazed. It was as if the person before him was not the useless Wu Mo, but the genius who had shown with confidence back then. How's this possible? Han Cheng looked at the plainly dressed Wu Mo in surprise. He could not help but clench his fists. 5 minutes ago, he had confidently told everyone that it was impossible for Wu Mo to come, But not long after, the latter actually arrived. It was a slap to his face. Both of them had some animosity toward Wu Mo at that moment, but the receptionist, who was standing nearby, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was the receptionist who had assisted Wu Mo the other day, Yu Qing. She had been nervous due to Jing Yuan's words earlier. As a 4-star blacksmith, he would definitely not slander others so easily. Therefore, it was likely that Wu Mo's situation was as Jing Yuan had described. However, Treasure Pavilion had clear rules. If a blacksmith accepted an order from a receptionist and disappeared after receiving the materials, the receptionist would have to bear a lot of responsibility and might even be fired. Therefore, Yu Qing was worried that Wu Mo would disappear and she would end up being cheated. After all, she was in charge of Mr. Jia's order. So, Yu Qing's heart almost turned cold when she heard what the two 4-star blacksmiths, Jing Yuan and Han Cheng, said. Fortunately, Wu Mo was there now, and the worst-case scenario did not happen. "I'm sorry, but I arrived a little late because of something urgent," Wu Mo said a little embarrassedly after he walked up to several of them. Jia Wei scrutinized Wu Mo from head to toe, and his heart could not help but thump. The young man had been so anxious that he did not even wear his exclusive blacksmith clothing. It was likely that the equipment he had forged would also be crude. Hence, he did not have high hopes for Wu Mo at all. He only wanted to quickly finish the process so that he could leave. However, the receptionist, Yu Qing, felt that Wu Mo had some skill. Only she knew that the latter had a short 24 hours to work after accepting the mission. Unless a blacksmith had fairly good skills, it would be very difficult to forge something. As a high-level receptionist in Treasure Pavilion, she had seen blacksmiths bring a big lump of iron to complete their transactions several times. Most of them had not been able to make it in the given time, so it was tough for them to finish the processing. "I didn't expect you to actually come. What a surprise." Jing Yuan turned his head to look at Wu Mo. He subconsciously took a step back, afraid that Wu Mo would dirty his blacksmith clothes. Han Cheng was still brooding while standing nearby. "You didn't even bring a bag. You didn't come empty-handed, did you?" he asked sarcastically. "Hurry up and bring it out so that everyone can see what kind of equipment you've made." As soon as Han Cheng spoke, the onlookers immediately turned their attention to Wu Mo. Even the two appraisers beside them looked at Wu Mo. "No problem." Wu Mo did not waste any time. He reached into his coat pocket and took out the equipment that he had put his blood and sweat into, the silvery gray interspatial ring. Unfortunately, because he had been in a hurry, he did not have time to polish it. As such, it looked a little ugly. "Ha! What is that thing?" The onlookers were dumbfounded. Some of them could not even see what was in Wu Mo's palm. "*mn, that thing's too small, does it really work?" Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but even Jing Yuan, who had been well prepared, did not expect Wu Mo to take out a dusty ring. Moreover, it did not have any luster at all. It was probably not even comparable to an ordinary ring. He could not help but snicker. Han Cheng started to laugh, no longer bothering to conceal his true feelings. "Haha, I was wondering what kind of divine weapon it was. Turns out, it's just a silver ring? That's it, no way. Is someone really using an ordinary ornament to fool an investor?" As soon as Han Cheng said that, the few businessmen who were concerned about their Iamga burst into laughter. Even the children who had gone to school could tell that such a thing could not compare to the wind spirit belt and light feather backpack. It was a crushing defeat. "It appears that I've been too optimistic." Yu Qing could not help but sigh when she saw Wu Mo present a gray ring. She had thought that her eye was good enough for her to not be fooled by such people. Another receptionist would have seen through him and would not have ended up in this situation. Everyone laughed continuously. After all, the act of taking out a silver ring for a design order was too common. To them, the blacksmith named Wu Mo was also a talent, at least in terms of humor. Wu Mo stood straight on the spot. The ear-piercing laughter around him only made him bored. Seeing that the surrounding people could not see how effective his ring was, he immediately put it on and got ready to demonstrate its effects with his actions. Sigh. It looks like there was no need to wait for more than 10 minutes. After he laid eyes on the silver ring, Jia Wei could not help but sigh in his heart. The blacksmith had made such an item and had not taken his needs seriously at all. Since the blacksmith did not respect him, there was no need for him to waste any more time. Thinking of that, he immediately said, "I've already decided. I'll be taking the light feather backpack for this order." Jia Wei had already decided in his heart, so he promptly announced the result of his choice. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Wu Mo gently wave his hand at the carriage in front of him. While he felt a little puzzled, he heard a whoosh the next moment, and the goods on the two carriages instantly disappeared on the spot. Even the wooden bearings on the wagons were gone. Chapter 14. Everyone is shocked, powerful interspatial ring. Two white horses were left standing on the spot. eating leaves with a satisfied look on their faces. After he saw what happened, the person in charge of wide profits trading, Jia Wei, was instantly stunned. The surrounding laughter abruptly stopped as well. The necks of those who were watching the show seemed to be stuck, and their eyes were wide open. It was quiet, the place was dead silent. Even the two appraisers with gray hair, who had appraised the epic equipment, were rooted to the spot. They were unable to speak for a long time. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. They did not know what had happened. They only saw Wu Mo, who was described as trash, put on his silver ring and wave at the carriage. Then, the two carriages carrying half a ton of goods disappeared completely. It was as if they had never been there before. If not for the remaining two white horses, the people would have thought that they were hallucinating. Did the two carriages disappear? A businessman, who sold cloth and satin, asked with difficulty among the crowd. A full 7 to 8 seconds had passed by then. Only then did everyone react. Many people were shocked, and they gasped, breathing in cold air. They could not calm down for a long time. The appraiser with sparse eyebrows swallowed hard. After he calmed his mind, he hesitantly said, "May I ask, Mr. Blacksmith, does this ring of yours use a space-folding magic array?" Everyone immediately switched their gazes to Wu Mo following the question. Right then, they were eager to understand what just transpired. What kind of abilities did that seemingly unremarkable ring have? Wu Mo was slightly startled. He did not think that there would be someone who knew about space creation magic there. Nevertheless, he immediately nodded and said, "That's right." Once he received Wu Mo's feedback, the appraiser appeared even more excited. He had devoted most of his life to the appraisal industry, but up until now, he had only seen a total of 3 equipment with space creation magic. The prices of such pieces of equipment were all shocking, and their grades were all on the epic level. After living for over 60 years, this was his first time seeing a ring that actually possessed the ability to create spatial formations. Compared with the first 3 pieces of equipment he had seen in half his life, the ring's portability alone was enough to instantly obliterate all of them. The smaller the size of the equipment, the more difficult it would be to create spatial formations. Unless the person was a 7-star blacksmith or above, he would not dare to take such a risk. However, Wu Mo was only a 4-star blacksmith, yet he had such an ability. How could the appraiser not be excited? Yu Qing, who was standing at the side, had also recovered from her shock. She could not help but exclaim, "How is this a light tool? It's simply magic." Even an outsider like her, who had no experience in casting, understood what a ring that could hold 2 carriages meant. It was sufficient to prove that Wu Mo's forging skills were definitely above Han Chang or even Jing Yuan's. Furthermore, it was on a monstrous level. With that said, Jia Wei was the most excited among the group of people. He had originally thought that the light feather backpack was enough to surprise him, but the ring that Wu Mo brought shattered the way he viewed the world. It almost made his heart boil. The wind spirit belt could only increase speed, while the light feather backpack only had expanded capacity. However, before the ring that Wu Mo had forged, they were not even qualified to carry shoes. Jia Wei could predict that with the magical ring, the scale of his business would definitely double in the future. A ring that could open up space was equivalent to saving travel expenses and time. Moreover, when the time came, he did not even need to hire security personnel. He could just find a convoy to head to the next city. On top of that, he would save on the cost of storing the goods. It was a godly item to him, plain and simple. Why would he need a carriage anymore with this item in his possession? As he imagined it, Jia Wei felt his heart beating faster and faster. He took 3 steps and then another 2 before he was in front of Wu Mo. Then, he grabbed the young man's hand and questioned him excitedly. "Sir, what is this equipment that you forged?" Wu Mo took off the ring and nonchalantly said, "Currently, it's not available on the market, but I've named it the Interspatial Ring." Interspatial Ring. Jia Wei found the name very appropriate, so he continued asking with urgency. "So, this interspatial ring can be used to load and unload goods at will?" Wu Mo smiled and shook his head. He snapped his fingers lightly, and at the next second, white light flashed around them. Then, the 2 carriages reappeared under the shade of the trees without the slightest damage. With the exception of living things or an embed of other spatial equipment, everything else can be stored inside. In addition, the space within goes up to 50 cubic meters. I can also guarantee that the things stored inside will not decay for 10 years. Wu Mo explained the effects of the interspatial ring in detail. Immediately, the expression of the people around him changed to one of shock. Even Jing Yuan, who had forced himself to remain calm earlier, widened his eyes at that moment. He found it hard to imagine how a 4-star blacksmith could forge such an advanced equipment. Forget a student like him, even teachers and professors could not do it. One should know that the storage space of 50 cubic meters was already ridiculous, and the 10-year shelf life within was a direct deviation from the basic principles of forging. It was an impossible item to forge. As it dawned on him, Jing Yuan's face turned pale. He did not want to believe that he would actually lose to a piece of trash, a person who only had scored 7 points in the strength test. Next to him, Han Cheng was also dispirited as if he was on the verge of collapse. Wu Mo's ring had dealt a huge blow to them. They were sure that the two of them would never be able to forge such outstanding equipment in their entire lives. Their silence was greater than the death of their hearts. In contrast to the miserable duo, the investor, Jia Wei, was grinning from ear to ear. Mr. Blacksmith, the interspatial ring you forged has great commercial value. When I, Jia Wei, rise above like a phoenix, I will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest in my family. I will not forget you for 100 years. Jia Wei grew increasingly excited as he spoke. Being someone in the business industry, he could already foresee that this interspatial ring would become the origin of his fortune. He took out his pen without hesitation and was prepared to sign. But right then, a piercing voice interrupted his plan. Wait. Jia Wei's hand trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked up and saw the people who had been watching the show rush over. As a businessman, he immediately noticed the clues, and his face became distorted. A middle-aged man in red shorts quickly ran over with an excited expression. Then, he said to Wu Mo, Mr. Blacksmith, wait a moment. Can you sell me this item? I'm willing to pay you 100,000 yen more than the original order. Chapter 15. Cooperation. Wu Mo was a little surprised. He did not expect his casual demonstration to attract the attention of others.
When the middle-aged man in red noticed that Wu Mo was unmoved, he thought that the blacksmith was not satisfied with his offer. He raised the price again and said, if you're not satisfied, I can add another 50,000 yen on top of that. Everything's negotiable.
Seeing the situation, the other customers immediately reacted. They had already expected the interspatial ring to be incredibly effective. If they could buy it, they would definitely earn a huge amount of money in the future. The people who had been watching the show immediately moved forward. All of them started to bid enthusiastically, wanting to keep the interspatial ring for themselves. I'll raise it by 200,000 yen. Mr. Blacksmith, sell it to me. I'll place a bid of 800,000 yen. All of you, get out of my way. I'm the owner of the brocade silk shop. I'll bid 900,000 yen. Several large merchants were fighting over the ring. Seeing that the ring he yearned for was about to be snatched away, Jia Wei disregarded his manners and shouted at the receptionist beside him, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and maintain order. Yu Qing immediately reacted and took out her phone to call Treasure Pavilion's store manager. After a short while, the store manager rushed out with 3 strong security guards and pulled away the merchants who were bidding. Mr. Blacksmith, please give it some consideration, it's easy to negotiate the price. Even though the merchants were pulled away, they still spoke eagerly, unwilling to give up. Jia Wei, on the other hand, looked at Wu Mo. He was afraid that Wu Mo would sell the ring to someone else. Hello, Mr. Wu. I am the store manager of Treasure Pavilion. My name is Gao Yu. I look forward to serving you. A young man dressed in silk soon appeared before Wu Mo. He had long hair and spoke with a humble expression. Wu Mo nodded. The two of them greeted each other. Respected blacksmith, according to the rules of Treasure Pavilion, the highest bidder will obtain the goods. You don't need to feel pressured. As long as you request it, I will definitely take care of relevant matters for you. Gao Yu maintained a sincere smile on his face as he spoke to Wu Mo. He was trying to say that Wu Mo could buy and sell whatever he wanted without any responsibility. He would take care of the order. In his eyes, while Guangli Trading Company's owner, Jia Wei, was one of Treasure Pavilion's rare customers, compared with a 4-star blacksmith, he was slightly weaker and able to operate. Yu Qing looked at the store manager in surprise as she stood next to him. The store manager held the highest position in Treasure Pavilion, and she did not expect him to treat Wu Mo with such respect. It made her extremely nervous. The surrounding people all focused their gazes on Wu Mo. The 2 blacksmiths beside him were like air at that moment. They did not have the slightest sense of presence. Wu Mo played with the ring in his hand and softly replied, "Thank you for taking care of me, store manager. Ultimately, I feel that cooperation should still be based on honesty. Since I have already accepted Mr. Jia's order, I can't go back on my word at the last minute. Please pass this ring to Mr. Jia for me." As Wu Mo spoke, he immediately passed the ring to the store manager, Gao Yu. The latter held the ring carefully and handed it to the 2 appraisers who were standing nearby, looking at it anxiously. The moment they touched the interspatial ring, the eyes of the 2 blacksmiths lit up. It was the first time in their decades of work that they were so eager to appraise a piece of equipment. After sensing the energy from the silver ring, the 2 appraisers felt a tingling sensation at the back of their heads. The energy within the ring was as stable as calm river water without the slightest ripple. There was no problem whatsoever with the interspatial array that had been cast within. It was practically a work completed by a 7-star blacksmith. The ring was flawless. This is my first time seeing such a unique piece of equipment in my 40 years of work. It's truly an eye-opener. After appraising it, I discovered that this interspatial ring's energy is stable and its effects are outstanding. In fact, it doesn't even look like a rare grade item. The appraiser still seemed to worked up, and he could not stop praising the interspatial ring. Once the appraisal results were out, the store manager took the interspatial ring and finally handed it over to Jia Wei. The latter was extremely excited. He held the ring as if he had found a priceless treasure, and his emotions were all over the place. He sighed endlessly in his heart. The commission this time was simply beyond his expectations. Moreover, he was amazed by the blacksmith who had forged the ring. Not only was the blacksmith very capable, but he was also a highly trustworthy person. At first, Jia Wei thought that the ring would disappear without a trace, but unexpectedly, Wu Mo still gave him the ring in the end. Such great ups and downs had made him a little absent-minded. For a moment, he did not know what to do. "Mr. Jia, are you satisfied with this ring? If it's possible, please sign the order form." Yu Qing took the order form and walked to Jia Wei's side, reminding him. "Oh, it's good, it's good. I am very satisfied. However, I cannot let Mr. Wu Mo suffer a loss. Since those spectators have offered a price of 900,000 yen, I will adjust the amount on the order form to 1 million yen, he quickly said with a serious expression. Jia Wei was an upright merchant, so he was not willing to take advantage of him. Yu Qing revealed a pleasantly surprised look on her face. She immediately edited the order and adjusted the price to 1 million yen. Jia Wei also signed his name without hesitation. Seeing this, Wu Mo raised his brows slightly. He felt that Jia Wei's character was not bad. He immediately walked forward and spoke to him with a smile. "Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Jia. Your business mind is a pleasant surprise." Jia Wei carefully put the ring on his finger and cupped his hands over Wu Mo's as he said, No, sir, you managed to forge such a spirit-filled equipment. You are truly smart." After he said that, Jia Wei immediately took out a bank check and handed it to Wu Mo. He was so respectful toward Wu Mo because the ring was of great use to him. The blacksmith was comparable to a noble who had changed his life. Conversely, Wu Mo was not good at complimenting others. He changed the subject and stated his purpose directly. "I came to see you, Mr. Jia. In fact, I want to work with you on something related to the interspatial ring." Wu Mo's voice was as calm as a clear spring in the mountains. Meanwhile, Jia Wei's entire body trembled when he heard him. It did not take long for him to seriously say, "Sir, please feel free to speak." The store manager standing at the side frowned slightly as if something had occurred to him. Wu Mo nodded and promptly said, "I think we can work together at least once. I'll provide you with the blueprint for the interspatial ring. Mr. Jia, you can use your own resources to mass produce and promote the ring. In the future, for every interspatial ring sold, I'll take 70% of the profit. What do you think?" As soon as Wu Mo said that, the expression of Treasure Pavilion store manager changed. However, the one with the most intense reaction was Jia Wei. Chapter 16, Becoming a Special Consultant. After he heard that, he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. He had traveled far and wide and seen many things as a businessman. He possessed his own unique vision and adept thinking. Therefore, when he heard Wu Mo's words clearly, the emotions that had gradually calmed down in his heart were immediately stirred again. With the interspatial ring's effects, if he were to find an organization to mass produce it in the future and conduct an auction, he would surely be able to sell the ring at a high price of more than 2 million yen. As for Wu Mo, it was reasonable for a blacksmith to take 70% of the profits. Excluding the materials and labor prices, he could earn at least 300,000 yen for each of them. He just needed to sell 10 of them to earn a profit of 3 million yen, which was equivalent to a month's income for his profit-making business. It was a business that was guaranteed to make a profit. After some consideration, Jia Wei agreed. "Mr. Wu, I agree with your idea to collaborate. I promise you that you will receive the first sales fee within 3 months. You can count on me for everything." Wu Mo immediately smiled and extended his hand, the two of them reaching an agreement. The manager of Treasure Pavilion, Gao Yu, looked at Jia Wei with envy. In his opinion, Jia Wei would undeniably earn millions of dollars in a year if he worked with this blacksmith. His reputation and connections would definitely grow later on. It was a pity because if it had been left to Treasure Pavilion, they would be able to do better. He could only sigh silently as he watched the blacksmith and Jia Wei sign the agreement. Soon, Jia Wei left with the documents in his carriage as Wu Mo waved goodbye to him. By then, aside from Wu Mo, only the store manager and the receptionist, Yu Qing, were left in the courtyard. Han Chang and Jing Yuan had disappeared long ago. The security guards had also escorted the merchants who had been watching the show away. The courtyard was suddenly much emptier. Ah, Mr. Wu, you signed a contract with Jia Wei. I suppose the blueprints used for the casting haven't been patented yet, right? I think you should register your intellectual property just to be safe. Gao Yu kept quiet for a few seconds before he spoke in a timely manner. Wu Mo nodded. The interspatial ring that he had cast was unique. If he could register it as a patent, others would not be able to cast the same equipment in the future without his approval. That way, Jia Wei's mass production plan would be unimpeded. In that case, can I complete the trademark registration for my blueprints in Treasure Pavilion? Don't worry. We will definitely help you take care of the matter. As long as you sign the relevant papers, everything will be ready. Gao Yu lowered his head and said humbly. Yu Qing, who was standing next to them, covered her mouth with her hands. Her face was filled with astonishment. This blacksmith had earned 1 million yen in one day, and his status had risen to a level that she could do nothing but look up to. It was simply inconceivable. When she first received Wu Mo, Yu Qing had already sensed that he was not an ordinary person, and his status would eventually rise. But the strength that he displayed so far exceeded her imagination. Even Treasure Pavilion's manager had to treat him with respect. Seeing Wu Mo follow the manager for his trademark registration, Yu Qing gradually calmed down. The blacksmith named Wu Mo had already displayed such formidable strength on his first day of working with Treasure Pavilion. She believed that he would probably become even stronger in the future. He was so formidable that most people had to admire him. On the other side, Gao Yu brought Wu Mo out of the courtyard and walked toward the trademark registration office under Treasure Pavilion. Mr. Wu, was that your first design order from Treasure Pavilion? Looking at the extremely young face beside him, Gao Yu felt a little nervous, but he still tried his best to strike up a conversation. In his opinion, the blacksmith was no doubt a potentially worthwhile investment. Even the appraisers with extremely high standards had sung his praises, so he had to seize the opportunity at this critical moment. I guess so. I haven't been too busy recently, so I wanted to get some practice. Wu Mo inserted the 1 million yen check into his pocket and responded expressionlessly. If there's another opportunity in the future, I hope that you can work more with Treasure Pavilion again. An outstanding blacksmith like you is an extremely rare existence in the whole of Shanglin City. Gao Yu had a gentle smile on his face as he spoke earnestly. Mr. Gao, you must be joking. Treasure Pavilion branch stores are spread throughout the entire continent, and there are over 1,000 chains. How could you care about a basic 4-star blacksmith like me when your net of influence is so wide? A bright light flashed across Wu Mo's face as he replied in jest. I'm not joking. Gao Yu immediately waved his hand, looking a little embarrassed. Our Treasure Pavilion is only one of the branches. In fact, we don't have any power in Shanglin City. After that short explanation, he fell silent. Wu Mo slowly stopped and curiously looked at the store manager before him. The man was only in his early 30s. Actually, I've said so much just to invite you, to be Treasure Pavilion's special consultant. Are you interested? Gao Yu raised his head and helplessly asked a moment later. He had initially wanted to exchange a few more pleasantries with the blacksmith, Wu Mo, but unexpectedly, the young man was not playing along.
His plan was disrupted, and his mind was a little frazzled. He almost did not know what to say next.
What are the benefits of being a special consultant? Wu Mo asked. When Gao Yu noticed that the blacksmith was actually a little curious, he immediately perked up and spoke nonstop. If you're willing to be Treasure Pavilion's special consultant, you will receive a platinum VIP card that is limited to our Chamber of Commerce. The VIP card not only allows you to enter and exit the VIP room at will, but it will also allow you to customize rare materials in advance and purchase precious materials at a very low discount price. Once Gao Yu finished speaking, he looked at Wu Mo with a face full of anticipation. He was hoping to get a definite answer from the other party. That's it. Wu Mo rubbed his chin and wore a smile that was hard to read. Also, as a specially invited consultant, you'll receive a salary of 300,000 yen every month. Gao Yu gritted his teeth and quoted the highest price possible. Their surroundings gradually quieted down, and Wu Mo frowned slightly as he gave it some thought. There was no actual work content for a special consultant, so he did not need to pay anything for it. Since that was the case, it would not affect him if he became a consultant. Taking that into consideration, Wu Mo immediately said, "That sounds good. Let's proceed then." Gao Yu's face immediately revealed a happy smile following Wu Mo's reply. He subconsciously quickened his pace and quickly processed the trademark registration information in the affiliate store. Next, he added Wu Mo as a special consultant on Treasure Pavilion's bulletin board. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon by the time everything was done. Wu Mo left Treasure Pavilion as the store manager bade him farewell, and he returned to the academy. Chapter 17. Life improved, points earned for debut. It feels good to be rich. Wu Mo stood at his single dorm's entrance and looked at the boxes of daily necessities that had been delivered. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Mr. Blacksmith, please sign the delivery slip." The suntanned delivery man handed over the delivery slip with both hands and spoke respectfully. Wu Mo picked up a pen and signed his name on it. Then, he moved the supplies into his dormitory. Looking at the daily necessities and food piled up in the corner, he felt much more fulfilled. This way, I won't have to suffer from the cafeteria lady's oily and salty food anymore. After complaining, Wu Mo stored the vegetables in the refrigerator and sat down on the couch. Looking at the 990,000 yen on his phone, he immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Enter the forging space. Everything was ready, and Wu Mo noticed that it was still early, so he closed his eyes and concentrated on meditating. In the next second, his senses were cut off, and his surroundings turned pitch black. Looking at the pile of excess materials on the workbench, Wu Mo sighed. Although he seemed rich, it was only on the surface. It would take him at least another 20 days to repay the debt of more than 2 million yen. Once he graduated from the Divine Arms Academy, he would be without support, and those moneylenders would come collecting. Therefore, the peace he currently had was temporary. Furthermore, he still needed to forge Mjolnir before he graduated. Just finding the materials was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Sigh. Let's take it one step at a time. Wu Mo sighed and turned his gaze to the workbench. The reason why he wanted to enter the forging space this time was to use the remaining materials to forge a ring for himself. It would be much more convenient no matter what he did in the future. He did not want to hold everything in his hands every time he bought materials. Not to mention, some metals were too heavy. Unless he was a cultivator, he could not move them at all. Throwing aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Wu Mo picked up a coin and began to copy the interspatial ring's design. Thanks to his first experience, he only failed twice before he finished the design this time.
The whole process took less than half an hour. As the process of casting the rough shape was a little complicated, Wu Mo wanted to rely on the redo function to fully understand all aspects. Hence, he deliberately made mistakes at the end of each fusion until he had mastered every point. Only then did he pull the rough form out of the furnace. Picking up the ordinary iron hammer, Wu Mo hammered the red cast with all his might.
He only chose to rest for a short while after he repeated the process thousands of times. The rough surface of the ring was only a dozen centimeters long and 3 fingers wide. After several thousand times of forging, its surface became extremely smooth, and its silver glow became even purer. As for the final strengthening process, Wu Mo carried it out carefully. First, he needed to embed the Cosmos Stone on the ring, then stabilize the array formation within, before finally quenching it again. Next, he sprinkled the moonlight dust on the red-hot ring to stabilize the energy within. He also went through this process more than 10 times. His goal was to increase his physical strength. Moreover, because he had enough time now, the final interspatial ring was even better than the one he had made for Mr. Jia. Looking at the ring that emitted a light blue glow, Wu Mo picked it up and examined it meticulously for a moment. System, appraise this ring, Wu Mo thought to himself. The system instantly replied. Ding, equipment complete. Its attributes are as follows. Equipment type, accessory. Name, perfect interspatial ring. Grade, rare. System score, 24 points. Equipment effects. 1. Possesses 50 cubic meters of independent space. Item stored will not decay for 20 years. 2. Increases the wearer's spirit energy by a small margin. Plus. Wu Mo revealed a satisfied smile after he saw the system's appraisal. If he remembered correctly, when he first forged the interspatial ring, the system had only given him a score of 21 points, and it only had one effect. The slight changes were enough to prove that all the time and effort he put in earlier had paid off. Wu Mo felt that his current skills should be comparable to that of some 5-star blacksmiths. It was just that he had not gone through a systematic test yet. Thus, he was not too sure how much he had grown over the past few days. As Wu Mo gradually relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over his mind. That was when he realized he had stayed in the forging space for a very long time. After he put the interspatial ring on his finger, Wu Mo promptly closed his eyes and exited the forging space. The moment he felt his bodily sense, he opened his eyes and looked at the time on his phone. He realized that only 10 minutes had passed in reality. Following a slight conversion, he realized that to create the perfect ring, he had stayed in the forging space for 11 hours. If not for the fact that the forging workbench could greatly increase his concentration, Wu Mo did not think that he would have been able to last that long. Wu Mo started to feel drowsy, so he got up and walked toward his bedroom. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard the system's voice again. The system has completed its calculations of the host's influence points. The interspatial ring forged by the host has generated quite a bit of influence in Treasure Pavilion. The host has earned a total of 184 points. However, Wu Mo did not hear the system's report at all. His consciousness faded, and he quickly fell asleep. Perhaps he had been too tired lately because Wu Mo slept from 1:45 p.m. to 10 p.m. Before he slept, the sun was still shining brightly. When he opened his eyes, it was pitch black outside his window. After fumbling around and turning on the lights, Wu Mo entered the bathroom to wash his face. Then, he cooked himself a delicacy that only existed on Earth out of the fresh vegetables and meat with alfalfa. Wu Mo looked at his phone once he was done with his meal. There were still people chatting enthusiastically in the class group chat. Ding, system notification. The host currently has 184 points. Would you like to exchange them for materials? Just as he was about to browse through the latest news, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Right then, Wu Mo vaguely remembered that the system had said something before he went to sleep in the afternoon. However, he had been too sleepy at that time and unable to understand it. He thought to himself and summoned the system's interface. Then, he flipped through the recent notifications. True enough, he found that he had received points. I didn't expect to shock so many people and only receive such few points. This doesn't make sense. Wu Mo wanted to grumble further in his heart, but he still opened the material store page to see how many blue star coins a point was worth. The material store had a variety of things, from the most basic wood to rare ores and metals. There were also all kinds of animal materials, such as claws, feathers, horns, and so on. For a moment, Wu Mo did not know where to look. Chapter 18. Discussion Group. The school bell discovers that Wu Mo has changed. There were all kinds of materials on the first level of the store, and there were also various rarities on the second level. Out of curiosity, Wu Mo opened the legendary materials column. When he saw those materials shine with a pink light, he immediately appeared extremely interesting. Refined bluestone, a material that only existed at the bottom of a glacier crack, required 10,000 points. Legendary essences, a necessary item for forging legendary or even higher grade equipment, required 15,000 points. The core of a spirit vein, a place where extremely dense spirit energy could be born, required 20,000 points. Even within the system, there were only 2 rows and 12 types of legendary grade materials. As for the real world, there would definitely be more materials, but those items would not be circulated in society at all. They were objects that could not be measured by the blue star currency. Nevertheless, Wu Mo was not without gain. At the very least, he had a clear understanding of the ratio between the system points and the blue star currency. It was about 1 to 200. 184 points were only equivalent to 36,000 yuan. It was not a pleasant surprise at all. However, only a few dozen people had seen the interspatial ring at this point. In the future, there would be many opportunities to show off in front of others. Closing the system page, Wu Mo stood up and looked out the window. Although his current self had not been able to improve his predecessor's condition, he believed that after a period of time, he would definitely be able to amaze everyone. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his predecessor's long-cherished wish of a few years, he would make a breakthrough at the same time. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Wu Mo had only slept for 3 hours last night. As for the rest of the time, he had done some physical training in his dormitory besides entering the forging space to consolidate his knowledge. After he ate breakfast and waited for the alarm to ring, he put on his clothes and went to class. He could not always skip classes. Yesterday, he had sneaked away one more time because of the ring. However, last night, Professor Zhou Yan made it clear in the group chat that all students needed to be present the next day. He was not brave enough to skip the professor's class. A few minutes later, he arrived at the classroom. There were still 7 to 8 minutes before class started, but more than half of the students had arrived in the tiered classroom. Wu Mo walked into the classroom and went straight to his seat. The students around him were already used to it. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Professor Zhou Yan arrived at the class on time with her lesson plan. The chit-chat came to an abrupt end, and everyone sat in their seats with straight faces. "Hello, students. Everyone, please quiet down. We are starting our class." Professor Zhou Yan glanced at the students, and her gaze froze on Wu Mo. But she immediately returned to her senses and began to explain the lesson for the day. Wu Mo lowered his head and looked at the textbook. In reality, his thoughts had drifted away. He planned on going to Treasure Pavilion again today. He wanted to pay off his entire debt in one go. He did not notice any gazes from Zhou Yan and the person behind him. A girl of his age was sitting behind him. The girl had long black hair that fell over her shoulders. Her skin was fair, and she had a standard oval face. She also had a pair of clear and beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, her nose was straight, and her lips were slightly curved. She looked very cute. The girl who was observing Wu Mo secretly was called Zhang Mengyao. She was known as the Divine Arms Academy's belle. She was also a Dower Star blacksmith. Alright, now it's time for a group discussion. I hope that you can humbly learn from each other. Before the graduation assessment, you can share your experience in forging. Of course, you can also exchange your graduation designs. Learn each other's strengths and make up for your weaknesses. Try to display 120% of your strength when the time comes, Professor Zhou Yan seriously said right after she put down the control pen for the projector. In a few minutes, the 30 students in the class were divided into 10 discussion groups, and they had an exchange. The young students did not dare to offend Professor Zhou Yan, so all of them were incredibly cooperative. Wu Mo was not let off the hook either. The young man in front of him and the young woman behind him were assigned to his group. The girl was Zhang Mengyao, who had shown concern for him previously. Unfortunately, Wu Mo did not know about it. Under the professor's supervision, he was the first to break the silence. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Mo. Looking forward to your guidance. Wu Mo's self-introduction was insincere. If it were not for his professor's supervision, he would not have gone along with such a boring thing. Making money and increasing his strength were his main goals. However, the girl, who was standing at the side, responded, "My name is Zhang Mengyao. Wu Mo, did you forget my name?" Zhang Mengyao felt a little wronged. She had always cared about Wu Mo, but the latter never paid her any attention, which made her extremely frustrated. Wu Mo stood there awkwardly. The truth was he knew more than just the girl's name. It could have been from the memories of his predecessor or the unread messages on his phone. Even so, he did not like to maintain such a meaningless relationship. Haha. Mengyao, don't you know? This person's brain is completely broken. Having a discussion with him is a waste of my saliva. Mengyao, let's have our own discussion. The boy standing next to him saw the situation and quickly spoke with disdain. Wu Mo was simply an abandoned and useless piece of trash in his eyes. He did not deserve to talk to Mengyao at all. Wei Jiaming, if you dare to slander Wu Mo again, don't blame me for being impolite. I've warned you twice now. When Zhang Mengyao heard what he had said, her petite face instantly turned cold as she spoke without any regard for his face. Wei Jiaming felt a wave of pain in his heart when the girl he liked called him out with such a hostile expression. On top of that, she acted as if she was defending another man. The way he looked at Wu Mo became even more sinister. However, in front of Zhang Mengyao, he could just shrug his shoulders and apologetically say, sorry, I won't do it again. Zhang Mengyao's expression softened a little. She looked at Wu Mo and asked with concern, Wu Mo, how have you been lately? Why haven't I seen you in class? Have you been unwell? Hearing the girl's series of questions, Wu Mo subconsciously looked at her. He suddenly felt touched. After such a long time on the blue planet, other than those people who sent him messages every day to ask for payment, the girl in front of him was the first person to show concern for his safety. Wu Mo was slightly taken aback. He was surprised about having such an emotion, but out of politeness, he immediately replied, Sorry, I just stopped chasing unrealistic ideals recently. I'm sorry for making you worry. Zhang Mengyao opened her mouth a little. She was astonished to find that the Wu Mo standing in front of her had gone from self-indulgent to the young man who shone with confidence. Chapter 19. Discussion Group. It's okay. Mengyao's expression froze for a moment. She quickly realized that she had lost her composure, so she immediately turned around to speak awkwardly. Wei Jiaming could see the change in Mengyao's expression. He could not help but clench his fists, but in the end, he restrained the urge to hit her. Mengyao, Professor Zhou asked us to discuss the graduation project separately. Oh right. What equipment are you planning to forge this time? Wei Jiaming decided to change the subject. At the very least, he wanted to separate himself from Wu Mo so that his private time with Zhang Mengyao would not be disturbed. I want to forge a light soft steel armor. The armor's lightness will be maintained while it provides a decent defense at the same time. Although it's only a rare grade equipment, it's not easy to forge at all. Zhang Mengyao enjoyed chatting about forging, so when she was asked, she immediately opened her mouth and talked endlessly. Oh right, Wu Mo, I noticed that you handed in a design blueprint too. What type of equipment are you planning to make? Me? Wu Mo was not prepared since Mengyao's question came out of the blue. I'm planning to forge a hammer. I'm planning to use my own hammer to forge equipment in the future. Wei Jiaming, who was standing at the side, had a look of disdain on his face. Oh, it seems that your new goal is quite realistic. However, you're just forging ordinary iron weapons. It's impossible for you to pass the graduation assessment, he said in a strange tone. Wu Mo heard the voice and turned his head to look at the man who had been buzzing in his ear. He appeared to be a little annoyed. How lonely are you in your life? Do you have to find a purpose to live at my expense? He said without hesitation. Hearing this, the mocking smile on Wei Jiaming's face became stiff, and he was rooted to the spot. He found it hard to imagine how Wu Mo, who had always been quiet and abnormally self-indulgent, dared to say such words. Wu Mo actually had the audacity to ignore the aristocratic family behind him and belittle his dignity in front of everyone without any scruples. Wei Jiaming only felt a burning sensation on his face, and his pupils trembled slightly. He could not be more furious. In the past 3 years, no one in the class had ever dared to speak to him like that. If he did not teach Wu Mo a lesson, the others would probably think that he, Wei Jiaming, was made of mud and could be bullied at will. Just as he was about to explode, Professor Zhou suddenly walked down from the podium. Students, the first round of discussion has ended. However, please make a list of all the materials you need to forge your equipment. You can purchase all of them together, or you can ask a professor to help you purchase them. If there are more purchases, you should be able to get a 10% discount. Class. Seeing that Zhou Yan was about to reach them, Wei Jiaming could only suppress the anger in his heart and return to his seat. He picked up a pen and wrote down a list of materials on paper. The killing intent in Wu Mo's expression gradually disappeared. He had already planned to make a move just now. If Wei Jiaming dared to act first, he would definitely not let him off the hook easily. After all, he was a different Wu Mo, not his introverted predecessor. If anyone had the guts to act like a wolf in front of him, Wu Mo could guarantee that he would definitely use a size 45 shoe to slap the other guy's size 44 face. His predecessor was definitely not used to problems. That was just the nature of his personality. Now that this Wu Mo had the help of the system, it would be a wasted trip if he was still a coward. After returning to his seat, he gradually calmed down and began to write down the materials needed to forge Thor's hammer. However, he deliberately omitted the legendary essence so that no one would see through the quality of the equipment he wanted to forge. Even so, Wu Mo still wrote down 7 or 8 types of materials, which were slightly different from the ones given by the system. He added 2 additional energy stabilizers. Wu Mo, are you done writing? Can I have a look? Zhang Mengyao stood up. She held a piece of paper in her hand and immediately came to Wu Mo's side. She bent down slightly and looked at Wu Mo curiously. Here it is. Wu Mo's impression of this petite girl changed a little. He quickly handed the paper to her. Alright, have a look at the materials I need. If possible, it would be even better if you could give me some suggestions. Wu Mo nodded with a smile and took the note from her. A few lines of beautiful words appeared on the beautiful piece of water with a complete border. Wu Mo took a cursory glance and could roughly picture forging steps in his mind. This strong sense of familiarity was also due to the fact that he had over 20 forging experiences every day. In any case, the flow of time in the divine-grade forging space was slow, and he had plenty of time to practice actual combat each day. Not bad. It's quite practical. Wu Mo did not find any mistakes, but he felt that the set of materials seemed to be missing something. If he were to forge it just like that, it would probably be difficult to ensure the equipment's inner balance. Thinking of that, Wu Mo immediately picked up a pen and added one more material to Zhang Mengyao's note, Windwalker wood. Wu Mo, the materials you've listed are so expensive. Can these rare items really be bought? Zhang Mengyao held his notebook and said in surprise. Wu Mo shrugged. It's okay. I have a way to get these materials. Just then, Wei Jiaming, who had finished writing his list, stood up from his seat and quickly walked toward Zhang Mengyao. He saw the contents of the notebook at a glance. Hee, you're trash. You already have a ton of debt, but you still want to dream of a divine weapon. You simply don't know what's good for you. Wei Jiaming mocked Wu Mo in his heart, but he pretended to be indifferent on the surface. Mengyao, let's go to Treasure Pavilion to buy our materials tomorrow. If the two of us go together, we might be able to get a little discount. Wei Jiaming took out a palm-sized silver card from his pocket and casually said, Oh right, I'm a silver card member of the store. You don't have to wait in line to buy things. Zhang Mengyao glanced at the item in Wei Jiaming's hand, but she did not show any interest. It's okay, Wei. You should go by yourself. Seeing Zhang Mengyao's clear refusal, the elegant smile on Wei Jiaming's face disappeared. Mengyao, Treasure Pavilion is the chamber of commerce with the highest class in our academy's vicinity. If we don't go to Treasure Pavilion, where else can we go? He said with a surprised face. Zhang Mengyao turned around and looked at Wu Mo with a focused expression. I'll go wherever Wu Mo goes, she said in a low voice. This time, Wei Jiaming could not pretend anymore. He clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. This D***MNED Wu Mo. He had seduced the girl he liked on his first day of class. Wu Mo did not take him seriously at all. Wei Jiaming snorted coldly and returned to his seat with haste. He had already made up his mind. Once he found an opportunity in the future, he would completely cripple Wu Mo so that he would never be able to go to class again. Chapter 20. Brewing feud, silver card storm. The next morning. Beep beep beep. An increasingly loud alarm sounded, waking Wu Mo up from his dream. Ugh, it's already morning. Wu Mo stretched lazily and opened his sleepy eyes to look out of the window. The rays of sunlight from outside pierced through the gaps in the curtains and landed on the bedsheets. They were somewhat dazzling. Wu Mo got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then, he returned to his bedroom and unplugged his phone. It was already 8 in the morning, half an hour later than usual. Wu Mo had set the alarm for a later time after he saw Professor Zhou Yan mention that there would be no class today. He looked at an unread message and found that Zhang Mengyao had sent it to him at 7 in the morning. Wu Mo, good morning. Are you awake now? We agreed last night that we would go and buy materials at 9 in the morning. Don't you dare stand me up, she said. Wu Mo scratched his head. He thought for a moment before he replied, I'm awake. See you at 9. After replying to the message, Wu Mo went to the kitchen. He snapped his fingers lightly, and a row of fresh vegetables and meat appeared on the kitchen counter at the next second. I'll just have something to eat this morning. Let's have some pork ribs and vegetable congee. Wu Mo smiled and immediately began to process the ingredients. Although the single dormitory was not very big, the things inside were still complete. There were all kinds of cooking tools, which allowed Wu Mo to prepare the ingredients conveniently. After about 20 minutes, Wu Mo finished making a large bowl of congee, and he sat on the couch. By the time he finished eating and washing the dishes, it was already 8:50 a.m. Wu Mo put on a new set of blacksmith clothes and casually cut his hair. He instantly felt energized. Then he put on his shoes and left the dormitory. Just as Wu Mo stepped out of his dormitory, he saw Zhang Mengyao quickly walking toward him. Zhang Mengyao was wearing a sky-blue blacksmith dress today. It accentuated her exquisite figure, and coupled with her unique scholarly temperament, she looked like a gentle young lady from ancient times. Wu Mo could not help but sigh in his heart. No wonder this girl became the school belle whom everyone talked about. There was no denying it in terms of her appearance and figure. Good morning, Wu Mo. Zhang Mengyao waved her hand and greeted him with a smile. Good. Didn't we agree to wait at the entrance of the academy? Why are you here? Wu Mo walked forward and looked at the 2 dimples on Zhang Mengyao's face as he softly asked. HMPH, you still have the cheek to say that. I didn't see you at the academy gate, so I came over. Zhang Mengyao scrunched up her little nose and said with some dissatisfaction. It just turned 9. Wu Mo explained before the 2 of them walked side by side toward the academy's east gate. Oh right, Wu Mo, where are we going to buy materials today? Zhang Mengyao crossed her hands behind her back and hopped around. Treasure Pavilion, where the catalog is more comprehensive, Wu Mo immediately said. Ah, Treasure Pavilion? Zhang Mengyao hurried to Wu Mo's side and pursed her lips before she said, the items in Treasure Pavilion aren't cheap. I found 100 Herb Hall's merchant 2 days ago, and the items there are actually quite good. Why don't we go there this time? Zhang Mengyao's eyes flickered, but she quickly reacted and gave a suggestion. She felt that Wu Mo wanted to go to Treasure Pavilion because of his pride and he did not want others to find out the real situation. Hence, she offered another option. It's okay. My debt will be paid off soon. Besides, I still have money now. It's not a problem to buy some materials. Wu Mo shook his head and said with a firm expression, all right. Zhang Mengyao's beautiful eyes drooped a little. She was afraid that if she said too much, Wu Mo would be annoyed. So, she could only give up temporarily on the idea of persuading him. Nevertheless, she still felt that Wu Mo was putting on a brave front in her heart. In fact, the actual situation was not so optimistic. Zhang Mengyao had begun to pay attention to Wu Mo long ago. She had also heard about Wu Mo's recent situation through various sources. She knew that Wu Mo had borrowed more than 2 million yen to forge a divine artifact. He probably would not be able to hold on for much longer. The 2 of them walked out of the academy one after the other. On the way, they even ran into students from the same class. After all, the graduation assessment was approaching. Many students had started to collect the necessary materials to forge their equipment. They were leaving the academy more and more often. Similarly, it was a period of time when tutoring classes outside flourished the most. The blacksmith who would cram at the last minute could not wait for the last half a month. They would not even sleep to study and practice as much as possible during that period. Treasure Pavilion was also one of the beneficiaries. Customers had already started to line up in Treasure Pavilion. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the line was dozens of meters long. There are already so many people at 9. It looks like there's going to be a long wait. Zhang Mengyao looked at the line that went from the entrance of Treasure Pavilion to the side of the street. She could not help but frown. Wu Mo looked around and found that there was a rope on the other side of Treasure Pavilion's entrance. There were 2 well-dressed receptionists standing there, but there was no one around them. Isn't there no need to line up? Let's go over there. Wu Mo made a move, but Zhang Mengyao tugged on his sleeve. Wu Mo, it's an entrance that only members can enter. My expenses aren't enough for a membership. We can't enter. Wu Mo finally understood after he heard Zhang Mengyao's explanation. Even so, he still felt that something was wrong. There was plenty of space in Treasure Pavilion, so why could only 5 people enter at a time? Hee hee, good morning, Mengyao. It's such a coincidence that we're bumping into each other again. At that moment, an ear-piercing voice rang out behind them. Wu Mo turned around and saw the man who had been in the same discussion group as him yesterday. The man was walking over with a smirk on his face. Wei Jiaming, why are you here so early? Zhang Mengyao was a little surprised to see him there. I'm here to pick up my materials, of course. The graduation assessment is coming soon, so I have to hurry up. Wei Jiaming looked at Mengyao with a smile. Then, he noticed Wu Mo standing beside her out of the corner of his eye, and his expression immediately turned cold. Oh right, what are you doing outside? Hurry up and go in. He glanced at the long queue at Treasure Pavilion's entrance and asked despite knowing the answer. There's a queue over there. It'll probably take us another half an hour before we can enter. Zhang Mengyao did not notice the hidden meaning in Wei Jiaming's words and subconsciously answered. Wu Mo stood at the side and looked at him coldly. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this guy had up his sleeves. What's the point of waiting in line? I have a silver membership card, and I can take the member lane. Come in with me. Wei Jiaming took out the membership card from his pocket and said proudly. Chapter 21. Showdown, I am a VIP of Treasure Pavilion. A delighted smile appeared on Zhang Mengyao's face, but soon after, she realized his intentions. She subconsciously took a step back and raised her chin as she said, forget it. I'll just wait in line. I want to go in with Wu Mo. Wu Mo's mouth opened slightly. He did not expect Zhang Mengyao to reject Wei Jiaming's invitation and wait in line with him under the sun. Silly girl, his heart was slightly moved, and a warm smile immediately appeared on his face. Wei Jiaming saw the situation, and his face instantly turned green. He snorted coldly and spoke angrily. Fine, do it the hard way. Just follow that piece of trash outside and bask in the sun. Wei Jiaming immediately walked toward the member lane. After the receptionist inspected his membership card, she promptly allowed Wei Jiaming to pass. See, there's a difference between people. Mengyao, you better think it through. If you keep following a person like that, your life will be ruined. Wei Jiaming turned his head around and spoke arrogantly with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Wu Mo smirked. He could not be bothered with that foolish man. Let's go too. Wu Mo held Zhang Mengyao's hand and immediately walked toward the member lane. Huh, didn't I mention I can't go in? Zhang Mengyao was stunned. She wanted to comfort Wu Mo, hoping that he would not be affected by Wei Jiaming. She did not expect Wu Mo to hold her hand instead. He did not seem frustrated at all. Don't worry. We can get in. Wu Mo snapped his fingers, and white light flashed in front of him. A platinum card instantly appeared in his hand. Zhang Mengyao was stunned by Wu Mo's magic. She could not speak for a moment. She stared blankly at Wu Mo's handsome side profile and his perfect jawline. She felt her heart beat very fast. The two of them immediately arrived at Treasure Pavilion's entrance. Wei Jiaming saw them and immediately revealed a mocking expression. He wanted to see how that trash could enter Treasure Pavilion. Hello, this is an exclusive lane for members. Non-members will be required to queue up. A female receptionist with a ponytail blocked their way and said politely. Wu Mo directly handed the platinum card to her. The manager of Treasure Pavilion, Gao Yu, had personally given him the card. Wu Mo could definitely pass through the member lane. Wei Jiaming, who was standing in Treasure Pavilion's hall, stared at the item in Wu Mo's hand. When he realized that it was not a silver card at all, he became even more arrogant. Haha, this is really hilarious. What kind of place do you think Treasure Pavilion is? You can't just enter by forging a card. I'm afraid you're too simple-minded. At that moment, the young receptionist took the card and found the problem with just a glance. As a receptionist in Treasure Pavilion, she was familiar with silver cards. The thing in front of her was obviously not it. At the thought of Mr. Wei's words, the receptionist began to look more serious. I'm sorry, this isn't a silver card. I'll have to consult the manager for a moment. After the receptionist finished speaking, she took out her walkie-talkie and walked to the side to call the store manager. Seeing that, Wei Jiaming immediately spoke in a tone. Tisk, tisk. You've practically thrown mud at our Divine Arms Academy. If you wanted to forge the card, you should have at least made it look alike. A real silver card looks like this. Have you seen it clearly? Wei Jiaming waved his silver card in front of Wu Mo and rambled with a face full of arrogance. Wu Mo, oh, Wu Mo, you really have no limits. Your strength has fallen to 1 star, but you still have the gall to wear a 4-star blacksmith uniform and forge a membership card. This is simply too much. When I go back, I'll definitely talk to our classmates and make sure you become famous again. How about that? The smile on his face was unbridled. To be able to see Wu Mo suffer felt even better than winning 5 million yen. Wei Jiaming believed that once Meng Yao saw Wu Mo's true colors, she would definitely choose him as her other half. Wu Mo did not show any signs of panic. Wei Jiaming was like a fly in front of him, merely annoying to his ears. But Zhang Mengyao was much more flustered. She thought that Wu Mo came to Treasure Pavilion because he was acting tough at first. Never did she expect that he would actually choose to forge a membership card. She immediately grabbed Wu Mo's arm to take him away. If Treasure Pavilion pursued him, Wu Mo might not even be able to graduate. After all, a membership card was an extremely valuable thing. If it was a serious crime, it could lead to imprisonment. Wu Mo's life had already become so difficult. If he could not graduate successfully, then his 3 years of hard work in the academy would be completely wasted. However, just as she reacted, Treasure Pavilion's manager, Gao Yu, rushed out and saw the two people standing at the door. It's over. Zhang Mengyao's heart suddenly sank. At that instant, she felt extremely regretful. She should not have asked Wu Mo to come out today. Now that the store manager was there, the matter would definitely not end well. As Zhang Mengyao thought about it, her beautiful eyes became teary, and her heart instantly jumped to her throat. Gao Yu quickly walked toward Treasure Pavilion's door. He had heard from the receptionist on the phone that someone might have forged a card, so he immediately rushed over. He originally wanted to see who had the guts to do so. If it was confirmed, he would definitely use Treasure Pavilion's authority to severely punish the person. However, as soon as he reached the door, he saw Wu Mo being blocked by the receptionist. Wu Mo was Treasure Pavilion's only special consultant. What's going on? What are you doing? How dare you treat our VIP guest like this? Gao Yu walked up to Wu Mo. When he saw the platinum card in the receptionist's hand, he immediately understood the whole situation and berated her angrily. After he finished speaking, he turned around. The expression on his face changed seamlessly from anger to respect. With an apologetic expression, he said to Wu Mo, "Mr. Wu, I'm really sorry. Our receptionist made a mistake. Please don't take it to heart." Gao Yu's expression changed, causing the people standing around the door to be instantly taken aback. The young receptionist's face turned pale. She looked at the store manager in fear, and her entire body could not help but tremble. She did not expect to actually offend Treasure Pavilion's VIP guest. For a moment, she was so shocked that she stood rooted to the ground. Treasure Pavilion's VIP guests were mostly influential figures in Shanglin City. For example, the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, the city's officials, as well as many billionaires. They were all characters that she could not afford to offend. The receptionist was terrified, while Wei Jiaming's face was filled with shock. Before he was 20 years old, he had become powerful by relying on his status as an aristocrat to obtain a silver membership card. Wu Mo, on the other hand, was just a piece of trash. How could he obtain the status of a VIP guest in Treasure Pavilion? He looked at the situation before him in disbelief. Everything felt so unreal. Chapter 22. The Price of Being Unreasonable. Huh? No, store manager, are you mistaken? Wu Mo is just a piece of trash who isn't even a one-star blacksmith. How could he be a VIP of Treasure Pavilion? After some contemplation, Wei Jiaming immediately opened his mouth to speak, his tone filled with doubt. Among the thousands of students in the Divine Arms Academy, no one had ever received VIP treatment in Treasure Pavilion. He, Wu Mo, was a nobody who had been depressed for half a year. How could he receive better treatment than him, a silver card holder? How could he? Wei Jiaming's words immediately broke the silence, causing Zhang Mengyao, who was standing beside Wu Mo, to snap out of it as well. She raised her head to look at the store manager standing in front of them and realized that he did not seem to be joking at all. Although she found it incredulous too, deep down in her heart, Zhang Mengyao still hoped that Wu Mo was a VIP in Treasure Pavilion. That way, there would not be any more problems. The few of them focused their gazes on Wu Mo. At that moment, Wu Mo remained extremely indifferent as he faced the manager. He glanced at Wei Jiaming with a straight face and slowly said, "Store manager Gao, I have no issue with the mistaken VIP card incident. However, I find that person to be rude. He'll end up affecting Treasure Pavilion's operations, so I think he should be blacklisted." There was a trace of a cold smile on Wu Mo's face as he looked at Wei Jiaming like he was an ant. He originally had no plans of making a move against this second-generation heir. Unfortunately, the other party had provoked him repeatedly. Wu Mo felt that if he did not do something now, he would appear too merciful. "Yes, that makes sense, Mr. Wu. I'll deal with him now." Gao Yu nodded. He immediately understood the meaning behind Wu Mo's words. He turned his head and shouted to the back, "Security." When Jia Ming noticed several security guards walking toward him, he started to become anxious. "What are you doing? I'm a silver member of Treasure Pavilion. What do you want from me? Wei Jiaming took out his silver membership card and shouted at the security guards nervously. Humph. I now declare the silver membership card in your hand invalid. From now on, you are no longer welcome in the treasure pavilions on the entire continent. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to get someone to throw you out? The shop owner, Gao Yu, looked at him coldly. He had already decided in his heart. This so-called silver member was nothing compared to the special consultant that Treasure Pavilion had signed with great difficulty. He could expel the other guy without hesitation. Why? I've spent millions in Treasure Pavilion. Why should he expel me? What kind of card does he have? What right does he have to drive me away? Wei Jiaming was not willing to be driven away just like that. He gritted his teeth and stared at Wu Mo as he shouted hysterically. Why? Because Mr. Wu is a VIP of our Treasure Pavilion, and he has a platinum card, which is 2 levels higher than a silver card. It's something that only a specially invited consultant can have. Security, escort our guest out. Wei Jiaming's pupils instantly became unfocused. He did not have time to say anything else, as the security guard who walked over covered his mouth and lifted him up. HRGNH. Wei Jiaming struggled with all his might. He believed that there was still a chance for things to turn around. He could not accept being blacklisted by Treasure Pavilion. One should know that the equipment he forged contained many high-grade materials. Only a large-scale chamber of commerce like Treasure Pavilion could supply all of them. If he was blacklisted from now on, it would be difficult to find all the materials. Despite that, the burly security guards did not give him a chance and threw him on the road. Get lost, or I'll call the law enforcement. Wei Jiaming's body was hurt all over, and he was about to fall apart. Facing the 2 fierce security guards, he could only clench his teeth and endure the pain throughout his body as he limped away. Many of the customers in the queue were students from the Divine Arms Academy. A few of them had grudges against Wei Jiaming, and they took out their phones to record the process, preparing to send it directly to the Academy's forum. On the other side, Zhang Mengyao watched as Wei Jiaming escaped with his tail between his legs. Her heart was filled with worry. She was worried that Wei Jiaming would wait for an opportunity to exact revenge on Wu Mo. After some thought, she decided to ask Wu Mo to be more careful and not to leave the academy at night. Mr. Wu, I hope that others won't disturb you anymore. Let's not just stand here. Please follow me to the VIP room on the 2nd floor of Treasure Pavilion, Gao Yu said respectfully. Wu Mo nodded. He held Zhang Mengyao's little hand and said in a low voice, let's go to the 2nd floor first. Zhang Mengyao's fair face turned a little red, but she still followed Wu Mo upstairs. The 3 of them later sat down on a leather couch. Wu Mo looked at the decorations around the VIP room and could not help but exclaim in his heart. This was even better than the reception room he had seen during his first visit. The daily life of a person with status was really different from that of an ordinary person. Manager Gao, I'm here to purchase some materials. I wonder if there are any items on this list in Treasure Pavilion. Wu Mo took out the list he had written in class and handed it to the manager. Gao Yu took it and had a look. As he read through the list, he would sometimes frown and sometimes fall into deep thought. After a full 2 minutes, he spoke with uncertainty. Mr. Wu, of the materials listed, 3 are in stock in Treasure Pavilion. The other 2 will arrive in about 3 days. When Wu Mo heard that, he immediately raised his eyebrows. He found this branch of Treasure Pavilion quite powerful. It even had those precious materials. In that case, please take a look at this one. Help me prepare a set. Wu Mo handed over the list of materials that Zhang Mengyao had made straight away. This time, Gao Yu only took a glance before he immediately agreed. Although there were some rare materials on the second list, they were not too precious. They were already in stock in Treasure Pavilion. He pressed the service bell on the table, and a beautiful receptionist in a business suit walked in a moment later. Gao Yu gave her the order, and the receptionist immediately went down to handle it. Zhang Mengyao blinked her big eyes and looked at Wu Mo. She had assumed that it would take her a while to collect the materials she needed, but she did not expect Wu Mo to do it all for her. It was surreal. She could not help but wonder if Wu Mo was still the boy she knew. It had only been half a month since they last met, but Wu had seemingly changed. He could take charge of his own affairs, and he was mature as well as steady. Even his courage had grown, and he was holding her hand. In the past, Wu Mo would have never dared to do that. Had Wu Mo experienced something recently that caused his way of thinking to undergo a large-scale change? All kinds of thoughts emerged in Zhang Mengyao's mind. She was worried and happy at the same time. Oh right, Manager Gao, I wonder if Treasure Pavilion has ready-made legendary essence? Chapter 23. Legendary Essence. Wu Mo pondered for a moment but still said what was on his mind. He felt that since Treasure Pavilion even had the blessed mithril, then the legendary essence should also be in stock. However, when the other two people in the VIP room heard the words, "Legendary Essence," they were instantly stunned. They stared at Wu Mo. "Legendary Essence, Mr. Wu, are you going to refine legendary grade equipment?" Manager Gao Yu widened his eyes and looked at Wu Mo. Legendary Essence was an extremely precious material. It only existed in natural paradises on the entire continent. Anytime legendary essence appeared, it would cause a huge uproar. Such a spirit item was worth at least 3 million yen. Moreover, there was no market for it. Most of the time, people would exchange it for other items. Money was hard to measure. The only use legendary essence had was in the creation of legendary equipment. So, how could the manager not be surprised when he heard Wu Mo say that he needed this item? Although Mr. Wu had extremely strong forging skills, it was difficult enough to achieve 4 stars before the age of 20. If he wanted to forge legendary equipment, he needed to reach at least 7-star forging strength. No matter how talented Mr. Wu was, it was impossible for him to have such an ability. As those thoughts plagued his mind, many questions formed in Gao Yu's heart. When he contemplated whether he should ask them or not, Wu Mo opened his mouth first and said, "Manager Gao, you've misunderstood me. Actually, I just want to collect a portion of legendary essence, just in case I need it." Hearing Wu Mo's explanation, it suddenly dawned on Gao Yu. However, he looked a bit embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, he helplessly said, "Mr. Wu, I understand what you mean. However, we don't have legendary essence in stock in our treasure pavilion, and I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain it in a short time." Hearing the manager's words, Wu Mo frowned. "Is that so? Don't you have this material in your headquarters?" he asked in disappointment. In order to forge the Thunder God's hammer, he had to increase the quality of the legendary essence. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to forge the product due to the lack of energy. Therefore, legendary essence was very important to him. If it was possible, he wanted to continue fighting for it. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengyao looked at Wu Mo on the leather couch, her thoughts drifting far away. Even though Wu Mo had explained why he needed the legendary essence, he could not hide his lie from Treasure Pavilion's manager. The last time Wu Mo became depressed was because he wanted to forge a divine weapon. In the end, he fell into debt and locked himself up at home, studying all day long. When Zhang Mengyao saw that Wu Mo had changed, she thought that he had really forgotten about his past goal. However, when he mentioned the legendary essence, Zhang Mengyao knew that Wu Mo had yet to let it go. Once she understood that, Zhang Mengyao became nervous. She was afraid that Wu Mo's energy and confidence were all fake. She was afraid that he would become depressed again. She looked down at Wu Mo's left hand, and an inexplicable feeling lingered in her heart. "Sigh, Mr. Wu, let me tell you the truth. Actually, our treasure pavilion has been preparing for an auction, and we recently contacted a merchant who sells legendary essence. It's just that, not long ago, there was a vicious competition between our treasure pavilion and another chamber of commerce. They deliberately raised their price by half and bought the legendary essence." Gao Yu, who was sitting across from Wu Mo, revealed a helpless expression as he shared the news that only the higher-ups knew about. "As a result, the auction that we've been planning to hold can only be temporarily put on hold. Now, even if we were to transfer the goods from our headquarters, it would take at least a month." Gao Yu spread his hands and explained. "A month? I don't have that much time," Wu Mo thought to himself. The Divine Arms Academy's graduation assessment would be in half a month's time. At that time, all the students would have to show off their forged equipment. If they did not have the legendary essence, his plan would be ruined, and all his previous preparations would have been in vain. There was no time at all. Thinking of that, Wu Mo slowly lowered his eyes. A moment later, he stood up from the couch and said with a smile, "All right, I got it. When your pavilion has legendary essence in the future, just remember to let me know. Let's go, Mengyao." Wu Mo pulled Zhang Mengyao up and walked out of the VIP room. Manager Gao Yu immediately stood up and prepared to send them off. The three of them had just traveled down the stairs when they saw the beautiful receptionist who had gone to prepare the materials. She walked over with 2 strong security guards behind her. The security guards were carrying huge metal boxes as they followed her. "Manager Gao, these are the materials that you ordered me to prepare earlier. Everything in stock is ready. There are still some materials that will arrive in 3 days. The receptionist bowed to the 3 people and said respectfully. Wu Mo released Zhang Mengyao's hand and opened an iron box. He found that there were indeed some glowing materials inside, which were exactly what he needed. "Manager Gao, here's the deposit of 800,000 yen. I will pay the rest once all the materials are ready." Wu Mo tapped his finger lightly, and there was a flash of white light. Soon after, 8 silvery white bills appeared out of thin air and landed steadily in Gao Yu's hand. The interspatial ring. Looking at the paper and pen that suddenly appeared in his hand, Gao Yu immediately raised his head. When he saw the silver ring on Wu Mo's finger, A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously recalled the last time Wu Mo completed a transaction at Treasure Pavilion. Gao Yu himself had also been there. He had personally witnessed the special effects of the interspatial ring, and it really shocked him at that time. However, Gao Yu did not expect Wu Mo to have another one in his hand. He could not help but feel emotional.
Mr. Wu, everything will be done according to your instructions.
Gao Yu cupped his hands and looked at Wu Mo with admiration. Seeing that the store manager had agreed, Wu Mo no longer hesitated. He swept up the 2 boxes of materials lightly and stored them in his interspatial ring. The store manager felt even more envious when he witnessed his actions. The interspatial ring was incredibly useful. If he could have one, he would not have to send people to guard the precious materials hidden in the warehouse anymore. He could put them directly into the interspatial ring and save himself a lot of trouble. Take care, Consultant Wu. As he saw Wu Mo and the young woman preparing to leave, Gao Yu immediately bowed to send them off. Once he was sure that they were gone from Treasure Pavilion, he stood up with a face full of emotions. Manager Gao, the transaction earlier was against the rules, right? He should have paid the full fees for the reserved materials. How could he only give a part of the deposit? The receptionist in professional attire walked up to Gao Yu and looked at the door where those 2 individuals had disappeared. She sounded a little concerned. Chapter 24. Change of plan. Mr. Wu is an honored guest in Treasure Pavilion and a 4-star blacksmith at that. Don't tell me you're worried that he won't pay. Gao Yu held his hands behind his back and responded indifferently. But, the receptionist wanted to say something else. After all, she was the one present in the transaction. If there were any problems in the future, she would probably be questioned as well. There are no buts. Let's get back to work, Gao Yu said coldly as he turned around and walked toward the 2nd floor of Treasure Pavilion. Looking at the luxuriously dressed customers coming and going, the ghost of a smile appeared on his face. In Gao Yu's eyes, Blacksmith Wu Mo was definitely not an ordinary person. Taking advantage of the fact that he had yet to soar into the skies, Gao Yu wanted to befriend him as soon as possible. The benefits that Treasure Pavilion would receive in the future would definitely be more than the 2 to 3 million worth of materials. Elsewhere, Wu Mo and Zhang Mengyao revealed their identities and walked through the gates of the Divine Arms Academy. Wu Mo's gaze was level as he strode forward. In contrast, Zhang Mengyao's brows were slightly furrowed, as though she had something on her mind. Soon, she fell behind by more than 10 meters. Wu Mo, wait for me. Zhang Mengyao spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. At the same time, she quickened her pace and immediately caught up to him. What's wrong? Didn't we get some materials? What are you worried about? Wu Mo turned his head to look at Zhang Mengyao and found that there was something wrong with the girl. You want legendary essence. Are you planning to refine a divine weapon? Zhang Mengyao raised her head to look at Wu Mo as she confronted him unhappily. Wu Mo was stumped by Zhang Mengyao's sudden question. He needed the legendary essence to refine Mjolnir. But if he told others about it now, they would think that he was crazy. Thus, Wu Mo decided to hide the fact that he wanted to refine a divine weapon. No, I just want to collect legendary essence. When I become stronger, I'll consider refining a divine weapon. I don't have the skills now. Spreading his hands, Wu Mo pretended to be innocent. HMPH, don't try to lie to me. You're still in debt. How can you have the money to collect legendary essence? Are you going to take out another loan? Zhang Mengyao refused to believe Wu Mo's words. She stepped forward and stared him in the face, trying to pull him back. She seemed extremely serious as Wu Mo looked at her petite face. Wu Mo was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately reacted. This little girl was probably afraid that he would end up like before again, moping all day long and being depressed in the midst of defeat. He took a deep breath and held Zhang Mengyao's little hand as he gently explained, Mengyao, don't worry. I won't be as stupid as before. I'm very clear-headed now. I know my current level, and I won't overestimate myself. So, please don't worry. I'm really good now, and I'll definitely prove my abilities during the graduation assessment. Please believe me, okay? Wu Mo looked down into Mengyao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a faint smile. Mengyao's fair little face turned red. She lowered her head shyly, her heart already in a mess. In that case, alright, I believe that you won't do anything stupid again, but you have to promise me that you won't lie to me in the future. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her ears were burning. If Wu Mo had not been listening carefully, he would not have noticed it at all. He let out a faint sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally placated her. On the surface, he remained as calm as ever, nodding his head in agreement with a serious expression. Okay, let's go. Zhang Mengyao pursed her lips as a sweet feeling began to form in her heart. The two of them strolled side by side in the academy and soon parted ways in front of the dormitory buildings. Wu Mo took out the material box that Meng Yao needed from his interspatial ring. Since Zhang Mengyao was forging light armor-type equipment, the original weights of the materials were also light. It was easy to carry the box. See you tomorrow. Remember to contact me on the phone, Zhang Mengyao waved her hand and said with a smile. Okay, got it. Let's go back, Wu Mo responded and immediately walked toward his dormitory building. He lowered his head and stared at his toes. He began to think about the Thunder God's hammer. Even a large-scale chamber of commerce like the Treasure Pavilion did not have legendary essence. It was likely that he would not be able to finish forging it in a short time. If he wanted to make it before the graduation assessment, he had to make some improvements or adjustments to lower the quality of Mjolnir. However, if he wanted to do it well, he had to do a lot of research. He was afraid that there would be a lot of things to do in the next week. Furthermore, the materials were not the only thing that troubled him. He had just handed over a deposit of 800,000 yen, and he needed to raise the remaining 2 million yen within 3 days. The matter was a thorn in his side. After he took the elevator to the 7th floor, Wu Mo returned to his small home. Looking at the clean and tidy living room, he calmed down a lot. Compared with the chaotic mess at the beginning, the dormitory was now much more pleasing to the eye. Since he could make a change in his life, Wu Mo believed that he could also complete the transition in his ability. Before the graduation assessment, he would forge the divine weapon, Mjolnir. He sat down on the couch and snapped his fingers. At the next moment, some of the materials from Treasure Pavilion appeared in front of him. The blessed mithril had a smooth surface and shone with pure white light. The centennial serpentine wood was completely black. Its surface was mottled with black and white lines that resembled snake patterns. At the same time, it emitted the smell of ink. The clear cyan mound stone was extremely hard, and it emanated a metallic luster. It was cold to the touch as if he had grown in a place with extremely cold air. Looking at the 3 materials on the coffee table, a hint of joy appeared on Wu Mo's face. These materials were of high quality. If he had bought them from other places, he might not have been able to collect them all in a short period of time. Fortunately, ever since he had become a consultant for Treasure Pavilion, he had the right to order them in advance. As such, he had collected more than half of them in one go. It could be considered a rare joyous occasion. He could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. First, he took out his phone to check the time. Then, he immediately closed his eyes, and with his thoughts, he entered the divine grade forging space. Once he could tell that his senses had been cut off, Wu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Right then, the 3 materials that he had just obtained were already on the workbench in front of him. Although I have obtained a lot of materials, I still haven't obtained the Violet Thunder Origin Stone and the legendary essence needed to refine Mjolnir. I can't forge it at all. Time is a little tight right now. I can't waste any more of it. Wu Mo placed both of his hands on the flat workbench, and his brain instantly became active. After looking at the pitch-black serpentine wood and the clear cyan mound stone that could refract light, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Wu Mo's mind. Chapter 25. Premium-grade equipment. I prepared all the materials needed to forge the hammer handle. I might as well finish forging it first. Wu Mo's eyes shone with a bright light, and he went to work right away. He threw the clear cyan mound stone into the furnace. As he controlled the flame, he took out a small knife to peel off the bark on the surface of the serpentine wood. The high temperature in the furnace distorted the space. The red flames wrapped the cyan stone that was emitting a green light, and the energy inside immediately boiled. Although the cyan stone was hard in nature, under the intense high temperature, it began to transform. Wu Mo observed the situation inside through the air vent and raised the temperature again. He had peeled off the dry and messy bark on the surface of the serpentine wood with a knife, revealing brown wood, which was as smooth as jade. As expected of 100-year-old material. This quality is remarkable, Wu Mo muttered to himself. Then, he also threw the serpentine wood into the furnace. He wanted to see the wood's ignition point and the method of fusion.
The flames instantly rose up and swallowed the 2. At this point, the cyan mound stone had gradually started to shrink, and the impurities inside were being forced out bit by bit.
As for the serpentine wood, its entire body had become charred black. However, the flames appeared the same, as if there were no changes. Wu Mo used the control rod to slowly approach the furnace. He wanted to attempt to fuse the 2 materials, but their 2 energies were completely different. Waves of repulsive force formed, directly dispersing more than half of the surrounding flames. Wu Mo frowned slightly, but he was a little stubborn in his heart. He once again increased the temperature, trying to force the 2 to fuse. However, there was a white flash in the air vent at the next second. A muffled sound was heard. Then, grayish-black fragments and sawdust were expelled, making Wu Mo speechless. Backtrack. Wu Mo was not discouraged. He had seen such failure thousands of times, and every failure was akin to drinking water. It was becoming dull and tasteless. He continued the previous steps, operating the furnace tirelessly, growing with each failure. He gained a lot of knowledge that the academy did not impart to him. His failure lasted for more than 100 attempts before Wu Mo finally understood the nature of the two materials. Ignition point, hardness, texture, and energy type. He could easily identify these characteristics, which a 7-star blacksmith would not even pay attention to. Following another flash of light, the furnace did not undergo the typical ash discharge process of failure. Instead, the interior became pitch black, and all the flames disappeared. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard, and the lid of the huge furnace automatically rose. Due to the air pressure, the things inside flew out once that happened. When Wu Mo raised his head in shock and looked over, he saw a 60-centimeter long brown stick floating in the air. The end of the stick glinted with a cold light that was no different from the cyan mound stone. This short staff-like object also gave off a pale green light, and it was particularly dazzling in the chaotic pitch-black space. Wu Mo immediately held it in his hand and felt a chill in his palm. Additionally, the short staff had a weight that did not match its size. Its lethality was definitely not ordinary. Looking at the short staff that was now emanating a purple glow, Wu Mo's heart was extremely excited. He quickly muttered in his heart, "System, equipment appraisal." Ding, equipment appraisal successful. Its attributes are as follows. Type of equipment, stick-type weapon. Name, armor-piercing short staff. Grade, premium. System score, 41 points. Effects, 1. Snake Dance. After activation, the user's speed can be greatly increased, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 hours. 2. Piercing, can bypass the defensive equipment below premium grade. Additional description. This weapon is also the handle of Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. The final quality of Mjolnir will be determined by the hammer's body. The stronger the material used to forge the hammer's body, the better the final quality. Plus, looking at the rather illusory panel in front of him, Wu Mo's heart was mixed with joy and worry. He was happy that the equipment he had worked hard to forge was extremely powerful. However, he was worried because, at this point, he was not going to succeed in forging the final version of Thor's hammer. Without the legendary essence, no matter how hard he worked, Mjolnir's final quality would not surpass epic grade. There was a higher probability that he would not be able to successfully forge it due to the unstable energy supply. Holding the heavy short staff and looking at the black and white patterns on it, Wu Mo felt a little upset. He had already pushed himself to the limit. In order to forge the short staff, he had stayed in the space for at least 10 hours. Although it was a little difficult to calm down, Wu Mo collected himself and slowly exited the divine-grade forging space. Noticing that the materials had disappeared before him, he kept the short staff in his interspatial ring. Then, he returned to his bedroom, feeling rather tired. He saw an unread message from Zhang Mengyao but did not even have the strength to lift his arm. He soon fell into a deep slumber. The sunlight outside the window was dazzling. At the bottom of the dormitory building, the evergreen trees rustled under the breeze. Since it was a day off, most of the students took the opportunity to go home. Of course, it was the same for Wei Jiaming. He covered his bruised face and returned to his villa. "Young master, why are you back?" The servant in the yard greeted Wei Jiaming respectfully when he saw him. "Do your job." Wei Jiaming glared at the servant and immediately walked into the living room. He had been thrown out of the door by Treasure Pavilion security guards. His face was bruised, and he had been blacklisted by Treasure Pavilion forever. Anger was stifling him, so how could he still put on a good front? Wei Jiaming entered the living room in the luxurious 3-story duplex villa and immediately saw his father sitting on the couch, chatting with the butler. "Father." Wei Jiaming quickened his steps toward his father with hatred in his eyes. He was in his current situation because Wu Mo had planned it. Not only did that guy snatch away one of his favorite school bells, Zhang Mengyao, but he had also deliberately made him embarrass himself in Treasure Pavilion. How could Wei Jiaming swallow such hatred? Wei Jiaming planned to use his family's power to completely cripple that guy called Wu Mo. Plus, he would certainly not let Treasure Pavilion off the hook for the way they treated him. "Jiaming? Why are you back?" The middle-aged man sitting on the couch slowly stood up and asked with a surprised expression. He was wearing a formal brown suit, his skin was bronzed, and there was a conspicuous scar at the corner of his eye. However, there was a heroic air between his brows, and his entire person had a dignified aura. He was obviously someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He was Wei Jiaming's father, Wei Jian. Wei Jian was also the governor of the city protection force. He held a well-trained army in his hands, and he had quite a lot of power in Shanglin City. Wei Jian had only asked in surprise, but when he saw the injury on his son, Wei Jiaming's face, his tone suddenly became fierce. The gray-haired butler, who was standing at the side, could not help but frown. Chapter 26. The Wei family's plan. Son, what happened to you? Who hurt you? Wei Jiaming ran to his father's side, his eyes red as he said, Father, you have to make a decision for your son. I was set up by a person called Wu Mo in the academy. I was even blacklisted by Treasure Pavilion forever. Wei Jiaming's tone was filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. Everyone knew his identity since he was young. Who would dare to not give in to him? But this time, he had suffered such a huge loss. How could he swallow this? When Wei Jiaming's words came out, Wei Jian and the butler standing at the side had a drastic change in expression. The butler was somewhat shocked. With the Wei family's status in Upper Forest City, who would be so bold to attack Wei Jiaming? Moreover, they even broke young Master Wei's face. They did not put the Wei family in their eyes at all. When Wei Jian heard his son's words, the veins on his forehead immediately bulged, and a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. Everyone in Upper Forest City knew that Wei Jian was a protective person. Even so, there were still people who dared to attack his son. If he didn't kill a few people, it would be a disgrace to his reputation as Tiger Wei. Jiaming, what happened? Tell me in detail. Your father will definitely help you vent your anger. Wei Jian spoke word by word, each word carrying a heavy killing intent. At that moment, the servants outside immediately came in with disinfectant and ice bags to help Wei Jiaming treat the wound on his face. Wei Jiaming sat on the couch and told the whole story of his encounter with Wu Mo. Father, this is how it happened. That guy called Wu Mo has always been against me. I don't know what kind of dog *T luck he got to become a special consultant in Treasure Pavilion. Thanks to that partnership, I was blacklisted by Treasure Pavilion. As soon as his voice trailed off, the entire large living room became silent. Wu Mo, a small-time 4-star blacksmith, actually offended our Wei family. I'll arrange for an assassin to kill him the next time he leaves the academy. However, I can't do anything to Treasure Pavilion for now. Wei Jian stroked his beard and said coldly. Right then, the butler who had been silent for a long time suddenly said, Master, I think there's another way to solve this matter. Not only can we kill that kid surnamed Wu, but we can also use this opportunity to demolish Treasure Pavilion. Oh? There's such a way? Hurry up and tell me about it. When the angry Wei Jian heard the butler's words, his curiosity was piqued. The butler, who was over 60 years old, cupped his hands and bowed. Then he spoke with a smile. Master, we can start from the unique treasure hall that we funded previously. Wasn't Treasure Pavilion a thorn in your side previously? You've always wanted to uproot them. Previously, our unique treasure hall was suppressed by Treasure Pavilion because we had just entered the city and our foundation wasn't stable. But now, the young master has created an opportunity for us. We can take them down effortlessly. Moreover, we can avoid commercial competition that consumes money. One could say that it kills two birds with one stone. The butler had a smile and a mysterious look on his face, which made the father and son on the couch a little baffled. Don't keep us guessing. What's the solution? Wei Jian became impatient and asked him directly. The Wei family had indeed invested in the establishment of unique treasure hall. Moreover, because of Wei Jian's position, he was able to receive orders from the city protection force for the production of military equipment. However, because of the backward market, his reputation was much worse than that of Treasure Pavilion. As, the Wei family had used commercial methods many times, causing many obstacles to Treasure Pavilion, including monopolizing certain materials and selling them at low prices. However, it was still difficult to hurt its foundation, and they could not compete with it. That brought the profits and losses of unique treasure hall to a negative for half a year. Wei Jian had been having a headache because of it. He could not think of any way to take Treasure Pavilion down without bloodshed. Therefore, when he heard the butler say that there was a way, he still did not have much hope in his heart. At this time, his butler slowly said, Grandpa, my suggestion is actually very simple. Kick the dojo. Don't underestimate this approach. Sometimes, kicking the dojo can solve most of your problems. Wei Jian raised his eyebrows slightly in bewilderment and asked, Kick the dojo? How? Our two families are both chambers of commerce, not martial arts dojos. What's the use of this? Wei Jiaming nodded and looked confused. The butler smiled mysteriously and said, We can send people to Treasure Pavilion to cause trouble. We can say that we want the two chambers of commerce to learn from each other and exchange casting techniques. We can also ask the media to report it so that Treasure Pavilion has no choice but to accept our invitation.
When the time comes, the two chambers of commerce will have a casting showdown. The best one will seize the market in Shangalin City. When Treasure Pavilion loses, they will also lose face. In the future, no one will buy their materials and appoint commissions to them. Once he got to this point, a sinister smile appeared on the butler's face, as though he was holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand.
Hiss, Wei Jian sat up straight. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to think about the areas that could be manipulated. However, the inexperienced Wei Jiaming still did not quite understand. He could not help but ask, "A casting duel? So, what are we going to compete in?" The butler looked at Wei Jiaming's expectant gaze and answered with a vicious smile, "Let's compete in the forging of defensive equipment. As long as Treasure Pavilion agrees, our unique treasure hall will definitely win." As soon as he said that, Wei Jiaming instantly seemed interested. He could not help but slap his thigh and exclaim, "Not bad, Butler Zhang. I'm really satisfied with your plan." He could not help but feel excited. Competing with Treasure Pavilion to forge defensive equipment was a brilliant plan. One should know that the Wei family's unique treasure hall was backed by the City Protection Force of Shanglin City. The officials had recently developed a new set of defensive equipment for the City Protection Force and were preparing to have unique treasure hall mass produce it. The Wei family had known about the new defensive equipment since the beginning. Moreover, they had seen the heavy equipment with their own eyes. Wei Jiaming had learned from his father that the armor was called soft golden silk armor. It was a powerful armor forged by a 6-star blacksmith in Shanglin City. Although the soft golden silk armor was only of rare grade, its effects were surprisingly good. After the family tested it, they found that the soft golden silk armor could not only weaken a large number of physical attacks, but it also had good defensive power against magic attacks. Weapons of the same level could not destroy it at all. Once it was worn, it was almost invincible. The defensive equipment competition would involve actual combat. As Treasure Pavilion's special consultant, Wu Mo would definitely participate in the defensive competition with him. When that time came, he, Wei Jiaming, could force Wu Mo, who was participating in the competition, to go on stage and test Treasure Pavilion's armor. It is important to note that on the stage, fists and feet had no eyes. Moreover, when it came to the defensive test of equipment, even if someone was killed by the opponent's weapon, both sides could not have the slightest objection. One could imagine what kind of situation Wei Jiaming would be in when he faced Wu Mo on the stage, wearing the soft golden silk armor. Chapter 27. Causing trouble. Thinking of that, Wei Jiaming's hands unwittingly trembled as if he could already see the miserable state of Wu Mo dying in his hands in the arena. Once he killed Wu Mo in front of everyone, not only would he become a meritorious official in his family, but he would have also exacted his revenge, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that in mind, Wei Jiaming immediately stood up from the couch. His face was full of joy as he said, "Butler, this plan of yours truly has merit. Father, let's arrange for people to put things into motion." A trace of coldness flashed across Wei Jian's face as he heard that. He had regarded Treasure Pavilion as a thorn in his side for a long time. If he could use this plan to completely eliminate them, it would definitely be a good thing for the entire Wei family. "Butler, go down and make arrangements. Remember not to leave any trace behind. We mustn't give Treasure Pavilion the chance to refuse." He slowly clenched his fists, and the friction between his bones made a cracking sound. The butler received his master's order and promptly did as he was told, hurrying out the door. Seeing this, a sinister smile slowly appeared on Wei Jiaming's face. "Wu Mo, I'll let you gloat for a while longer. When the time comes for the competition, I'll break your limbs and cripple you completely." On the other side, in Treasure Pavilion, manager Gao Yu was in the warehouse on the 2nd floor, talking on the phone with someone from the headquarters. "All right, Elder. I'll definitely take care of the matter. Don't worry," Gao Yu said calmly. Immediately after, he hung up. Just as he was about to count the rare materials in the warehouse, he heard a sudden series of urgent knocks on the door. "Who is it?" he asked with some displeasure. Gao Yu frowned a little and quickly walked to the door. "Manager Gao, something bad has happened. The people from Unique Treasure Hall have come to cause trouble." An urgent voice rang outside the door. It was the receptionist, Yu Qing. Hearing all the noise, Gao Yu's face changed. He immediately opened the door and walked out.
Unique Treasure Hall. Those guys aren't doing very well. What are they planning now?
At that moment, Gao Yu could already hear the chaotic sounds coming from downstairs. He could not help but clench his fists. Ever since Unique Treasure Hall entered Shanglin City, it had been Treasure Pavilion's arch-nemesis. Lately, the other party had secretly been using countless means to destroy them through malicious competition. If it were not for the support from its headquarters and the fact that Treasure Pavilion had accumulated a good reputation in the local area, those scoundrels would have long succeeded. When Gao Yu heard that the people from Unique Treasure Hall had directly come to their shop to cause trouble, the anger in his heart immediately flared up. "Manager Gao, please go down and take a look. Not only did Unique Treasure Hall bring over a dozen people, but they also invited the 3 famous media outlets in Shanglin City. It's obvious that they want to cause trouble." Yu Qing's face was slightly pale, and her tone was slightly anxious. Gao Yu's eyes turned cold, and he immediately walked toward the hall. At that moment, the street where Treasure Pavilion was located, Changxi Street, had become much livelier than usual. A few young men carrying cameras and press cards had arrived outside Treasure Pavilion, broadcasting the situation there in real time. In a media car parked by the road, a few staff members were adjusting their equipment, ready to connect to the television station at any time. "Where's the person in charge of Treasure Pavilion? Please hurry out. Don't let these nobodies waste my time." A middle-aged man wearing a dark blue robe stood outside Treasure Pavilion's door and shouted impatiently. Two cultivators of similar age were standing next to the man. Both of them held weapons that emitted a faint blue light, and they looked at the surrounding people with cold expressions. Behind the three of them were many people from Unique Treasure Hall. One of them was Wei Jiaming, who had lost face this morning. This time, Wei Jiaming had an arrogant smile on his face. He looked at the panicking security guards and receptionists at the entrance of Treasure Pavilion and felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. "Weren't you lackeys really capable? Why change now?" He cursed in disdain and crossed his arms as he waited for a good show. Standing beside Wei Jiaming was an old man in his 60s. This old man was wearing a long gray robe, and a hint of gloominess would cross his face from time to time. He was the butler who was the brains of the operation. The butler looked at the reporters behind him, who were holding up cameras, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Tisk, tisk. The people from Treasure Pavilion are cowards. Don't tell me you're still too afraid to come out. Unique Treasure Hall just wants to exchange forging techniques with you guys so that we can learn from each other. It'll be beneficial for the future development of the Chambers of Commerce. Brothers, what do you think?" The middle-aged man in the lead raised his arms high and shouted. As his voice fell, the surrounding people who were watching the show immediately voiced their agreement. "Brother, you're right. The rule in Shanglin City states that only those who are capable are worthy. Only those who are capable are the true leading enterprises. Those who cower are all weaklings. Isn't there supposed to be a competition? Why hasn't it started yet?" At that moment, Changshi Street was filled with people who had made their way there to watch the show. As early as 4 hours ago, news of the friendly competition between the two chambers of commerce had circulated Shanglin City's online portal. That triggered the residents and merchants who lived nearby to rush over to get a peek. They wanted to see how the two chambers of commerce were going to compete. How could they miss an event like that? Facing the audience's denouncement, the few security personnel standing outside Treasure Pavilion's door felt a little nervous. The receptionists in business attire were also panicking, not knowing how to respond. Although Treasure Pavilion had hired a few 4-star blacksmiths, those blacksmiths simply could not stand up for Treasure Pavilion. Everyone was waiting for the store manager to arrive. Just as the people of Unique Treasure Hall were about to lose their patience from waiting, Gao Yu rushed to the entrance. When he walked out of the door and saw that the entire Changshi Street was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, fury instantly filled his face. The surrounding reporters who had been waiting for a long time quickly clicked away. Some of them even turned on live broadcasts and transmitted the news to the major news platforms. "These guys are simply trying to use the power of public opinion to pressure me. I have no choice but to agree. They're despicable and shameless." Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately understood the purpose of those people from Unique Treasure Hall. He swept his gaze past the dozen people in front of him like a knife. Soon enough, he noticed the Wei family's steward standing at the back in the second generation of the wealthy, Wei Jiaming, whom he had chased out this morning. "Hee, Gao Yu, I thought you were too afraid to come out." When the middle-aged man in the lead saw Gao Yu, he immediately revealed an excited smile and spoke in a deep voice. "Wei Ying. What on earth are you trying to do?" Gao Yu's gaze stopped on the middle-aged man. He was sharp enough to notice that there were actually 5 shining golden stars on the man's blacksmith clothing. Chapter 28. Fermentation of Public Opinion on the Internet. "Gao Yu, I think you're mistaken. We just want to have a friendly exchange with you about casting technology. We have no intention of doing such a thing," Wei Ying said nonchalantly and extended his hand.
This time, Unique Treasure Hall has come with sincerity. The two sides will only rely on their forging strength to determine the winner. In the future, there will be no fighting in the open or in the dark. After the competition, the loser will admit that his skills are inferior to that of his opponent. From then on, he will never interfere in the development of the other Chamber of Commerce. How about it?
Gao Yu frowned slightly. He looked at the two practitioners behind Wei Ying and glanced at the tripods that had been set up by the reporters and media people. He could not help but feel some anger. The people of Unique Treasure Hall were sure that he did not dare to fight in front of the media cameras, hence they were so arrogant. However, what made him uneasy was the fact that Wei Ying had actually advanced to become a 5-star blacksmith in just 2 months. If a competition were to actually take place, he was afraid that the blacksmiths hired by Treasure Pavilion would not be a match for him. However, Gao Yu had no way out right now. He could only take things one step at a time and agreed readily.
All right, our Treasure Pavilion has had a grudge against you for a long time. Today, we will use the forging technique competition to completely settle our feud. The loser must admit that his skills are inferior to the other parties, and from then on, he will not object to the other party's development.
Hearing Gao Yu agree to the competition, the spectators on the street immediately became excited. They knew that when the two big chambers of commerce competed, one of them would be at a disadvantage. Such a competition was rare on normal days. The people tried their best to squeeze in to get closer. Although the onlookers were excited, the receptionists and security guards standing around Manager Gao were a little nervous.
Compared with the people from Unique Treasure Hall who had made ample preparations, Treasure Pavilion had been completely caught off guard. Could they really win the competition like this?
Moreover, the competition was obviously partial to Unique Treasure Hall. Those people had only been in the city for less than 2 years. How could they catch up with the efforts of Treasure Pavilion after so many years just by winning one competition? Therefore, in the eyes of the staff, this was a scheme meticulously planned by the people from Unique Treasure Hall. Once they agreed, it would be difficult for them to jump out again. Tell me, which aspect of forging do you plan to compete in? Gao Yu held his hands behind his back and asked with a cold expression. Wei Ying looked at Manager Gao with a smile. Then, he slowly extended his index finger and said, let's see who can forge better defensive equipment. What do you think, Manager Gao? Wei Ying paced around slowly and replied with a confident expression. Wei Jiaming, who was standing in the periphery, immediately became excited when he heard their conversation. As long as Treasure Pavilion store manager agreed, the plan would already be 80% successful. After all, there were media witnesses now. They would not have the chance to go back on their word later on. Gao Yu and Wei Ying stood in front of the door and confronted each other. Gao Yu contemplated for a moment. In terms of defensive equipment, Treasure Pavilion had quite a lot of experience in finished specimens. The blacksmiths under their banner should also have quite a lot of experience. Although Wei Ying was already a 5-star forger, he had just advanced, so his strength had probably not increased by much. There were 3 4-star blacksmiths in Treasure Pavilion. Seeing that both chambers of commerce were each other's foil, the equipment Treasure Pavilion forged might not necessarily be inferior to the other party. Taking that into consideration, Gao Yu raised his head and looked at Wei Ying. Since Unique Treasure Hall is determined to compete with us, what's the harm in agreeing to it? But you have to keep your promise. If you lose, you need to apologize in public and never disturb our precious Treasure Pavilion ever again. Ha ha ha. Once he heard Gao Yu actually agree, Wei Ying's face immediately revealed a savage smile.
Don't worry, Manager Gao. If we lose, we will definitely do it. However, you're a little too simple-minded. With the trash that you support, how could they possibly be my match? Wei Ying's lips curled up into a cold smile right after. He looked at the 3 blacksmiths standing behind Gao Yu as if he was looking at ants. In his opinion, those below 4 stars were considered low-level in the field of forging. They could only use low-level methods to forge equipment. To him, they would only enter the threshold after they reached 5 stars and possessed a divine sense. Therefore, he did not attach any importance to those blacksmiths. Even if he had to forge equipment on the spot, he was confident that he could easily defeat them. Not to mention, the Wei family had already prepared defensive equipment long ago. It was equipment forged by officials, and that was enough to crush this group of ants. The moment the 3 blacksmiths standing behind Gao Yu heard Wei Ying's words, their expressions became unsightly. You're going too far. Don't think that just because you're a 5-star blacksmith, you're so amazing. The 3 of us working together will easily beat you. That's right. In terms of actual combat experience, we're not inferior to you. How sad. A person like you becoming a blacksmith is simply a tragedy in the foundry world. The 3 Treasure Pavilion blacksmiths all rolled their sleeves up their arms as they cursed angrily. Their imposing manner did not waver in the slightest. Seeing this, Gao Yu snorted coldly and said, Wei, stop trying to be slick. If you have the ability, use it. Whether it's equipment forging or quantity of materials, Treasure Pavilions is definitely good at both. On the streets, Gao Yu's voice reverberated throughout the crowd. Many residents cheered for Treasure Pavilion's extraordinary character. Even the audience watching the live broadcast on the news platform started to praise it one after another. As a veteran Chamber of Commerce in Shanglin City, you can't measure Treasure Pavilion's forging talents with such a comparison. That's right. The development of this Chamber of Commerce cannot be changed by a mere 5-star blacksmith. Treasure Pavilion's reputation has been tested by numerous merchants and customers. If anyone dares to defame it, I will be the first to disagree. It's said that the Wei family is behind Unique Treasure Hall. Their power can't be underestimated either. I wonder if Treasure Pavilion will be able to survive this crisis. On the website, many people showed more support for one side. Most people did not have a good impression of Unique Treasure Hall.
After all, such an aggressive demeanor tended to put people off. After the media people saw the increasing number of comments on their video, the broadcast became even more exciting. They even increased the number of camera angles, and they were bound to broadcast the entire match. Right then, the camera captured how the Wei family's steward looked at Gao Yu with a face full of ridicule. In his opinion, Treasure Pavilion was eventually going to lose the match. Now, they only needed to watch and come back a week later to take the victory. They would then spread the news and completely destroy Treasure Pavilion. Wei Jiaming had a playful expression on his face too, especially when he saw the unyielding looks on the faces of the few blacksmiths. He found it rather funny. Chapter 29. Soft Golden Silk Armor. He wanted to see how the blacksmiths hired by Treasure Pavilion would react when they saw the soft golden silk armor and see if they would still be as arrogant as before. As those thoughts played in his mind, Wei Jiaming shouted, "Uncle Wei, stop playing around and show us your stuff. Let these country bumpkins take a good look at Unique Treasure Pavilion's latest work." As soon as Wei Jiaming said that, many people turned their attention to him. The spectators of the show were shocked. They immediately widened their eyes and looked toward the center with a serious face, afraid that they would miss something. Latest work? Have the people from Unique Treasure Hall already brought their defensive equipment for the competition? This is going to be a good show to watch. I knew those old foxes wouldn't issue a challenge without any preparation. Don't push me. You're stepping on my foot. The surrounding audience exploded like a high-pressure pot. They began to speculate what kind of equipment the people of Unique Treasure Hall would present. At Treasure Pavilion's entrance, Wei Ying, who was urged by his nephew, immediately made a move. On cue, the two cultivators standing behind Wei Ying took out an agarwood box and carefully handed it to him. Wei Ying carried the wooden box to Gao Yu and said with a cold smile, "Today, I, Wei Ying, will give you an experience. Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the lid of the wooden box. In an instant, a burst of green light came out of the wooden box. The dazzling light almost blinded the eyes of the people around them. "Oh, my God, it's actually a premium-grade piece of equipment." At that moment, two gray-haired appraisers who had been standing silently by the side immediately cried out in shock. Their faces expressed their disbelief.
Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers erupted in exclamations. They had never seen a piece of equipment above rare grade in their lives. When they saw a piece of premium-grade equipment with their own eyes, they were so excited that their bodies began to tremble.
On the other hand, Gao Yu, who was closest to Wei Ying, appeared livid. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the item in the box in disbelief. His entire body froze on the spot. It was not that Gao Yu had never seen premium-grade equipment before. In fact, when he had been an intern in Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, he had even seen epic-grade weapons at auctions. What shocked him was the fact that Unique Treasure Hall managed to produce equipment of this grade. After all, Unique Treasure Hall had only been in Shanglin City for less than 2 years, and it had yet to properly establish itself. It was impossible for its people to forge premium-grade equipment alone. Previously, Gao Yu had thought that even if the other party was prepared, they would only bring out rare-grade equipment. He never thought that they would be beyond prepared for something like this. He was instantly caught off guard. Although Treasure Pavilion also had premium-grade equipment, the equipment that came from the headquarters was bound. The headquarters would cast a binding spell on the equipment once customers bought them. That had been Treasure Pavilion's rule for more than 10 years, and it was also the default rule of the major chambers of commerce. Hence, Gao Yu had not been worried about the people of Unique Treasure Hall taking out premium-grade equipment to cheat. Regardless of whether it was stored or auctioned, blacksmiths would bind their equipment to protect their own interests. Therefore, both sides could only bring forth their own forged equipment for competition. In short, it was impossible to ask for external help or hire an expert to forge equipment to cheat. That also meant the high-grade equipment in front of him had truly been forged by the people from Unique Treasure Hall. Unbound equipment would only appear if the blacksmith himself intentionally made it so. Once he internalized all those facts, Gao Yu's expression became unsightly. As Treasure Pavilion's manager, he was clear about the standards and abilities of the blacksmiths under his banner. No matter how much the three of them worked together, it would be impossible for them to forge premium-grade equipment. That was an indisputable fact. Looking at the expressions and states of the three blacksmiths, even the outsiders who were watching the show understood how they felt. Wei Ying held the soft golden silk armor in his hand. As he observed Gao Yu's expression, the smile on his face became wider. "What now? Didn't you say that you wouldn't lose to us earlier? Do you still think that you have a chance of winning? Ha ha ha?" At that moment, gloom permeated the hearts of the three blacksmiths. The confidence they had before was now in the gutter. The three of them looked at the soft armor, which was emitting green light, in Wei Ying's hand. They felt a burning pain on their faces. It was impossible for them to forge equipment of this level. Even if they were given another year or 10 years, they would not be able to forge it, let alone now. Right then, they could only whisper to Manager Gao, "Store manager, you can't do this. That guy has forged premium-grade equipment. Winning this with our ability alone is out of the question. Yeah, I didn't expect those people from Unique Treasure Hall to go to this extent. I'm afraid we can't do anything now." At that point, not only were 3 blacksmiths giving up, but even the appraiser beside them could not help but say, "This soft armor is made of gold threads. The energy inside is dense and has reached a high tier of premium grade. I'm afraid that not many in the entire Shanglin city can forge something like that." Hearing the appraiser's old voice, Gao Yu's eyes unwittingly twitched for a moment. He was a little regretful. He had underestimated Unique Treasure Hall's determination to eliminate them. However, it was already too late to say that now. The other party had brought out premium-grade equipment. In the entire treasure pavilion, there was probably no one who could forge equipment that was stronger than this, unless the headquarters blacksmiths could come and help. Otherwise, there was no chance of him beating the other party in terms of forging. Gao Yu racked his brains, but he could not think of any other way to win this competition. Faced with more than 10 cameras, he frowned, feeling troubled. Just as he felt that victory was out of his grasp, one person suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Mr. Wu, who had refined the interspatial ring. He felt that in such a situation, only the special consultant, Mr. Wu, could defeat their opponent.
After all, with the latter's talent, he could even forge equipment that was as powerful as an interspatial ring. Even so, premium-grade equipment should still be a challenge for him.
Thinking of him, Gao Yu suddenly raised his head and immediately took out his phone, preparing to call Mr. Wu to come and put out the fire. When the blacksmiths of Unique Treasure Hall noticed that those from Treasure Pavilion seemed to be blank, they immediately laughed and said, "Why don't the blacksmiths in Treasure Pavilion have any reaction now? Weren't they shouting fiercely earlier? Why are they pretending to be dead now?"
Tisk, tisk, they're really two-faced. Is there no one capable in Treasure Pavilion? Just a piece of soft golden silk armor has scared all of you until you've become mute. The 10 or so people from Unique Treasure Hall, who were surrounding the main gate, had looks of disdain on their faces. The leader, Wei Ying, was also sneering at Gao Yu. Chapter 30, Wumo saves the day. What? Is Treasure Pavilion planning to admit defeat before the competition even begins?
Seeing how arrogant the people from Unique Treasure Pavilion were, the blacksmiths and security guards in Treasure Pavilion clenched their fists tightly. They wished that they could beat this group of people to the ground right now, but the strength that their opponent displayed far surpassed theirs. Whether it was forging technique or spirit energy, Treasure Pavilion had been surpassed. It was already an indisputable fact. Gao Yu's face was pale, and his expression was filled with disappointment. He could only place his hopes on Mr. Wu now. He hoped that Wu Mo could save the precious Treasure Pavilion from danger.
At that moment, Wu Mo, who had just walked out of the academy, felt an itch in his nose.
Achoo, he could not help but sneeze, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. The difference in temperature between day and night these 2 days has been quite big. Have I caught a cold? Touching his nose, Wu Mo muttered to himself. He had left the academy to make a trip to Treasure Pavilion. He wanted to take on another job. He wanted to pay off his external debt first, and then earn the rest of the payment for the materials. However, after he walked a dozen meters, he saw a few people running off into the distance together. "Let's go. There's a good show to watch on Changshi Street. I heard that the Chamber of Commerce near the Academy, Treasure Pavilion, is going to compete with Unique Treasure Hall in forging techniques. It'll be too late by the time we get there. Yeah, I also heard that Unique Treasure Hall is bringing out premium-grade equipment to win the competition. Let's go and broaden our horizons." The few of them quickly passed by Wu Mo, and the sounds of their discussion drifted into Wu Mo's ears. Wu Mo frowned slightly. He was a little surprised too. Was Treasure Pavilion not the most famous chamber of commerce in Shanglin City? Why would they have a commercial competition with someone? He did not quite understand, but he immediately quickened his pace. He wanted to see what was going on. Ultimately, he would have to rely on Treasure Pavilion to buy materials in the future. Besides, he was also its special consultant, so he had to pay attention to the matter. A few minutes later, Wu Mo arrived at Changshi Street. As soon as he turned into the street, he was shocked by the huge crowd there. He could see that a lot of people were gathered around Treasure Pavilion to watch a show, and they almost blocked the main gate. One could say that tens of thousands of people were on the scene. If Wu Mo had not heard about it in advance, he would have thought that some big star had made an appearance. Just as he was in a daze, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and saw that the caller ID showed it was Manager Gao, whom he was thinking about earlier. It looks like something has happened. I have to hurry over. Seeing this, Wu Mo immediately understood that Treasure Pavilion must have encountered a problem. Moreover, it was so troublesome that even Gao Yu could not solve it. They had to call him to ask for help. However, because the noise outside was too loud, Wu Mo did not pick up his phone. Instead, he directly squeezed through the crowd. Half a minute later, he passed through the crowd of onlookers and arrived at the center of the incident. Wu Mo saw several broadcasting vehicles and many reporters carrying cameras around. He could not help but feel puzzled. It was likely that this unique treasure haul had not come with good intentions. If it was just an ordinary friendly competition, they would not have made such a big scene. At that moment, he saw dozens of people gathered at Treasure Pavilion's entrance. Moreover, nearly 10 of them were blacksmiths. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense. It was apparent that they did not intend to be friendly. Among the crowd of people from Unique Treasure Hall, Wu Mo also saw Wei Jiaming, who had an arrogant look on his face, as well as the leader of the group, who had 5 stars embroidered on his chest. A 5-star blacksmith? There's actually such a strong person in Unique Treasure Hall, Wu Mo subconsciously said in his heart. Then, he immediately crawled out of the crowd and walked toward Gao Yu. Gao Yu was currently as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. In the face of Unique Treasure Hall's provocation, he could only suppress the anger in his heart.
However, this could not go on. After all, with more than 10 cameras pointing at him, his every move would represent Treasure Pavilion's face and reputation.
If he made a move to avoid the fight, it would probably damage his Chamber of Commerce's reputation. Unfortunately, the other party had already brought out premium-grade equipment, and his precious Treasure Pavilion could not defeat them. Even his only hope, the call to Mr. Wu, had been rejected. At this point, Gao Yu's heart was about to turn cold. Just as he was feeling dejected, he saw a young man in a gray robe walking quickly toward him out of the corner of his eye. Gao Yu subconsciously turned his head to look. When he saw the person, the nervousness and anxiety in his heart immediately turned into joy and excitement. "Mr. Wu, you're finally here." Gao Yu hurried toward Wu Mo, cupping his hands with an excited expression. When the surrounding spectators and people of Unique Treasure Hall saw Manager Wu's sudden attitude change, they instantly turned their attention to Wu Mo. For a moment, the spectators in the periphery were puzzled. This person did not look outstanding. He was just a slightly younger 4-star blacksmith. Why was Manager Wu so respectful toward him? Most of the people in Treasure Pavilion were not familiar with Wu Mo. Right then, they began to guess the young man's identity. "It's him." Wei Jiaming, who was standing behind the crowd, shouted angrily. He pointed in Wu Mo's direction as his expression surged with killing intent. It looked like he could not suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted to ask the 2 cultivators behind Uncle Wei to make a move right away. "Young master, don't be anxious. Our plan is already in motion. That person's death is only a matter of time. Please wait a little longer," the butler with gray hair said calmly as he stood beside him. Wei Jiaming pursed his lips. He had no choice but to control his rage and stare at Wu Mo. As far as everyone's eyes could see, Wu Mo seemed to be looking around. What exactly happened to Manager Gao? His voice was unusually calm, and he was not disturbed by the scene. "Mr. Wu, the guy whom Treasure Pavilion blacklisted this morning is someone from Unique Treasure Hall. To exact revenge, Unique Treasure Hall gathered a group of people and even invited the media to force us into a forging competition. I didn't know about them in depth, so I agreed to it. In the end, it turned out that the guy named Wei Ying had actually forged premium-grade equipment ahead of time, and he's using it to compete with us. Sadly, none of the blacksmiths in our Treasure Pavilion have the same ability. I've run out of options." Gao Yu briefly explained the matter to Wu Mo, looking extremely ashamed. After Wu Mo listened to him, he understood the whole story. He turned his head to look at Wei Ying and narrowed his eyes slightly. He found it difficult to figure out that guy's true strength. HMPH. Treasure Pavilion really has no one left. They're placing the safety of their Chamber of Commerce on a little kid. This is simply hilarious. Wei Ying's lips curled into a sneer and he stretched his hand out to point at Wu Mo. "Kid, I advise you to reconsider your own ability. You're not qualified to stand up for Treasure Pavilion." Chapter 31. A Big Gamble. As soon as Wei Ying said that, the Unique Treasure Hall blacksmiths behind him echoed his sentiment. That's right, that's right. I think Treasure Pavilion is truly going to be finished. They actually sent such a person. It's a fool's dream. I think they're probably planning to admit defeat directly. They're just looking for someone to take the blame. It's not like Gao Yu isn't capable of such a thing. The group from Unique Treasure Hall had a mocking smile on their faces as they discussed the situation without any scruples. They did not care about Wu Mo at all. They just felt that there would not be any suspense in this competition. The kid whom Treasure Pavilion pushed forth was at most an ordinary 4-star blacksmith. It was impossible for him to forge equipment that was stronger than the soft golden silk armor. Wu Mo's expression did not change at all even though he saw all their mocking gazes. He slowly walked toward Manager Gao. I don't care what kind of motives you have and what you want to compete with us for. I'll tell you that this one-sided competition is over. I don't have time to spar with you now, he said indifferently. Such a meaningless competition doesn't benefit me at all. Wu Mo's gaze landed on the middle-aged man, Wei Ying, and he looked into his eyes with an unbiased expression. He did not care about the fine equipment in the other party's hands at all. Although Wu Mo appeared calm, once he spoke, the surrounding people instantly lost their composure. Note that in order to smoothly take down Treasure Pavilion, Unique Treasure Hall had been scheming for a long time. Moreover, they had also spent quite a bit of money to hire these media outlets to build up their momentum. How could Treasure Pavilion just refuse to compete and put an end to it? They were currently like an arrow on a bow, and they had no choice but to take action. If they could not deal with their opponent through this event, it was likely that in the future, they would have to spend more resources to trample Treasure Pavilion down. Therefore, after they heard Wu Mo's words, the blacksmiths on Unique Treasure Hall's side berated him angrily. What a joke! Who are you? What right do you have to stop the competition? Manager Gao and our Chamber of Commerce have signed an agreement. This competition will be carried out as intended. What right do you have to say that there's no need to compete? A guy who's only good with words. If you're skilled, you'll be able to prove it with your hands. Faced with the harsh words of the Unique Treasure Hall's blacksmith, Wu Mo only sneered. He had no desire to get involved in these meaningless commercial competitions, especially now that he was short of funds and time. If he had the time to participate in these meaningless competitions, he might as well spend more time on forging. However, others simply could not understand Wu Mo's way of thinking. Those who were watching the show felt that Wu Mo was a person with no guts. Some even thought that Wu Mo was just putting on a front, pretending to be calm. He's a piece of trash, and he doesn't even dare to accept the competition. If the butler insists on not making a move, wouldn't our plan fail? Right then, Wei Jiaming, who was standing not far away, clenched his fists and cursed with an angry expression. If it were not for the fact that Treasure Pavilion was part of his plan, which required him to be patient, he would have torn Wu Mo into pieces at that moment. When he heard that Wu Mo did not intend to compete, he could not help but feel a little flustered. He immediately sought help from the manager beside him. There's no rush. Even if that Wu guy doesn't agree, Treasure Pavilion will definitely be embarrassed today. At worst, once this matter is over, Uncle Wei's cultivator friends can get rid of him without anyone noticing. The white-haired steward held his hands behind his back and said with a carefree expression. The steward's main goal was to take down Treasure Pavilion. In his eyes, Wu Mo was at most a talented young man. Getting rid of him would be as easy as flipping his hand. Wei Jiaming could only clench his teeth and fall silent once again in response. That instant, Wei Ying, who was leading the crowd, raised his hand and slowly brought it down. Only then did the discussion among the blacksmiths from Unique Treasure Hall gradually stop. Wei Ying narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the blacksmith before him with an inexplicable expression. Soon, a cold smile surfaced on his face. Little brother, you sure talk big. I just don't know if your strength matches up. If you think that this competition is boring, why don't we raise the stakes? Hearing the five-star blacksmith's words, Wu Mo's expression immediately changed. He slowly took a step forward, and his interest was piqued. Raise the stakes? I'm somewhat interested in that. May I know what you intend to bet on? Wu Mo crossed his arms and asked curiously. Manager Gao Yu was standing beside him, and he felt somewhat worried. The other party had already revealed their trump card. It was a premium-grade defensive equipment. Although Wu Mo was stronger than his peers, his opponent was a five-star blacksmith over 40 years old. As for whether Mr. Wu could win, Gao Yu was still uncertain. While his thoughts were running wild, Wei Ying opened his mouth to speak. Since we're betting, I think we might as well increase the stakes a little. The one who loses the competition has to get the hell out of Shanglin City. They have to give up their hold on the market and hand over any hidden materials to the winning Chamber of Commerce. What do you think, little friend? Wei Ying emphasized each word with a greedy smile. His words stunned the surrounding people. Even the more worldly journalists were taken aback. You should know that although the two chambers of commerce had not monopolized the market, their respective market value was at least 50 million yen. With more than 50 million yen in market shares and materials, it was a bet they had never heard of. As such, the shocking bet stunned everyone present. Treasure Pavilion staff immediately panicked and wanted to speak up to dissuade them. However, under such circumstances, they had almost no right to speak. Only Manager Wu and the two appraisers were qualified to make a decision.
At this time, Manager Gao's heartbeat also sped up. When he realized that the entire Chamber of Commerce's survival depended on the special consultant, Mr. Wu, his entire body trembled nervously. The two appraisers with grizzled white beards had horrified expressions too. Among everyone, only Wu Mo appeared to be interested. His thoughts were running wild right then.
He began to think about how beneficial it would be to him if he won the competition. If he won the battle, he would inevitably reveal his true strength. Hence, there would be no need for all of this if the benefits were too little. While Unique Treasure Hall was not as large as Treasure Pavilion, just by looking at how they were able to create such a huge coalition in a short period of time and have a 5-star blacksmith oversee it, Wu Mo could guess Unique Treasure Hall's approximate value. Even though it was just a rough estimate, Wu Mo had already analyzed the pros and cons, and his heart immediately grew excited. Chapter 32. Competition, 1-week agreement. In his opinion, the most important part of the bet was to hand over all the materials in the Chamber of Commerce. If he could get all of Unique Treasure Hall's materials, he would be able to quickly solve his debt problem. He might even be able to make up for all the missing materials for Mjolnir. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After he realized that, Wu Mo immediately turned to Gao Yu and said in a low voice, "Manager Gao, I can help you win this competition, but I want 80% of the materials in the end. How about it?" Seeing Wu Mo's confident look, the panic in Gao Yu's heart instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath and seriously said, "Mr. Wu, I believe that you can defeat those people from Unique Treasure Hall. When the time comes, not to mention 80%, we will give you all the materials without holding anything back. On top of that, you can choose any of the precious materials in Treasure Pavilion. After all, you would have helped to solve such a big problem, and we wouldn't be able to thank you enough." Gao Yu did not know why he trusted Wu Mo so much. It could have been a subconscious judgment, or it could have been influenced by Wu Mo's confidence. In any case, he had high hopes that Wu Mo could win the competition. Gao Yu was not a short-sighted person, so he had no intention of fighting over the materials. After all, if they actually won, Unique Treasure Hall's market shares would be enough to bring them huge profits. In the past, he had climbed up step by step from being a delivery man to being the store manager in Treasure Pavilion. He had relied on his business acumen and sincerity in treating others. Previously, he had already asked Wu Mo to become Treasure Pavilion's special consultant. Therefore, he believed that this time, Wu Mo had the ability to forge defensive equipment that was stronger than the soft golden silk armor. When manager Gao Yu said that, the staff members of Treasure Pavilion were shocked beyond words. Yu Qing, who had received Wu Mo previously, was especially shocked, so much so that she covered her mouth. It was hard for her to imagine that it was only Mr. Wu's 3rd visit to Treasure Pavilion. He had already gained the store manager's trust. That young man would surely be somebody in the future. Their surroundings gradually quieted down. After Wu Mo received a clear answer, he immediately agreed. This bet was now effective with many media outlets acting as witnesses. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Wei Ying clapped his hands with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he praised Wu Mo, "Young friend, you're quick to speak. You are truly a dragon among men. I admire your courage very much. I hope that you'll be able to produce good results in a week. However, I still have to explain the rules of the competition to you. This time, we will be competing with defensive equipment. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the defensive equipment, the blacksmiths will have to wear the defensive equipment that they have forged. Additionally, they will have to endure a combat test initiated by the other party." Wei Ying had an inexplicable smile on his face. As he leisurely strolled forward, he said, "The rules of the competition are that whoever falls first will lose. Do you understand everything so far?" As soon as he finished speaking, the several blacksmiths behind him all smiled to add insult to injury. After all, they forged the soft golden silk armor, and no one knew its specific defensive effects better than them. Since they understood the powerful effects of the soft golden silk armor, they felt that this guy would be a complete mess by the end. At that time, he might even die in the arena, and they would take Treasure Pavilion. There was simply no such thing as good luck in the world, and everything fell into place more smoothly than they had imagined. Even Wei Jiaming had a sinister smile on his face. At this time, the surrounding spectators were starting to look forward to the battle between the 2 large chambers of commerce. It would certainly be exciting a week later. They would be able to clearly see how powerful the effects of premium-grade equipment could be after a week. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Wu Mo lightly brushed his fingers over his silver ring, and the smile on his face grew more radiant. Right then, the silver ring in his possession already contained a weapon that could break through the soft golden silk armor's defense. It was the component that he had just refined as the hammer's handle, the armor-piercing short staff. However, now was not the time to show off. He was planning to wait for a week before he defeated his opponent in front of everyone. That way, he would be able to plunder Unique Treasure Hall's materials. "Alright, we'll meet here in a week's time. I hope you can still be as stubborn when the time comes." Wei Ying snorted coldly, then waved his hand and left with the rest of Unique Treasure Hall's people. Wei Jiaming and his butler entered a silver car and promptly departed, leaving behind the reluctant onlookers. Wu Mo looked up at the disappearing figures from Unique Treasure Hall, and his heart was filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the scene of him collecting their materials. He wanted to see what precious items they had. "Mr. Wu, thank you so much for this." At that moment, Manager Gao's voice rang out behind him. Wu Mo immediately pushed his thoughts away and helped the bowing manager up. "Manager Gao, there's no need to be too formal with me. I've received plenty of benefits from Treasure Pavilion too. We're in a collaborative relationship, aren't we?" Wu Mo patted Gao Yu's arm and said with a smile. "You're right, Mr. Wu." Gao Yu immediately straightened his back, but when he thought about how Mr. Wu would need the right materials to forge equipment, he said, "Mr. Wu, if you need anything now, you can tell me straight away. We'll definitely do our best to prepare the materials for you." In Gao Yu's eyes, if he wanted to be victorious in this competition, he would need at least premium-grade defensive equipment, as well as a rare-grade weapon. Only then would they win the battle. All of these equipment needed to be forged. Although Mr. Wu was strong, he was just a student of the Divine Arms Academy. He would not have that much money to buy materials. Hearing Gao Yu's words, Wu Mo instantly fell silent and started thinking. It did not take long for an idea to form in his mind. Before Wu Mo arrived on the Blue Planet, he had been a full-on gamer. Moreover, he had read online novels for more than 5 years, so his imagination had expanded. The need for defensive equipment was clear in his present battle, so he had a general direction for forging. He quickly told Manager Gao about several materials and requested that Treasure Pavilion distribute the rest after he was done forging. Just like that, he took a few rare materials from Treasure Pavilion and walked toward the academy. Once they saw Wu Mo leave, the people in Treasure Pavilion went to the manager's side and began to ask him questions. "Gao Yu, do you really have confidence in this young man?" Even one of the appraisers, an old man, could not help but walk to the manager's side and question him with a worried expression. Chapter 33, News Dissemination, Public Opinion on Wu Mo. Sigh, Manager Gao sighed and said with a smile, "Elder Song, do you think I have any other choice at this point? Rather than letting others do whatever they want, it's better to have faith and risk it all. In addition, you were also there when Mr. Wu traded the interspatial ring. You know Mr. Wu's strength better than I do, right? Who can compete with the other blacksmiths hired by our Treasure Pavilion?" Listening to Manager Gao's line of questioning, Elder Song laughed helplessly and bitterly. "The young man is indeed more skilled than anyone here, but he's too young. I'm afraid he's a step behind." Manager Gao did not say anything else. He just looked in the door's direction, his gaze somewhat absent-minded. Elsewhere, Wu Mo returned to his single dormitory. He cooked a meal to fill his stomach first, then took out his phone and started searching for information. When he discovered that there was an unusual lack of entertainment items such as games and movies on the internet on the Blue Planet, he finally understood why the discussions in class were always about casting and gossip. In this parallel world, there was no such thing as a MOBA game, let alone equipment with different attributes. Due to the limited creativity of the blacksmiths, most of their equipment's characteristics and styles were highly similar. At this moment, Wu Mo understood. When he presented the interspatial ring in Treasure Pavilion, those people were shocked. It turned out that there had never been equipment similar to an interspatial ring in this world. As he thought about it, Wu Mo could not help but reveal an excited smile. Right then, he had a wish in his heart. He would replicate most of the famous equipment on Earth in this world. If he could achieve his goal one day, he would probably not be far from reaching the apex of the world. He allowed himself to think freely for a while. 10 minutes later, Wu Mo gently stroked the ring and placed the rare materials he had just obtained from Treasure Pavilion on the table. There was green leopard skin, a dust-purifying stone, and Qilin grass. Each of these materials was worth more than 500,000 yen. An ordinary blacksmith would not be able to afford them.
In the entire Divine Arms Academy, only a very small number of disciples from aristocratic families could afford these materials.
Wu Mo looked at the materials on the coffee table that were giving off different colors of light, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a confident smile. He slowly closed his eyes and subconsciously uttered the following words in his heart: "Enter the divine-grade forging space." In the next moment, his senses were cut off, and when he opened his eyes, there was only chaos before him. Let's begin. Today, I have to at least draw the equipment's design blueprint. Looking at the workbench in front of him, which was filled with materials, Wu Mo's entire body was filled with energy. He picked up the last set of forging paper and pen and began drawing without any hesitation. As Wu Mo splashed ink on the workbench, he thought about the specific style of his equipment. His opponent was using a premium-grade soft golden silk armor in the competition. Although its defense was good, the short staff that he had forged earlier could directly counter it. After all, its piercing effect could negate the defense of other weapons, including premium-grade ones. So now, he only needed to forge something that could defend against multiple types of damage.
Those guys from Unique Treasure Hall might deploy some sinister moves, and they had even specified that the blacksmith should wear some type of equipment to compete on stage.
It was obvious that they were digging a hole for him to jump into. Therefore, Wu Mo had to make a complete plan. The arena was no joke, and danger could appear at any time. He did not want to risk his life. It looks like I need to forge a piece of equipment that can protect me from all kinds of attacks. Those guys could do anything, Wu Mo muttered in his heart. His hand froze for a moment as he held the forging pen. Following his train of thought, Wu Mo recalled many types of equipment that had appeared in many Earth games. However, those equipment were either too strong and impossible to forge at the moment, or their effects did not quite match. Just like that, Wu Mo became immersed in his thoughts until the image of a silver cloak flashed through his mind. When he considered the effects of the cloak, Wu Mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately had an answer in his heart. He started writing smoothly right away and began to look forward to what would happen in a week's time. As long as he could successfully refine it, defeating those fellows from Unique Treasure Hall would be as easy as flipping his hand. With that, Wu Mo worked hard to draw the equipment's design because it was his first time forging premium-grade defensive equipment. He failed more than 10 times before he managed to complete drawing the silver cloak's design. As he gazed at the cloak's shining appearance on the casting paper, Wu Mo's confidence increased once more. After he obtained the system, he had only spent a few days improving his ability to the point where he could forge premium-grade equipment. He could feel that if he participated in the assessment now, his strength would definitely surpass the 4-star level. Although a lot of it was thanks to the system, Wu Mo's training was also a big reason for his increase in strength. I can start casting the rough shape tomorrow. Wu Mo kept the design and promptly left the forging space. While less than 10 minutes had passed in the real world, Wu Mo's spirit was already exhausted.
He did not feel as drowsy as before, but he still could not last any longer in the space.
Such exhaustion might be completely eliminated after his strength reached 5 stars. Once he got to this point, Wu Mo felt his eyelids grow heavier and heavier before he fell asleep. A wave of even breathing sounds followed, and the entire single dormitory gradually quietened down. Only the scattered chirps of birds could be heard from outside the window. However, at this time, the entire Divine Arms Academy was not calm. News of the 2 major chambers of commerce having a competition at noon had been spreading through various groups. There were also many media reports and recorded footage online. The ones who enjoyed it the most were those in Wu Mo's class. Their enthusiasm for the discussion had already reached 99% in 10 minutes before they read the news. This is big news. Our classmate, Wu Mo, is actually on Shanglin City's official website. He's about to become popular. I can't figure it out. Why are the 2 stores holding a competition? They're simply causing our academy trouble. Treasure Pavilion is already crowded enough as it is. With such publicity, it'll be even worse. Right now, it's still not certain which between the 2 chambers of commerce will win. Besides, have you seen the video? Our classmate, Wu Mo, even added a bet. The loser will have to withdraw from the market. That guy's too bold. What's going on with Treasure Pavilion? They actually trust a person with a debt of 1 million yen. This is too much. I think it's all just hype. Those guys wouldn't make a premature decision without benefits. How could they do such a thing? Chapter 34. Battle of the Night, Forging of Premium Grade Equipment. I don't know. In any case, the competition will be held in a week's time. I wonder what kind of equipment Wu Mo will forge. I suspect that the equipment he forges won't be able to pierce through the soft golden silk armor. It's a premium grade armor. There shouldn't be more than 3 students in our academy who can forge premium grade equipment. The discussion among the crowd became increasingly intense, to the point that even Zhou Yan was alarmed. She had to use her communication software during her break time to stop inappropriate remarks in the group chat. Seeing that they were not allowed to speak, the students in the learning group started discussing in their private chat groups.
For a moment, Wu Mo's name reverberated throughout the entire Divine Arms Academy. However, the students' evaluation of Wu Mo was mostly negative. Exclamation mark!
After all, Wu Mo's reputation had not been the greatest. Now that he was facing Unique Treasure Hall, how could Wu Mo possibly be a match for a 5-star blacksmith with his skills? Furthermore, the other party had already made the soft golden silk armor. Yet, Wu Mo still dared to agree to this bet in front of the media cameras. In their view, Wu Mo was overestimating himself and bringing shame to the Divine Arms Academy. All kinds of public opinions and rumors were fermenting in the academy, while the main character was sleeping soundly. Wu Mo lay sprawled on the bed in his single dormitory bedroom, and only the sound of his breathing could be heard.
At that moment, the screen of his phone, which he had casually tossed aside, suddenly lit up. A message from Zhang Mengyao appeared. Wu Mo, how did you get involved in the conflict between the two chambers of commerce? News of the competition between them are already on the portal, and many people are talking about you online.
What were you thinking? Can you tell me anything? Right then, Zhang Mengyao was standing by the window. She was holding her phone with both hands and staring at the screen, hoping to get a reply from Wu Mo. However, she did not get a reply after a long time. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. She slowly raised her head and looked at the male dormitory building across the field, where Wu Mo was. Looking at the tightly shut door and the students walking in and out of the corridor, Zhang Mengyao's expression was filled with worry. Wu Mo, you've changed so much in the past few days. You're so mysterious that it's hard to understand. Zhang Mengyao nodded slightly and sighed in a voice that only she could hear. A few birds flew across the sky just as time flew by between her fingers. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 in the evening. That was when a young man in a blue delivery uniform walked up to the third floor carrying a plastic box. He stopped at the entrance of room 307 in the Divine Arms Academy's male dormitory. Then, he put down the plastic box and knocked on the door a few times. At present, the corridor lights were the only source of illumination in the entire dormitory building. It was dark outside, but the stars hung around the moon, making the dark sky seem less monotonous. About half a minute later, room 307's door was opened, and Wu Mo walked out in some sportswear. Mr. Blacksmith, these are the materials you ordered over the phone from Treasure Pavilion. Please sign the delivery form. The deliveryman, whose skin was slightly yellowish, said respectfully. Wu Mo opened the box to take a look. After finding that the materials were complete, he signed the form and moved the items inside. Treasure Pavilion found the materials quite fast. It took them less than half a day. Wu Mo sat on the couch and looked at the many materials on the coffee table. A satisfied smile soon formed on his face. He had woken up at 5 o'clock in the evening. After eating dinner, he called Manager Gao and told him the materials he needed. After all, when he accepted the challenge, Manager Gao had said that as long as he could win, he could choose any of the precious materials in Treasure Pavilion. It would be a pity if he did not make use of that. In the afternoon, Wu Mo had listed 7 or 8 materials worth more than 2 million yen. He assumed that Treasure Pavilion would not be able to collect them in a short time. But now, it seemed that Treasure Pavilion had quite a rich collection because some of the materials listed by Wu Mo were very rare. Even the system's point store clearly stated that he could only make an exchange for them once a month. Despite that, Treasure Pavilion still successfully collected all of them. That surprised Wu Mo, and his view and perception of Treasure Pavilion rose to a higher level. He lay on the couch and stretched. Looking at the white ceiling, Wu Mo made a decision in his heart. Preparations for the rough casting and strengthening materials were basically settled. He would execute the rough casting for his equipment tonight. Once his plans were set, Wu Mo sat up straight and began to stabilize his mind. Soon, his consciousness blurred, and all the sounds around him disappeared in the next second.
Wu Mo opened his eyes in the forging space and cleaned the workbench in front of him. He was ready to start working on the preliminary cast. First, he spread out the design drawings for the cloak, which he had completed in the morning, on the workbench. Then, he moved all the materials that he had requested from Treasure Pavilion to the huge furnace. He could observe from the mouth of the furnace that the flames within were rising and gradually turning dark red. Obviously, the temperature had reached its peak. Wu Mo did not hesitate and threw all the materials into the furnace. The dust-purifying stone and qilin grass were instantly swallowed by the flames. Under the intense high temperature, the pale green qilin grass instantly turned into a pool of liquid. The dust-purifying stone quickly collapsed as well, and the energy produced became more concentrated. Next, Wu Mo focused his attention on the condensing array. He threw all the materials he needed into the furnace again. At the same time, he manipulated the collapsing dust-purifying stone and the pale green medicinal liquid to mix them together. Then, he raised the temperature of the furnace again as the medicinal liquid seeped into the dust-purifying stone, which was the size of a fingernail. The surface of the dust-purifying stone was like boiling water while the flame tempered it. Many pale green bubbles appeared on its surface. Not long after, it quietened down and finally turned into a translucent green jade. Wu Mo was quick with his eyes and hands. After the jade stone was formed, he immediately lowered the temperature of the flame in the furnace. After a period of low temperature stabilization, a light green oval jade that was as smooth as glass fell from the furnace's mouth. Wu Mo put on a pair of heat-insulating gloves and picked up the jade. Looking at the perfect product that had been refined for the first time, Wu Mo's heart was filled with slight excitement. The jade was what needed to embed in the cloak later. Wu Mo refined it in advance to give the jade enough time to cool down and allow the energy inside to completely stabilize. Next, it's time to make the cloak.
Wu Mo placed the jade stone on the workbench and picked up the green leopard skin on the side. The so-called green leopard skin was actually an external item that cultivators obtained after killing the leopard intruders. Chapter 35. Tier 2 Magic Array. A green leopard was more than 3 meters long, and its shoulder height was more than 1.3 meters. It was difficult for cultivators of the same level to kill it in a one-on-one fight. Usually, it would take 3 or 4 cultivators to kill the invading beast without getting injured. Plus, it was only one of the beasts with the lowest strength among the 10,000 races. On the battlefield outside the city, such invading beasts could be seen everywhere. At that moment, Wu Mo was holding the fur of such a beast. The surface of the green leopard's fur had complex patterns similar to money. It looked oily and slippery, and one could see that it had been preserved quite well.
After examining it for a moment, Wu Mo immediately laid the fur on the workbench. Then, he took out a small knife and began to cut the excess fabric.
As a fast beast, the green leopard still retained a lot of energy in its fur. Wu Mo had taken a fancy to the hidden energy. Once he made the cloak, he planned to insert the dust-purifying stone into it and add the magic array that was being refined in the furnace. Then, he would be able to create a satisfactory piece of work.
With a detailed plan in mind, Wu Mo expertly went about his tasks.
In addition, the workbench had the ability to rewind at any time. He only made 4 wrong attempts before making the cloak intact.
The cloak before him was dark green in color, with veins extending to every inch of its fur. The design was similar to that of an ancient cloak. There was a circle of fine green fur on the collar of the cloak, which was what Wu Mo had collected from the fur. At the bottom of the collar, there were 2 knotted ribbons that could be fixed together so that the cloak did not slip off during battle. The smooth and soft cloak was long enough to reach the knees. However, Wu Mo had only forged a semi-finished product at this point. Next, he would need to embed the refined dust-purifying stone and cast a magic array.
After that, the cloak would be considered complete. Wu Mo tilted his head to take a look. Not far away, the furnace was still burning with raging flames. Through the mouth, he could see that the materials jumping in the flames were beginning to show signs of merging. They were the raw materials used to cast a magic array on the cloak. At this time, the refining process in the furnace was nearing its end. Seeing this, Wu Mo immediately took the dust-purifying stone that had been placed at the side and prepared to mount it on the cloak. As he was making the cloak earlier, he had purposely added an inlay hole. After all, if he only relied on the green leopard fur, it would be impossible to raise the quality of the cloak to premium grade. Moreover, the equipment made from the green leopard fur only had the effect of increasing speed. Physical defense and special effects could only be achieved by magic arrays and dust-purifying stones. Wu Mo gently pinched the dust-purifying stone with his index finger and thumb before he placed it in the cloak's inlay hole.
There were 4 contacts in the inlay hole, which could continuously divert the energy from the dust-purifying stone to every inch of the cloak. Therefore, when Wu Mo pressed the dust-purifying stone into it, the inlay hole was activated. A soft green light began to spread out from the chest of the cloak. In just one breath, the light penetrated every inch of the cloak, causing the surface of the cloak to emit green light, isolating all the dust outside. Of course, the dust-purifying stone that Wu Mo had refined with great difficulty possessed more than these effects. However, these effects would only take shape in the end, and things were still uncertain. The next thing that needed to be done was to apply the magic array on the cloak and stabilize the energy within before it was considered complete. Wu Mo immediately approached the furnace. Right then, he saw that the calcined materials inside had already melted into a fist-sized ball of silver liquid. It was floating in the flames, as there were still impurities being expelled from the surface of the liquid. However, the longer it was calcined, the smaller the volume of the liquid became. It was likely that it was still not ready to be refined until it was pure. Wu Mo knew that the current temperature in the furnace had reached its peak. It was impossible to purify it completely anyway, so he quickly lowered the temperature. He pushed the control board lightly, and the next moment, the ball of silver liquid flowed into the groove of the crucible. The silver liquid was made of 5 different materials, and the energy contained within was not little. Wu Mo wore a pair of heat-insulating gloves and brought the small crucible to the workbench, ready to start drawing the magic array. He picked up the somewhat old casting pen and dipped it lightly into the silver liquid. As the latter had left a high-temperature environment, it had transformed into a liquid. On top of that, it had a gorgeous color, dyeing the tip of the casting pen silvery white. Wu Mo's gaze landed on the cloth of his cloak, and he began to draw a magic array on it. This time, he was going to cast a type of defensive magic array, which could provide it with a decent defensive ability. It was called the Silver Scale Magic Array, and it was a relatively difficult Tier 2 magic array. Although Wu Mo had been cramming in his forging knowledge lately, he still did not understand many of the various branches of forging. He had not grasped all of the ordinary Tier 1 arrays, and Tier 2 arrays were even more difficult.
Just becoming a 4-star blacksmith was already very difficult. Even so, at least 60 students in the academy met the standards.
Be that as it may, less than 20 students could draw a Tier 2 array. From this, one could see how difficult the formation was.
Hence, Wu Mo prepared himself thoroughly. He planned to go back hundreds of times and polish his knowledge of the array. After all, a good blacksmith needed to be extremely proficient in every step. If he only knew a part of it, he would just become an array master or a rough blacksmith. Wu Mo stood straight beside the workbench. Then, he held a casting brush dipped in the silver liquid and wrote on the green cloak, outlining an extremely complicated array. The silver traces formed a complex pattern on the cloak, one stroke after another. The surface of the cloak also emanated a layer of silver light. It seemed obscure and difficult to understand.
Every time Wu Mo drew a stroke, he felt a portion of the mental energy in his mind being taken away. By the time more than half of the pattern was completed, the dizziness he felt had become more serious. In the end, due to Wu Mo's lack of concentration, the next stroke was slanted, and the entire array instantly disappeared. The imbalance of energy caused a few holes to be burned into the cloak.
Backtrack, Wu Mo thought to himself before the flame extinguished. In the next second, an undamaged cloak appeared before him. The silver fluid in the crucible next to it did not decrease in the slightest. Even Wu Mo's lost mental energy had recovered. It seems that it's a little too much for the current me to carve out a Tier 2 magic array. Looking at the faint glow of the casting brush in his hand, Wu Mo felt a little frustrated.
When he was drawing the array earlier, he could clearly feel that his mental energy was insufficient. It was not because of his technique, but because of his lack of hardware.
Chapter 36. Spirit Deficiency. The spirit energy in everyone's mind was extremely thin before they reached the level of a 5-star blacksmith. That was also one of the difficulties to overcome when attempting a Tier 2 magic array. Nevertheless, Wu Mo was not the type of person who could not accept defeat. He had faced at least 1,000 failures in a week within the forging space. To him, failure was as common as eating and drinking. After he composed himself, Wu Mo tried again. This time, he adjusted the accuracy of each stroke to a higher level. At the same time, he began to use all kinds of methods to save his mental energy in order to achieve a higher completion rate. He wandered between the process of failure and backtracking for a long time. As a result, there was only one thought left in his mind: success. Gradually, Wu Mo discovered that his spiritual power seemed to increase a little. Now, he could complete 85% of his progress while he was awake. There were even a few times when he saw the silver scale magic array begin to take form. That greatly encouraged his spirit. Although he was still a long way from success, these changes were enough to comfort him and allow him to continue to improve. His surroundings within the divine grade forging space were in a state of chaos. Only Wu Mo stood alone in his original spot.
His expression alternated between joy and contemplation. As his heart underwent the repeated trials, it became steadier and more tenacious.
There was no sound and no smell in the space. It was enough to make one go crazy. However, Wu Mo was intoxicated. His entire body and mind had already sunk into silence. He was only focused on the cloak, which was covered in silver edges, as well as the ray of white light from the backtrack function. In the end, Wu Mo reached a state where he was even oblivious to himself. He did not notice the flow of time in the forging space at all.
He blacked out at a certain point, not realizing what had happened.
When Wu Mo woke up again, it was already 6 in the morning. He opened his eyes and looked at the bedroom ceiling in a daze.
He did not regain his senses for a long time. He felt as if he had been away from this world for a long time.
He climbed out of bed with some difficulty, and his temples felt a little swollen.
What's wrong with me? Upon looking down at his hand, Wu Mo was slightly baffled. He clearly remembered that he had not exited the forging space at all. Why was he suddenly back in the real world? While he was puzzled, a synthetic electronic voice echoed in his mind. The host is currently in a state of energy deficiency. 8 hours ago, due to exhaustion of mental energy, the host automatically exited the forging space. Current mental energy is at 35%.
Hearing the system's description, Wu Mo seemed to recall something. Yesterday, he had stayed in the forging space for too long. Coupled with his repeated drawing of the magic array, it had caused a problem with his mental energy. It was likely that these reasons were the cause of his memory loss. Isn't that a little forced? Wu Mo got out of bed and entered the bathroom. He washed his face and looked at his pale complexion in the mirror.
System, can I check my current condition? He could not help but say with a bitter smile. Wu Mo touched his chin and felt that something was wrong with his complexion. He was a little worried, so he immediately read what the interface had pulled up.
The interface has been summoned. The host's information is as follows.
Name: Wu Mo. Age: 19. Skills: Level 2 Drawing, Level 2 Furnace Control, Level 1 Rough Forging, Level 1 Array Drawing. Vitality Attributes: Strength 5, Spirit Energy 8, Agility 4. Overall Evaluation: An outstanding 4-star blacksmith. Equipment: Premium Armor Piercing Short Staff, Rare Interspatial Ring, Incomplete Cloak. Current status: Lack of spirit, decrease in concentration. Looking at the light blue panel floating in front of him, Wu Mo curled his lips and could not stop himself from complaining.
How objective. It seems that I should train my physical strength. I have to make some arrangements to go on a run every morning.
Wu Mo was hungry when he arrived in the kitchen. He casually cooked a bowl of frozen wontons. Not long after he finished eating, the alarm clock in his bedroom rang. After Wu Mo packed his things, he slipped his phone into his pocket, put on his shoes, and went downstairs, prepared to go to school.
It was Monday, and he had classes taught by Zhou Yan. Wu Mo did not want to lose points when he was about to graduate, so he did not plan to skip classes again. Although he had been pressed for time recently, he needed to prepare for the graduation assessment and forge defensive equipment to participate in the competition with Unique Treasure Haul. However, as long as the divine grade forging space still existed, he was not worried that there would be any problems. Even though he was currently unable to produce a Tier 2 magic array, the 100 or so retraces from yesterday had allowed him to understand a lot of things. Wu Mo was confident that he would definitely be able to finish the cloak tonight.
As he walked along the path that was lined with trees, he heard the rustling sound of the breeze brushing past the leaves. Wu Mo took a deep breath and quickened his pace. At that moment, there were a few students walking together not far behind him. They were staring at Wu Mo's back and pointing at him as if they were discussing something.
The same situation happened many times along that path, but Wu Mo did not pay attention to it. He went straight to the class and sat in his seat.
He did not know how much public opinion had been stirred up by his actions at Treasure Pavilion yesterday, and how famous he was now. He continued to sit in his place with an indifferent expression, not noticing that the people around him were giving him strange looks.
Perhaps Wu Mo had gotten used to the way those people looked at him. By this time, more than half of the class had arrived, including Wei Jiaming, the culprit who had started the dispute between the chambers of commerce. Zhang Mengyao was also there, sitting behind Wu Mo. After a day of criticizing him, the students in the class were no longer surprised. Even so, there were always one or two students who liked to attract attention, deliberately stirring up trouble. Two of the students were such characters. When they saw Wu Mo attend class, it did not take long for them to deliberately start a loud discussion to embarrass Wu Mo in front of everyone in the class. Wu Mo had stolen their limelight, and the two of them did not want to let it go just like that.
Why do I sense a horrendous smell in class? Do you guys smell it? Do you still have to ask? A piece of rat feces has ruined everything in our class. Now, the school's forum is saying that our group has a crouching dragon and phoenix chick. It has completely embarrassed the academy.
His name is even on Shanglin City's portal. He's amazing.
Right then, the weird discussions of the twins immediately echoed in the quiet classroom.
That made many people turn their attention to Wu Mo. After all, such a big incident had happened yesterday, so it was impossible for anyone who was connected to the internet to not know about it. The students looked at Wu Mo with disdain and hatred, while some just felt pity. Chapter 37. Zhang Mengyao's concern. They could already predict that once Wu Mo lost to Unique Treasure Haul in front of the media in a week's time, the negative news would be even more overwhelming. It was likely that the reputation of the entire Divine Arms Academy would be affected, so many people in the academy hated him. It was normal for him to be ostracized by the people in the class. At that moment, the two boys sitting at the back saw Wu Mo lower his head without a word, so they became greedier, and their words gradually grew more unpleasant. The last two, keep your voices down. Professor Zhou Yan will be here soon. In order to maintain the atmosphere of the class monitor had no choice but to stand up and speak out to stop them, which caused the various voices to gradually die down. Wei Jiaming, who was sitting not too far away, saw Wu Mo's dejected expression, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a cold smile. Degenerate, tremble. Now, this young master will let you waste a few more days. When Sunday comes, I will definitely cripple you in front of everyone. When that time comes, the pain you will suffer will be more than 10 times more than what you are suffering now. Wei Jiaming's thoughts were active, and the sinister smile on his face became even more intense. Right now, he couldn't wait until Sunday to completely release the anger in his heart. Feeling the killing intent behind him, Wu Mo slowly opened his eyes. He didn't even need to look back to know who had no ill intent toward him. Wu Mo didn't want to pay attention to that guy who didn't know when to retreat or advance. Everything would be revealed on Sunday. At this moment, Wu Mo felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned around and found Zhang Mengyao looking at him with a worried face. "Ah, what's wrong?" Wu Mo was a little surprised. "Wu Mo, why are you participating in the battle between the two chambers of commerce? What were you thinking?" Zhang Mengyao frowned slightly and asked in a concerned tone. From her point of view, Wu Mo's condition was clearly much worse than before after not seeing her for a day. It was very likely that he didn't rest well because of the pressure. Thinking about it, it made sense. Wu Mo's enemy was a large-scale chamber of commerce in Shanglin City. Moreover, there was a 5-star blacksmith overseeing it. No matter what, Wu Mo was still a student who had yet to enter the academy. How could he be a match for a chamber of commerce? Thinking about the things that she would have to face after she lost the competition, Zhang Mengyao was very sympathetic. She was worried that Wu Mo would not be able to bear the pressure and cause problems for his body. She was even more worried that he would do something irrational. Especially when she sent Wu Mo several messages yesterday, but he didn't reply. That feeling of worry lasted the whole night. Zhang Mengyao sincerely hoped that Wu Mo could adjust his condition and get a good result in the graduation competition. That way, he would be worthy of the few years he spent in the academy. Sensing that she was feeling a little down, Zhang Mengyao slowly moved her gaze away. She pursed her lips slightly, but in her heart, she still hoped that Wu Mo could tell her that everything was fine.
"Thank you for your concern, Mengyao." Wu Mo revealed a gentle smile. "Actually, I'm already prepared, and I'm confident that I'll be able to defeat the people from Unique Treasure Hall. Don't worry."
He gestured a big thumbs up with his hand. Wu Mo turned his head back and continued to close his eyes to rest. He was still in a state of mental exhaustion, and he needed to recover as soon as possible so that he could complete the forging of the cloak. Zhang Mengyao opened her mouth slightly. She was surprised to find that although Wu Mo did not look too good, his condition was the same as usual. He was full of confidence. This made her emotions a little complicated. She had no idea what to say for a moment. The breeze went past the window and blew away Zhang Mengyao's hair that was hanging on her shoulders. She turned her head to look at the blue sky outside the window. The warm sunlight shone on her pretty face, and her beautiful eyes were shining with a clear light. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Wu Mo walked out of the classroom with a furnace erected around him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked briskly towards the male dormitory building. Wu Mo did not skip classes for the entire day. Instead, he went through the entire process quite honestly, including the theory class and the rough combat class. Although he had already mastered the knowledge taught by the professors to perfection, in order to leave a good impression in the eyes of the teachers for the last half-month, Wu Mo made do with it. Not long after he walked out of the classroom, Wu Mo heard a hurried shout from behind him. Wu Mo turned his head and saw Zhang Mengyao running toward him hurriedly. Zhang Mengyao was wearing a light green lotus sleeve dress today. When she ran, her hair swayed gently, and her whole body was full of youthful vitality. Wu Mo waited for a few seconds, then said to Zhang Mengyao, who ran in front of him in surprise, Is there anything else you want to tell me?" On the field, surrounded by trees and shade, students in 2s and 3s walked past quickly. Occasionally, some people would cast curious gazes, but most chose to ignore them. Most of them were discussing the content of today's class, and they brushed past each other. Zhang Mengyao took a deep breath and complained, "Didn't I send you a message to wait for me after class?" Wu Mo was stunned for a moment. He took out his phone and looked at the 7 or 8 unread messages on it. "Sorry, I didn't look at my phone today," he said apologetically. "Seriously, forget it, let's go." Zhang Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. She put her hands behind her back and slowly walked forward. Wu Mo had no choice but to follow her. The two walked side by side in silence. He did not know why Mengyao was looking for him, and he did not dare to speak rashly, afraid that he would anger her again. Zhang Mengyao walked in front in a huff, but Wu Mo didn't speak for a long time. She muttered to herself, "What a blockhead." Then she turned around and looked at Wu Mo, who was silent. "Have you really thought about what defensive equipment you want to forge to deal with Unique Treasure Hall's soft golden silk armor?" Wu Mo was slightly startled when he heard Zhang Mengyao's words, then, he nodded and replied, "I've thought about it. Moreover, I'm confident that I can defeat that group of people with the forged equipment. Treasure Pavilion sent the materials over yesterday. I'll be able to forge the equipment within these 2 days." Zhang Mengyao nodded and didn't say anything else. The two of them walked on the cobblestone road one after the other. Because of the light rain yesterday, the soil on both sides was still a little muddy, and there was a hint of the smell of soil in the air. The breeze blew gently, making people feel refreshed. It wasn't until they were at the fork in the road of the male and female dormitory building that Wu Mo spoke first. "Mengyao, thank you for being so concerned about me all this time. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always ask me for help." Zhang Mengyao's footsteps stopped. She turned around with a sly smile on her face. "Really? Then we have a deal. The next time I ask you for help, you can't go back on your word. Chapter 38. The formation of a great equipment. Seeing the serious look on Zhang Mengyao's face, Wu Mo nodded and said with a determined expression, "Don't worry. As long as you don't go against your principles, I'll definitely help you with whatever you can do." "Alright, it's settled then. I'll leave first and see you tomorrow." The smile on Zhang Mengyao's face became much brighter. After she said that, she waved her hand and quickly walked toward the female dormitory building. The corners of Wu Mo's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced in Zhang Mengyao's direction and walked into the male dormitory. After he took out his key, Wu Mo pushed the door open and returned to his room. He took off his coat and hung it on the clothes rack before entering the kitchen. First, he took out some vegetables and meat from his interspatial ring. Then, Wu Mo took out the chopping board and began to prepare dinner for the day. 10 minutes later, he brought 2 plates of dishes to the coffee table and filled a bowl full of rice for himself. Then, he sat down on the couch. Today's dinner was tomato eggs and braised meat. Although it was only a simple version of the family version, the taste was still very good. Along with the popular ice-cold carbonated drink in Shanglin City, this meal was the most sumptuous meal that Wu Mo had eaten since he came to the parallel world. He picked up the remote control that was placed at the side and turned on the television. Immediately, the scene of the news being broadcast appeared on the screen.
The different cultures of the other world. As the entire human race was facing the threat of the invasion of tens of thousands of races, all kinds of entertainment cultures were extremely barren. The games and all kinds of sports in his previous life no longer existed. Even the live broadcast section could only discuss the situation and the content of life.
Just 200 years of difference, and the blue planet has changed into such a big difference from Earth. It's really a joke of the times, Wu Mo sighed and said to himself after gulping down a large mouthful of carbonated drinks. He was now a little curious about how these cities had maintained their stability. Clearly, outside the cities, the invasion of 10,000 races had never stopped. The battles between the invaders and cultivators had resulted in many deaths and injuries every day. However, the cities were as peaceful as ever. This was indeed somewhat inconceivable. After sighing for a while, Wu Mo stood up from the couch. He cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, then returned to his bedroom. Just now, he had only wanted to relax. After all, people weren't like bows and arrows, so they couldn't be tense all the time. If he deliberately controlled himself, it would instead be a loss. After 7 or 8 hours during the day, the energy in his mind had already recovered a lot. Just now, he had eaten and drunk enough to rest for a while, and now, his energy had basically recovered to a sufficient level. Wu Mo was well versed in the principle of the slow flow of water. After working hard for a short period of time, his body was ultimately damaged. It was not as efficient as combining work and rest. Wu Mo sat on the bed, took out his phone, and placed it on the bedside table. Then, he turned on the recording mode. In fact, he had had an idea a long time ago. He wanted to see if his main body would lose consciousness and lie down after entering the divine-grade forging space, or if would he completely disappear on the spot. After all, he had never entered the forging space in front of others before. He needed to figure this out. Wu Mo adjusted the angle of the phone and slowly closed his eyes. His thoughts slowly sank at some point, and all the feelings in his body disappeared. Opening his eyes slowly, Wu Mo came to the workbench. At this moment, there was a cloak covered in silver patterns on the workbench. The casting pen was thrown to the side, and it was obvious that the magic array was about to be completed. Seeing this scene, Wu Mo knew that he should have been forced out of the forging space yesterday when he finished the array. He had used up all his mental energy. At this moment, it had been more than 10 hours since he last left the forging space. However, the silver liquid in the crucible did not seem to have dried up at all. It was no different from the state that it had just been refined. Even the silver liquid on the casting pen was still wet. Upon seeing this strange scene, Wu Mo seemed to have understood something. An idea appeared in his heart, and then it went out of control. The divine-grade forging space that this system had bestowed upon him was very likely that only after Wu Mo entered the space would time slowly pass in the forging space. And once Wu Mo left, everything would remain the same as when he had left, there would be no changes. Only then could the current situation be explained. After understanding all of this, Wu Mo immediately picked up the casting pen and said in a calm tone, "Retrace the current progress." At the next moment, the workbench was completely enveloped by a white light. Following the dissipation of the white light, the cloak that was spread out on the workbench returned to its original color, and the additional silver patterns on it also disappeared. Seeing that everything was in place, Wu Mo immediately picked up the casting pen and began to draw the magic array once again. After failing more than 100 times yesterday, Wu Mo no longer felt any sluggishness when he was drawing. He appeared to be incomparably smooth.
In less than 10 minutes, he had already drawn the draft of the Tier 2 Silver Scale Magic Array.
The mental energy in his mind had already been used up by more than half. However, compared to the sorry state he had been in yesterday, he now appeared to be much more relaxed. Wu Mo could feel that his mental energy was growing bit by bit during the process of drawing the retrace, and his skill in drawing the magic array had also improved significantly. Although he was still unable to draw the magic array completely in one go, he was getting closer and closer to success. It wasn't until the 14th failure that Wu Mo suppressed the drowsy feeling in his mind and drew the last stroke of the magic array on his cloak. As the tip of the brush fell heavily, countless silver traces suddenly emitted a bright light. All the patterns were formed naturally and became a whole. The complete magic array dyed the entire cloak into a faint silver color. Under the contrast of the obscure and complicated runes, it appeared extremely mysterious. Wu Mo felt that the mental energy in his mind was almost sucked dry. His eyes went black and he almost fell down. Fortunately, he used his hand to support the workbench and finally held on. It was so close, I almost fainted again. The world in front of him was spinning. Wu Mo stood up weakly. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his face and muttered. When the dizziness gradually dissipated, Wu Mo began to examine the cloak that he had worked hard to complete for 2 nights. The cloak was silver in color, but its surface was emitting a light green light. The hem of the cloak was surrounded by faintly discernible runes. Under the hood of the cloak was a translucent green gemstone. The overall appearance was natural and flawless. Wu Mo picked up the cloak and put it on his body. He felt the cloak's fabric become soft, and he could feel a trace of coldness when his fingers touched it. Wu Mo put on the cloak for less than 5 seconds, and he felt his body become lighter. A happy smile appeared on his face, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. In just 2 days, Wu Mo had forged a premium-grade defensive equipment. Such speed and casting ability were enough for him to look down on most of his peers. Chapter 39. Before the competition. Although he had relied on the system's casting space to achieve this, Wu Mo's own abilities were not to be underestimated. If it was another person, it would definitely be difficult for them to reach Wu Mo's level. One should know that the forging space was like a small black room that cut off one's perception. Unless the user's heart was extremely tough and could withstand a long period of loneliness, sooner or later, due to the suppression, problems would appear in one's mind. However, it was a good thing that everything was worth it. Now that the cloak had been successfully cast, and it was even a premium-grade item that was emitting a green glow, Wu Mo was extremely excited. He could not wait to see the effects of the cloak. The system quickly sensed Wu Mo's thoughts and immediately gave the corresponding data. Cloak attribute analysis completed. The information is as follows. Equipment type. Armor class. Name. Mercury cloak. Grade. Premium. System score. 43 points. Equipment effects. 1. Silver scale magic array. Reduces 85% physical and magic damage. 2. Green leopard's power. Active use immediately increases the user's agility by 400% for 3 seconds. Cooldown. 1 hour. 3. Purification. Active use immediately removes all control and debuffs. Effect lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown. 1 minute. Negative effects include stun, levitation, deceleration, poison, burn, and so on. Looking at the data panel that appeared in front of him, Wu Mo's jaw dropped. He looked at the cloak in front of him with some surprise. He did not expect the system rating of this Mercury cloak to actually surpass the armor-piercing short staff that he had designed previously. It had become the strongest equipment that he had designed since he transmigrated. Thinking of this, Wu Mo's heart immediately became excited. He gently waved his right hand and immediately kept the cloak in his interspatial ring. If Wu Mo had not refined the Mercury cloak, he would have had an 80% chance of defeating Unique Treasure Hall. Now, it was 100%. As long as he had the Mercury cloak in hand, Wu Mo was not worried that the members of Unique Treasure Hall would do something sinister. Defeating those guys was a piece of cake. After all, he had 2 premium-grade equipment, and the cloak had 2 active effects. Not only could it increase his speed instantly, but it was also immune to most negative effects. The additional silver-scale magic array could also block most physical and magic damage. Coupled with the armor-piercing short staff, it was simply perfect. A satisfied smile appeared on Wu Mo's face. He slowly closed his eyes and exited the forging space. Even though his current expression was rather tired, the sense of accomplishment from producing the Tier 2 magic array and forging equipment still made Wu Mo very excited. At this moment, outside the bedroom window, the sky had already become much darker. The warm sunlight hung in the sky, and more than half of it had already disappeared below the horizon. Wu Mo lay on the bed and closed his eyes with a satisfied expression. For the past 2 days, he had been doing things related to casting in his dreams. He was almost obsessed. Now that he had finally completed the product, he could have a good rest for a while. The heavy burden in his heart was relieved. Not long after, Wu Mo fell asleep, and only the sound of breathing could be heard in the bedroom. The warm sun slowly disappeared, and the sky was gradually covered by darkness. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Wu Mo quickly adjusted his physical condition to the best. During this period of time, he had been training his physical fitness to be able to perform normally on the competition field. Although it was only a few days and there was no change in his appearance, Wu Mo could clearly feel that his endurance had improved a lot. In the beginning, he could not even last 3 kilometers each time, but after 5 days of long-distance running training, he was now able to run 5 kilometers in 18 minutes. Although this level was not too dazzling, at least Wu Mo's physical strength was about the same as an ordinary person. He was not like before, when he thought his predecessor was forging a divine artifact behind closed doors at home. In the end, because of his work and lack of rest, day and night were reversed, and his physical fitness was extremely poor. He almost could not even lift the hammer he used to forge. At this time, there was less than an hour left before the scheduled time for the competition with Unique Treasure Hall. After eating breakfast, Wu Mo put on his equipment and went out, preparing to head to Treasure Pavilion to participate in the competition. Many students in the academy knew that today was the day of the competition. Therefore, when they saw Wu Mo walking out of the school gate, their faces immediately revealed surprised expressions. They found it strange that Wu Mo dared to challenge Unique Treasure Hall. After all, the opponent was a famous chamber of commerce in Shanglin City, and Wu Mo was only a student of the Divine Arms Academy. Whether it was his forging ability or his actual combat experience, Wu Mo was no match for Unique Treasure Hall's chief blacksmith. Therefore, most of the students did not think highly of Wu Mo at all. They thought that he would only embarrass the Divine Arms Academy if he went out. Hence, those students did not treat him well. Look, look, look. That guy actually dares to fight. Tisk, tisk. He really is a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. He thinks that he can deal with the entire Chamber of Commerce. He simply does not have any basic knowledge of his own strength. He is basically smearing the reputation of our entire Divine Arms Academy. If it was not for Professor Zhou Yan protecting him all the time, he would have been expelled from the academy long ago. Facing everyone's cold gazes, Wu Mo did not show any emotion. His expression revealed a trace of determination as he walked toward the academy's entrance without stopping. At this moment, at the venue where the 2 chambers of commerce were holding the competition, the entrance of Treasure Pavilion was already surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The competition between the 2 chambers of commerce this time had attracted the attention of countless people because it had received nearly a week's worth of publicity from the media. Moreover, as both sides were famous chambers of commerce in Shanglin City, they had also attracted many business owners. The people who came to watch the show basically surrounded the empty space in front of Treasure Pavilion. There were more people than the last time. Since the competition this time was about the production level of defensive equipment, and there was also a requirement for the actual combat practice, the Wei family had already ordered people to set up a 1-meter-high arena in front of Treasure Pavilion yesterday. This way, not only was it convenient for everyone to watch, but it also eliminated the possibility of cheating. Although there were still more than 10 minutes before the competition, there were already dozens of media outlets waiting at the side. They had already started warming up their cameras. The people watching outside could vaguely see a few reporters in TV tower uniforms explaining inside. There was already a person standing on the stage, waiting. That person was wearing golden armor that was emitting a faint green light. He was holding a long spear in his hand as he stood majestically on the stage. That person was the mastermind of this incident, the eldest son of the Wei family, Wei Jiaming. Chapter 40. Conflict in the Arena. It was precisely due to the enmity between Wei Jiaming and Wu Mo that the 2 chambers of commerce directly clashed. On both sides of the arena stood people from both Treasure Pavilion and Unique Treasure Hall. Treasure Pavilion's manager, Gao Yu, raised his head to look at the arena. Wei Jiaming was showing off his might, and the fist hidden behind his back could not help but clench. As a native of Shanglin City, he naturally knew that the Wei family was inextricably linked to Unique Treasure Hall. He also knew that the target of this incident was the rich second generation. Manager Gao, there are less than 10 minutes left until the start of the match. Do you want to contact Mr. Wu again? At that moment, the few staff members standing behind him could not sit still any longer and immediately asked in a low voice. Gao Yu frowned slightly. He swept a glance at the burning gazes around him. Although he felt a little uneasy, he still believed that Wu Mo would definitely rush over. Don't panic. Since Mr. Wu said that he would help us settle this, he definitely won't go back on his word, Gao Yu said in a low voice. Then, his gaze landed on the group of people on the opposite side of the arena. More than 10 people came from Unique Treasure Hall. Among them were the 5-star blacksmith, Wei Ying, and 2 cultivators whose cultivation bases even he could not see through. Behind the few cultivators, an old man with a slightly hunched figure caught his attention. He thought to himself, that person should be the steward of the Wei family. The act of contacting the media to create publicity should also have been planned by the other party. As this thought flashed through his mind, Gao Yu slowly retracted his gaze. He originally wanted to wait for a period of time, but at this moment, the other party seemed to be unable to restrain himself. "Hey, manager of Treasure Pavilion, is your family's special consultant coming or not? Don't tell me he escaped before the battle." Wei Jiaming stabbed his spear into the ground and said with a mocking expression. The many blacksmiths behind Wei Ying also echoed his sentiment. Sigh, how pitiful. Such a huge chamber of commerce actually relies on a student to turn the tide. If I were Treasure Pavilion's manager, I would have to commit suicide to thank the world. You're right. That kid must be scared. After all, young Master Wei is very powerful. No one of his age can compare to him. It's normal for that kid to be scared. The time is almost up. Are we going to compete or not? I'm afraid he really is too afraid to come. Right then, not only the people from Unique Treasure Hall but even those who were watching the show could not wait any longer and started to protest loudly. After all, they were all ordinary people and had their own jobs. If it was not for the fact that watching the show would broaden their horizons, they would not waste their precious working time and come over to watch the people from the 2 chambers of commerce fight. Seeing the crowd protest, cold sweat broke out on Gao Yu's forehead.
His heart was a mess. Just as he was feeling anxious, the crowd on the right automatically opened up a path. Holy sh*t, that kid is really here.
Everyone, get out of the way. Don't delay the competition. With the sound of a commotion, everyone immediately turned their attention over. They saw a youth wearing a light silver cloak and holding an inconspicuous short stick, rushing over. The youth was dressed in a simple blacksmith's outfit. He did not wear any armor that could defend him, and he did not even have a decent weapon. He looked like a blacksmith that could be seen everywhere in the city. He did not look like he had prepared meticulously at all. When the onlookers saw that Wu Mo actually came to accept the challenge dressed in this outfit, they burst into laughter. T*mn. Am I seeing things? Could he be the one who boasted about signing a bet with Unique Treasure Hall?
Oh, my god, he's actually dressed like that. He doesn't look like he's here to participate in the Chamber of Commerce competition. He's just here to work.
I'm dying of laughter. Could it be that this person called Wu Mo has already decided to give up? The surrounding crowd widened their eyes, but most of them were mocking him mercilessly. They thought that Wu Mo was simply there to make a joke.
The many media outlets standing not far away from the arena were also shocked. They thought that they would be able to capture a soul-stirring scene of the competition, but now that they saw one of the contestants actually look like that, they were instantly disappointed. The people from Treasure Pavilion were standing not too far away and observing. At this point, their hearts could not help but drop.
How could Wu Mo's attire withstand the long spear in Wei Jiaming's hand?
In a defensive equipment competition, one should at least wear a piece of armor, right? However, other than a silver cloak on Wu Mo's body, there was only a cast uniform stained with dust. There was no defense at all.
The difference between the 2 sides was so great that unless Wu Mo was a powerful cultivator, it was impossible for him to win this competition. Thinking of the bet that Wu Mo had made with Wei Ying of the Wei family last week, the faces of Treasure Pavilion staff members turned pale.
If this situation continued, Wu Mo would not be able to last even 1 round. By then, the entire Treasure Pavilion would probably be destroyed.
After 3 to 4 years of hard work, it was now going to become someone else's dowry. They simply could not accept this outcome. Manager Gao, what should we do this time? I'm afraid you've trusted the wrong person. A few young receptionists said in despair. The few blacksmiths hired by Treasure Pavilion also had extremely ugly expressions as they spoke unwillingly.
Manager Gao, why don't you let me go? Even though I don't have any defensive capabilities and my equipment isn't stronger than the soft golden silk armor, I won't lose so badly.
That's right. Manager Gao, please think twice. That person is tarnishing the reputation of our Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, the few blacksmiths could not sit still anymore. They could see the outcome just by the equipment on Wu Mo's body. They could not calmly face such a defeat no matter what. Store manager Gao looked troubled. He began to struggle in his heart, wondering if he had done anything wrong or if he had misjudged Wu Mo. However, Gao Yu still believed that Wu Mo was a blacksmith with great potential. As long as the latter was given a certain amount of time, the other party would definitely be able to rush out of the sky of Connecting City and become a phoenix that roamed the 9 heavens. However, at first glance, the equipment on Wu Mo's body did not look like something he could win the competition with at all. Therefore, at this moment, Gao Yu was in a conflicted state. After struggling for a few seconds, he let out a long sigh. Everyone, don't be impatient. I believe that Wu Mo is definitely not an ordinary person. The reason why he is like this should be that he has his own plans. After all, he is a talented person who can forge an interspatial ring. It is impossible for him to be completely unprepared.
After he spoke, Gao Yu's breathing became heavy. This was because he knew that with a single thought, he could decide Treasure Pavilion's survival. If there were any problems in the future, how would he be able to live up to the years of cultivation that the main store had given him?
Hey guys, don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe button and turn on the notification bell icon for more content like this. It helps the channel a lot. Thank you.